This has the standard, obviously, that is obviously on Green Plus. That gives you the most amount of range. Then you've got normal green, which is efficient driving settings. That's kind of like your normal setting. Then you've got your mid, which is balanced. So it'll respond like how a normal car. So imagine starting a normal car. That's the normal,
the power output you're gonna get.
That's the normal mode that you would stand up in. And of course, you go sport, everything turns red, everything, it gives you maximum attack and obviously less battery as possible.
This.
Yes.
I love that this lets you know we are in go-kart mode now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put it into sport mode.
I don't put it into sport.
But then I want to see if you can feel the difference.
What?
How fast?
That was hella surprising.
This is what I like, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, this torque, it's immediate.
It's immediate like that.
See, they're speeding. That's the problem. That many things, they're clever. They've got the lowest range already, I'm sure, from the factory. Now they are still speeding.
So we've got what's supposed to be a Brabus over here, but I'm sure you took it to a guy called Uprabus or something. that's the only explanation.
This is not about speed. It's not about speed.
Let's put it in dynamic.
So, oh, that's some talk. Oh, okay, no, I'm gonna waste. Don't turn me into a mini driver. We are mature. We make good decisions.
So I'm going to put it into Eco Plus.
It proper limits to 90, right? 90 kilometers.
Are you limited?
Yeah.
And you like?
No, because my foot just keeps going. Then I'm like, but the car's not going.
Oh, it does say limited 90.
Yeah.
As our teams approach the freeway, their second location is revealed with another clue.
In your vehicle, you'll find a strange device. Get it connected. A petrol head's true vice. Make your way to the airstrip. Decide who will drive. Remember to snap a picture of your battery percentage at the gate when you arrive. Hashtag electric car test.
Strange device.
Strange. I check the cabio first.
Cabio. It's a draggy. So a draggy gives you 0 to 100 times. And all that sort of thing. So we're gonna have to get aircons up and running here.
I think so now, because I've also still got my jacket on.
Yeah, no, because it's hot now.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting, like I didn't know when to ask you. I was like, this guy is one of those people that hate aircons.
No. So in Green Plus you can't.
You can't
activate
aircon in Green Plus.
Yeah.
Oh shucks. Okay, we're gonna have to sacrifice.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
some of our battery life here.
And it's still going. 243 K still to go. Didn't we start with?
We started with 240.
Exactly. We have gained distance.
Sure.
People have never been ready for us.
And we're still got 51K. It's like, where is this airstrip?
What's going on there? What's going on there as we cruise past the BMW? Oh, thank you very much.
Are they aware that we still need to come back home?
I'm sure there's going to be charging things there.
There has to be.
There has to be.
What a smooth, beautiful drive. I am proper impressed in this car.
You know you've gone far when you can buy them batata just here.
Yeah, exactly.
See, you guys are trying to slipstream the tag.
It's very easy to slipstream because the tag, very much like Jason, is very wide. It's not funny, Nicholas. Edit that part out. Edit, Nicholas, everything you just said now. I don't authorize for use beyond this point.
Our teams have arrived at their second destination. Will they figure out what the draggy unit is for?
What Pablo Escobar narcos kind of joke is this now?
Let's just keep driving around the circle until the Mini runs out of battery. Okay, we've come in a dead end. Don't follow us in here. Mini, you should come this way. Donovan, like I said, this is a dead end. Don't put your finger up at me. We did this on purpose just to reduce your battery even more. And we're going to destroy them in that whatever race is going to... If we're not racing when we're coming to a deserted place like this, then I don't know what we're doing in these cars here. Firstly, I would like to say that the Mini is losing already. Why? Because Donovan Goliath has a mtata foot and only knows how to accelerate.
No. What you guys don't understand is that this particular Mini, this is a Mini Cooper, as you all know. And Cooper in Xhosa means take out. So
Take
we
out the
misinterpreted
power.
You have been taken out of the race.
Okay, what they're trying to refer to is that we have got 59% left on this battery, a 99 kilometer range.
Thank you.
Our home is about 120 kilometers back that way. So we're trying to figure out what
He's staying here, wherever this. The last sign I saw was Bronkhorstspruit. So if anybody has friends in Bronkhorstspruit, send help. Donovan.
There's no cell phone signal in this place.
70, how much percent battery?
Now I'm going to make it back to the airport. I think from here I've got 72% battery and 221 kilometers still to go. So I'm going to go home, fetch some food for Don, and then bring it back to him.
Somebody asked me
Not
about the Jags,
interested.
78% and 322 kilometers to empty tank.
This Mini is like an iPhone.
Me being in front and you being
like an
at the back,
iPhone.
still finding
1%.
creative excuses.
We will. You know how long your iPhone lasts on 1%. That's exactly what's going to happen with the Mini.
This-
I trust it. I believe in it. It has carried us this far, and it has been
This
an
is not a
unbelievable
mini series,
drive.
Donovan. Can you finish?
That is the Mini series.
The BM's going to take
points,
it. That's all I want to
points,
say.
points. Cut, points.
Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby!
Come on, baby! Come on! Woo! Ah, no! Oh, no! Wait, I'm not ready! Wait!
Yes, baby!
I got beaten by a girl!
After some electrifying track action, our teams are amped for a recharge. Without knowing too much about how to recharge an EV, and with the rat rod in hot pursuit, let's see how they get on with their next clue.
So, Rhino Park to Menlyn, Maine. Snap a picture of your range as you depart. Did you deplete your battery, or is your driving strategy a work of art? It is time to get recharged. At the heart of Menlyn, Maine lives a versatile central space where a modern-day fill-up can take place. Jason, Donovan, Nicholas, what will the future hold? Show us your comedic skills while you fill up the tank. Is this a quick process, or like waiting for a lamb shank?
So we are now finally going to recharge. So that could either mean lunch or a plug point, or both. We never know. And if there is a lamb shank, as said in the clue, it will make me very happy, because I'm not against the lamb shank, because I like going fast, but I don't mind eating something that took a long time to cook.
Have you ever charged an electric car?
No, I have no idea how it works. I'm so keen to see it.
I don't think we did too bad. What our battery was on? 72%.
Yeah, we were on like 72%. We had 58.5%.
5%, 135 Ks.
So our Ks have dropped.
Yes,
Or
drastically.
But we should gain some more now if we drive.
With
beautifully. Are we in
yes.
sport mode still?
Pro
Let's go to
class.
Pro.
So what's your daily mileage?
I use about 20% of this car a day,
So you're using 20% a day.
which is probably about 70 k's.
So 70 Ks, 20% of 90. I'm trying to work out how long. So how long do you have to charge it on average per day?
So that's about 20 kilowatts, say. So it's 18 to 20 kilowatts.
So 2.5 hours on charge.
2.5 hours of charge, 2 to 3 hours of charge every day.
So do you then, you got a charging station at home obviously.
Yeah.
You get home, you plug your car in as a habit.
Well, for me, yes. As a habit, that's what you would do. The principles of EVs, ABCs, always be charging.
If you don't live in a house with your own roof, you can't go solar.
You can't go solar, no, but how do you charge your EV?
With ESCOM. If you don't have, with a plug, what do you mean?
Where? You go extension cord out the window in a townhouse.
That's exactly how I would picture it.
It will burn that extension cord. You can't.
No, but you
use
get no
exten-
special EV extension, don't you?
What if you're living on the 3rd floor? But there's a solution. There's
Tell
a
me.
solution. There are 300 charging stations in South Africa.
How many?
300.
In South Africa? Or in Africa?
South Africa.
Where? Oh no, lie. I saw some outside a hotel.
Yes.
I saw some outside a hotel. I saw some at, which mall was it? There were a couple of malls.
Yeah.
We have seen
at a
them.
lot of malls. There's charges.
Because they've got the disabled parking bay, then they've got the mom with children parking bay, and now next to that even they've got the EV parking bay. Yes.
Jason has just sent something.
To Donovan in the Mini, you have foolishly taken the wrong off-ramp with us, which we strategically did, knowing full well that we still have 60% battery life and 242 kilometers available to us, while you are probably on 10% already planning your demise. You need to call Desmond Dube, my friend. You need to call Desmond Dube.
Okay, so we've made it back here with 44% battery, 109 Ks. We're okay.
We didn't increase as much as we would have liked to.
Yeah, but we were really not paying too much attention to
We
that.
were not, because we knew we were coming to charge.
Yeah.
As our EV team successfully completes the fourth leg of the challenge, they arrive at Menlyn Main Central Square, eager to recharge. Will they fill up or will they fall out? Watch part 2 to find out.
So, for me, what electric vehicles are going to do is give Karens one more thing to complain about.
What?
Because no, in the old days, you know the complaints where you'd have irresponsible, disrespectful people parking in the disabled bay. Then you got the new bays for their mothers with children and groceries.
Yeah.
Then next to those, you've got the electronic.
Yes.
Now, can you imagine a Karen? Right. This Karen had load shedding last night, forgot to plug in her car. Arrives at the mall, she's got 3% battery left. Now, you, in your petrol guzzling, don't respect the environment machine, are parked in that parking. Can you imagine coming out to a 2% battery life Karen in that moment? Because you know the activation is the word, excuse me. Because as soon as you hear, excuse me, do you even know where you parked? And somebody says, no, ma'am, sorry, man, I'm just waiting for somebody. Excuse me, I think that's the funniest. That and having to turn Karen's screen brightness all the way down in the car just to maintain that extra 2% battery life.
Hilarious.
How much battery you got left?
These guys don't know that we have a trick up our sleeve, and we'll leave it at that.
Keep watching by clicking on part 2 of the city driving simulation, or have a laugh with the Goliath and Goliath gang and their views on EV charging.
And good morning. Welcome to day 2 of EMCSA 2022, proudly broadcast by Good Cars and brought to you by our presenting media sponsor, Auto Trader, as well as our supporting sponsor, Katia Motors. I'm joined this morning by Jaco Botha, who is the director of Grid Cars, as well as the CEO and co-founder of SolarF. Good morning, Jaco. How are you?
Good morning, Rob. Very well, thanks, and yourself?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for taking some time to join us this morning.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm really excited to spend some time with you today, and I think we've got a great lineup. So really looking forward to seeing what everyone's got to share.
Fantastic. And before we jump into today's lineup, I'm going to recap very quickly what happened yesterday. We had a lot of data-centric guys talking. We started off the day with Karel Snyman, who's kind of regarded as one of the founding fathers of e-mobility in the country, talking a lot of data and how just when you look at the numbers, it just makes sense. E-mobility, you look at the stats, you look at the numbers, you look at all the data that is collected. An EV car that is charged via photovoltaic cells is just the most obvious choice. And for a country like South Africa, where we have so many Sundays, it is the natural way. We have to go down that road. We then moved on to Josh Dippener, who spoke about preparing the grid for EVs. I think a very topical question. Speaking about how we have to think about, is there going to be regulation of charging times? Is there going to be incentives for people to charge at lower peak times so we don't overwhelm the grid? And I think that's a concern that everyone has. I mean, everyone we live in South Africa, we all understand the country we live in. Eskom and load shedding is a reality. And somebody like Josh, who's working with the Joburg Metro on how to prepare the grid is, very insightful that we know that our biggest metros are actually preparing for this. I think last year we sat and we spoke about it and everyone said, oh, South Africa's not ready, we're not ready for EVs, and it was all doom and gloom, and whereas now we're talking to people who are saying it is happening and the guys are ready and they are prepared. And then we ran through a number of other speakers, people talking about simulations of batteries, how that is going to help commercialization, as well as how we can use this move to EVs to protect pedestrians and how we have to be aware of pedestrians, and just a lot of interesting information. We spoke to guys from Zimbabwe, hearing about what's happening in Zim. And then we got into our closing session. Winston, your fellow director at Grid Cars, chatting to us about the good work that Grid Cars has been doing, giving us a little bit of a background, because I think people, maybe Jaco, don't understand how long Grid Cars has been doing this for. It's obviously you guys are the market leader. You've led the way. And been, Winston chatting to us about a little bit about his history, how he got into e-mobility, and then 2017 when Grid Cars was acquired by SolarF and how that allowed the exponential expansion. I don't know.
I must say it's been really actually amazing to be part of that journey with Winston and the team. I mean, they've been, as you said, been at it for actually close on over 10 years already. So really, just to have been part of that journey for the last couple of years has been absolutely fantastic. But very importantly, everything's just getting started in this space.
Sure.
We're literally at the start of the big wave coming. Almost, we're not even seeing the tsunami yet, but it's definitely on its way. What really excites me though Rob, is really the shift from where we were last year to this. It's just if you compare last year's conference to where we are now already. Yeah. Just a shift in thinking really of people saying, what is possible, big concerns of, is the grid going to be able to handle it? And I still recall last year we spoke about that the grid is actually, it was actually a way to support the grid.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden people like the COJ guys also realizing, hang on, but it is important. It's an opportunity, not a threat.
Yeah.
So really, it's good to see the growth in the market. But as I say, just getting started.
Yeah, and I think that to me, Jaco, that was the overwhelming thing yesterday, seeing that change, because last year it was like e-mobility is this like new thing. No one really knows about it. And we were chatting in some of our sessions about how people now talk about EVs around the braai. It's no longer like, your witchcraft and wizardry. Like people actually, it's a conversation now. And a lot of our speakers were talking about how this is becoming a mainstream conversation. Obviously helped along by companies like Grid Cars, but also the OEMs. I mean, in the next couple of months, we were just talking about the iX and how many BMW has moved in the first few months. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Amazing.
But you've got Audi that just launched their whole e-tron range this week. We know, other manufacturers, Mercedes are coming out. There's more BMW models coming out. There's talk of, the next generation I-Pace. We're going to be flooded with EVs in the next couple of months.
Absolutely, Rob. I think the interesting thing, and something that we're also quite excited about, is really the more affordable EVs also starting to come to market. So to be fair, the ones that's launched to date is typically seen as more of your luxury cars.
Premium segment?
Premium, absolutely.
Yep.
And it made sense for the guys to start there. But the I don't want to call it the cheaper segment, but the more affordable segment is really starting to also come through. And the volumes that we are expecting to come through is really good.
Yeah.
Again, it's exciting times on that.
Done deal. And I think that's my co-host yesterday morning, George Minnie from the CEO of Autotrader. Yeah. He was saying the same thing. He was saying from Autotrader's point of view, when they look at the search data, everyone's looking for that price bracket up to R500,000. That's the bracket where we're looking at. And I think the big question people are asking is it going to come from European brands or is it going to come from your Asian brands, your Hyundais, your Kias, your Havals? Are they going to come in with something at that price point, which is maybe only has 350 kilometers range, which would serve most people's daily purposes easily? And are we going to see that, the injection of those models, which is really going to take us to the next level? Yeah. And I think that if we get that is going to be really, really exciting.
No, indeed, Rob. Look, and perhaps just to say the 350k range EV is already phenomenal, by the way. I've personally driven down to Cape Town with the EV that's got a normal range of 150 kilos. So that's possible. It's not, if you're thinking of a vehicle that's got a 200 kilometer range, you're not limited to the city. The network is there. Chargers are out there. That's the whole point of Grid Cars. We were with that.
And I think that was interesting because Winston was talking to us about that, and a lot of questions came through. People asking, how big is the network? Yeah. Where's the network growing? I mean, if we listen to what people are saying about Audi, they're bringing their network in. By the end of this year, South Africa should have almost 500 chargers on the ground, and I mean that's a phenomenal number. There actually isn't that range anxiety or infrastructure fear. It actually shouldn't be there anymore. We should be gone.
The reality is, Rob, that range anxiety is really just a term for someone that hasn't really driven electric vehicle.
Yeah.
Range anxiety was a thing for me before I had a car. Mm-hmm. After I had a car for the first week, it was something of the past because you realize you start to get to know the vehicle, how it reacts, what you need to do if you're running short on range. Yeah. And really it's easy to run.
Fantastic. So let's look ahead to this morning. I mean, we spoke about yesterday. Let's jump into this morning's session. We're going to start off with Dr. Martin Davies. He's the automotive sector leader for Deloitte Africa. I think, the dynamics of adopting EVs in the local market, this speaks to our localization talk, phenomenally. Obviously, very, very knowledgeable guy. I think he's going to share a lot of insights with us on a lot of, important information. Looking forward to his talk. Then moving forward, my co-host from yesterday, George Minnie, is actually going to be talking, and he's talking on South Africa's digital transformation and that steepening EV adoption curve, which I think everyone's spoken about. We really need to get on this because the world is moving forward, and the longer it takes us to start adoption, the steeper that curve is going to be. And I know George is very passionate about this. It's a topic that's close to his heart. And I know he's going to be sharing some really, really insightful insights with us from Autotrader's annual EV collection survey that they do. So that's an exciting talk. Looking forward to that one. Yeah. Then we jump forward. Eugene Herbert, the CEO of Master Drive. Master Drive does driver training, and I think this is something that maybe people don't necessarily think about with EVs. I mean, you're an EV driver. I'm assuming you had to almost relearn how to drive your EV because it's a very different experience to an ICE motor.
Well, I think, Rob, really if you're coming from a handheld or stick gear motor versus an automatic car, automatic is kind of edges closer to the EV.
Yeah.
But relearn is probably a bit of an overstatement, I think. It's literally within 5 minutes. I think it's probably close on 200 people that's driven my electric vehicle. Mm-hmm. And literally I've watched them. Typically that first reaction is as they start the car and put it into gear, it's like, oh, this thing moves. It's actually on. And really the next thing, that's really the main thing just to get used to, is that regenerative braking.
Sure.
Once you get the hang of that, and literally that takes typically 5 to 10 minutes, and the guys are there.
You guys are there ready to go.
So, yeah.
Fantastic. And then we're going to jump into a talk which I think from last year's conference, this is one where we really saw, I don't know, the light was on the horizon. Mr. Gaylor Montmass-Sinclair, last year he shared with us that we could expect a paper from government, and within a few months we had the green paper. I know he's got some exciting news again. He's talking about supporting the development of the NEV industrial chain in South Africa, which is everyone's talking about. You know, how are we going to make sure that we don't get left behind? Our automotive sector, according to some stats, can contribute almost up to 12% of our GDP at the moment. We obviously can't be left behind because Europe's going to stop importing ICE motors soon. And I think that people like to know that government is aware of this. I think we, as South Africans, we sometimes have a perception that our government is taking a wait and see approach. I think someone like Gaylor can really give us an insight to say government is aware of this and government is trying their best.
Well, Rob, I think just to your earlier point of the longer we take to adopt this, the steeper that curve is going to be.
Sure.
So the sooner we can move that and really industry together with government, the sooner we can move that, the less of pain it's going to be to actually get to that point. But the fact that that hockey stick absolutely is coming.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's already going to be quite a steep curve.
Yeah, definitely. And then we jump through to Mr. Gideon Neetling, which I think is a really interesting one, because people talk about fleets and public transport as being an easy win, where we think, you could put 100 EV buses on the road because the buses drive a set route every morning, set route in the afternoon, and they are perfect candidates for electrification. Move a lot of people, is that option. And I think he's going to give us an insight into the potential as well as the challenges, because Golden Arrow has started introducing electric buses. So they're no longer talking about theory, they actually have real data.
It's actual working buses. And
100%.
We've been in them, and it was fantastic to experience that size vehicle driven by electric.
Yeah, and I think maybe he's going to share some of the learnings, because I think people look at it and say, oh, that's super easy, just get an electric bus and put it on the road and off you go.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to kind of some of his learnings. We break for lunch, and then we have Mr. Greg Blanford, who from Rubicon, and he's going to be talking to us about localization and the circular economy. And I think that's something that's also, again, ties in with Gaylor's conversation. A lot of questions, people asking us, how can South Africa benefit from this move to EVs? We all understand our country, we understand our economy. We know that employment is important. We know that we have to create jobs. And I think Greg is going to talk to us about that circular economy, how EVs leads to batteries and solar, and how we can all tie that in to create a much more, let's use government's terms, a just transition to EVs.
Yes.
So excited to see what Greg has to say. Then we move on to Dr. Philip Nanela, who is the Deputy Director for Green Industries for the DTIC. So he's coming from government, and he is going to tell us South Africa's policy responses to eco-mobility. I mean, this is what we all want to hear. What's coming?
I think that's really where, and I think there's a massive drive in the industry to work with exactly that, to hear what the DTIC has got to do with it, and really it's a partnership. And excited to see what he's got for us.
Yeah, and I spoke to him about a week ago just to get a sense of what he was talking about, and I used the phrase, I don't know if you know the Lady of Justice who balanced the scales of justice. Yeah. He's an environmentalist by passion, and he's an economist by trade. So he's actually a very interesting guy that he can balance those scales between the environment and the economy, because sometimes things that are great for the environment, and yes, we all understand it can be great for the environment, maybe isn't so good for the economy. And vice versa, things that are maybe wonderful for the economy, cheap, fossil fuels aren't so great for the environment. So I think someone like him, he comes in with that perspective of both sides, and he tries to balance the scales so that we can have this just transition. So excited to see what he has said.
Clearly, he's the right guy.
Then your co-founder and brother, dare I say, De Villiers, is going to be talking to us the transition to EV manufacturing. And again, this is where people are talking about this. How can we move South Africa forward? How do we move South Africa to be a manufacturer, either in batteries or assembling EVs? we don't want to be left behind. I mean, Australia doesn't manufacture any cars anymore. We don't want to be in that situation. Our economy can't afford it. So Davilio is going to be talking to us, can South Africa afford for this to be a distant dream? And I think we all know the answer is no, we can't afford for it.
Absolutely.
But someone with his knowledge and his industry oversight, I think, going to be an interesting talk. Hopefully leave us with some things to think about before the end of the conference.
Absolutely.
And then we wrap up with Duarte Ferreira, who is the Global Business Development Director for EFSEC. And he's talking about the EV war, which I think is a really interesting title. How people are fighting out there for EVs and the big change. It's coming. And he comes from a European perspective, maybe gives us a bit more of a global perspective. Excited to see what he has to say.
I'm sure he's going to have no references to Russia.
No, hopefully not.
Okay, I'm just checking on that.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully the term war is he's giving a bit of an overview and maybe using, I don't know.
It's a positive war.
It's a positive war. It's a positive war. So that's really exciting. And then we close the day with some questions. Hopefully we got a big announcement from EMCSA for next year. We'll be closing with that announcement and all wrapped up by 4 o'clock.
Fantastic, Rob.
Fantastic. So we're gonna go to a few words from some of our sponsors. We've got a bit of content while we get Dr. Martin Davies lined up, and we will be back shortly with Dr. Martin Davies, who is the automotive sector leader for Deloitte Africa. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Hi, sorry there. I see host disabled participant screen sharing. How can I bring up my presentation? Hi, you there? Okay, thanks. Tell me when I can do it. Second. Share screen. Okay, got it. Tell me when you can see it. Okay, 1 second. You got it? You see it? Okay, good stuff. There you go. Put it back to the beginning. Sorted. Good. No stress. I'll put the video on right now. Hang on a second. Why is this not working? Okay, stop share. 1 second. Okay, video. There we are. You got me. Distance is okay.
We're now going to demonstrate
How's that? Is that okay?
Charge using the GridCar's Charge Pocket app. First, you need to plug the plug into your car.
Cool. You can see my screen now. And you want me to finish it at 10 o'clock sharp? Is there a Q&A? Or is it just me talking?
So that you can see it due to the light. So you open the GridCar's Charge Pocket app at that point. Over there,
Sure.
this is the
Okay, no worries. It's good to go. And I'll put it onto presentation mode in a second.
You can then actually select the charge points. You can first of
Martin,
all
yeah.
the charge points that are currently active in the
Thanks.
In the country. It actually automatically picked up that I'm at the DC GridCar's charger at the GridCar's head office. And now I'm gonna just say start the charge. Off you go, and the charge is started on my car.
And we're back, and we are joined by Dr. Martin Davies, the automotive sector leader for Deloitte Africa. Dr. Davies, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Good to be joining you, and thanks for your time.
Fantastic. Doctor, your topic is, I think, very topical at the moment. A lot of people questioning and asking about the dynamics and how it's going to affect the local market of EVs. So I think myself and Jaco are going to get out the way and let you take it forward, and we'll chat to you at the end with some questions. I'm sure we're going to have quite a few questions coming from our audience, and looking forward to your insights, sir.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity. I do have load shedding or power cuts here where I am, so hopefully I get through the next 45 minutes or so. Again, maybe that's the first barrier to overcome for EVs. It's the consistency of power supply, isn't it? And we have our unique context of range anxiety or charging anxiety in South Africa or this part of the world. So building on what's been said, my job this morning is just pretty much to talk about what I think are some of the dynamics that are shaping the local market, and perhaps ones which are looking at lessons elsewhere or emerging lessons elsewhere, and ultimately what does it mean for South Africa, and how does this the shift in or potential shift in powertrain play out in the automotive industry. Just to sort of set the scene, now for some reason, it's something dramatic happened, I think, in the last 2 months in one of the world's major automotive markets, and one which particularly shapes ours, particularly from an export perspective. I'm talking about the UK here. Is in the last 2 years, for whatever reason, there's been a dramatic rise, predominance, awareness of all things tech, and that's a very, very big word. And for reasons we don't quite understand or quite fathom, is that there's been, excuse the pun, an acceleration of this shift in powertrain in the automotive industry. But something more recent happened, I think around October, November last year, which has really given significant impetus to the EV adoption, particularly in Western Europe, in the UK in particular. And it's the following. If you recall, I think it was back in November, for reasons, again, whether it was sort of post-Brexit poor planning, whether it was just, temporary supply chain issues. But if you recall the fuel crisis or the fuel supply crisis in the UK that took place, 3 odd months ago, where we saw people being unable to refuel their cars, their internal combustion engine vehicles, the queues, almost Zimbabwe style, at petrol station forecourts of people queuing on motorway services, on retail forecourts throughout the country. And there was this massive national anxiety around the supply of fuel in the UK. I think that was a pivotal moment, because what we've seen is so-called range anxiety used to be about, I'm driving an EV, where will I get it charged, and will I make my destination? There was a fundamental shift, I think, when this took place, when range anxiety shifted from focus on EVs to a focus on combustion engines. And it was a supply side issue, supply side of fuel. And because of that dramatic shift, we saw a dramatic event in Q4 last year in the UK. As a result, in December, and the figures will even be probably stronger now, as obviously orders and backlog of orders will come through, is that 26% of all new car sales in the UK in December last year were EVs, 26%. So the COVID period, for reasons we don't quite understand, was an accelerator towards this trend. But this dramatic event of fuel supply in the UK resulted in a significant, I think, a new sense of consumer awareness around what is range anxiety. And it came down to fuel supply, not charging capacity. And that reflects also what some of the sentiment that you were talking earlier around the companies like grid cars and charging infrastructure and the like. Just a small point to begin with. So how tech is changing the sector. At Deloitte, we put some thought into this, or at least we tried to, around this digital disruption map. And this, looking back with hindsight, if we can do that the last 2 years. And the shift towards so-called digitization, call it tech adoption, call it convergence of technologies, call it automation. That's what I mean by digitization. Has impacted some industries certainly more than others. The least impacted industry is government, and we kind of all feel that, don't we? How have our or the state's delivery of not the US, but the state as a concept, the government's delivery of public goods and services improved or not in the last 2 years? Probably minimal to probably in reverse gear. However, we've seen in terms of retail, we all know, my wife literally has every day I'm just expecting a doorbell to ring from another courier company delivering something that the wife has ordered on, I don't know, take a lot. So the retail sector typically is sort of been massively impacted around the digital technology. FMCG as well, financial services, of course, but auto is right up there. And this is something which we're trying to figure out, both from a manufacturing perspective, from a consumer perspective, even from a retail perspective. How autos, I think you may be talking about this, how are autos, how is consumer interacting with what is a traditional piece of hardware to now software as a service into those vehicles, and how, the whole thing of tech is impacting the automotive industry. But in this context is around powertrain, and that's what I want to focus on. And one last picture, if I may. So a nice quote from Bill Gates is, I think it's quite relevant now. Most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year, and underestimate what they can do in 10. And what I mean by this was a picture I was able to get off the internet, literally about a decade apart. This was New York City in 1900, 122 years ago, thereabouts, almost to the month. And if you look carefully, everyone is traveling around the city in horse-drawn carts. And I think there's one internal combustion engine vehicle down there amongst all the horses and the carts. A very short, relatively speaking, decade or so later, spot the horse and cart. Same spot, pretty much, on the streets of Manhattan in New York City. You see one horse and cart, and the rest are internal combustion engines. That was 120 odd years ago, just over a century. I think not in South Africa, more on this later, but we've passed the pivotal point, the inflection point, the turning point, whatever phrase you'd like to use, around this shift in powertrain and how dramatic an impact this will have on certain economies globally. Economies that are far more highly regulated. Consumers are more aware. Consumers, where there's a sense of greater environmental consciousness in society, where countries are able to subsidize and have the fiscal headspace to support a new industry effectively emerging, in countries that are more agile and from a policy perspective, and abilities to implement policies very rapidly despite their small size and relatively small market for new tech, likes of the UAE, South Korea, Singapore, Norway, Scandinavian countries, amongst others. There'll be first movers, and of course there will be late adopters or partial adopters. And South Africa certainly will fall into the latter category. And that's what I want to talk about. So, again, a risk of repetition, apologies if you've heard this before, I'm sure you have in the course of yesterday, but just some sort of stats to support the trend. I spent a lot of my my formative years in China. I studied in China, worked a lot in China. And China today is the world's largest EV market by volume. I think it's roughly about 1.2 million electric vehicles per year being sold in the market. And of course, China's ability to the Chinese state's ability to disrupt itself and adopt tech by disrupting or attacking vested interests in other transportation modes is quite unique in China. At the same time, there's significantly less of a legacy around some sort of emotional attachment to an internal combustion engine. Think V8 engines or flat sixes if you're of the Porsche variety. There's a far, China's a country where the speed of development and wealth accumulation has been so rapid that literally it's unprecedented, where you have literally, I've seen it, 3 generations of people learning to drive at the same time. That is what's happened in China, because the wealth accumulation has been so rapid, people before could not afford a car. So you literally see older people. You go to Chinese driving schools. When I was there, this goes back even 15, 20 years, and you see 60-year-olds with 18-year-olds learning to drive together because now they can all afford a car. And also, China's adoption of EV has been inextricably linked to its environmental policies and its urban strategies, so-called smart city strategies, and is really, really way ahead of the curve when compared to almost all competitor or aspirant automotive industries globally. And something else, which is the real driver, and this I think is very important, the real driver of Chinese competitiveness in the, not so much enabler, but driver. Enablers of what I just said, and also obviously mass market, sizable market, significant number of consumers, wealthy consumers who can afford vehicles. But the ultimate driver is as follows. The first Western multinational JV in China, automotive OEM, was VW. It goes back to 1983 and set up 2 JVs in Shanghai with the Shanghai municipal government. And despite literally every BMW brilliance, Beijing municipal government with Hyundai, you see all the JVs that have been forged, using the neutral word, by the Chinese government. Despite these JVs, the Chinese automotive players have not become as competitive as Western multinational companies, OEMs. Think the likes of Mercedes-Benz, Ford, VW in particular, and all the others. Why? Because of powertrain technology, arguably, I would argue. And the Chinese state sees this as has seen this as a long-range major opportunity as a power shift takes place to really finally be able to compete and beat the traditional OEMs at their own game of making automotives, because the competitive advantage resided in the powertrain, not in the rest of the car. And this is a real point of strategic opportunity as the Chinese state and automotive industry sees it to gain #1 spot. They've realized they could not do like the Koreans, the likes of Hyundai, Kia in particular, and compete with the best with equal powertrains on the same technology platform. So the Chinese seek to use EV to effectively EV powertrain to ultimately succeed in the automotive industry, not just in China, but globally. That's the thinking, and that's the strategic play. So on the, on the EV, sorry, I have slides, but we don't really need them. But I'll just talk to some issues. What I think will happen, and you mentioned bus companies and industries, is we have to segment this. I'm relatively pessimistic, negative on the adoption of EVs for passenger sedans in South Africa for a number of reasons. I'm very optimistic around the adoption of EVs for light commercial vehicles, and particularly in the courier space. So EVs will be led in South Africa by the likes of the, multinational courier companies and the large listed logistics companies. Not so much in terms of long range, but intra-city, companies like DHL, UPS, the FedExes of this world, but Imperial Logistics, these sort of companies will move very fast, and we will have a intra-urban logistics sector with light commercial delivery vehicles, fully EV, I think, before any other segment. Long distance trucks, no. Again, charging infrastructure, technology, weight issues, state of roads, probably not. Buses, possible. Private, yes. Great potential, but it may be challenging from a state perspective to be able, from a government's perspective, to manage this. Private sector, yes. Government, probably less so. And more on that sort of shortly. But as I said earlier, just on the right-hand side chart, just getting relevant, is that the dramatic increase, of course, has this been regulatory-driven or consumer-driven? Initially, it's been regulatory-driven. Now it's increasingly consumer-supported and consumer-driven as well. Consumers want EVs for many reasons already outlined. But the regulatory impetus to drive the adoption of EVs for consumers is essential to start the trend. Otherwise, it is not going to happen. You mentioned the comments from the DTIC. How will regulation drive EV adoption from a passenger sedan perspective? Will it be punitive, carbon tax? Maybe it's already happening, not so much overtly, but by stealth. And what's happened this week in petrol price increases is one thing. Would it happen, through incentive? Probably not. We haven't got the fiscal means to incentivize consumers. Quite the opposite. There's punitive taxes on EVs imported in South Africa, not incentive taxes. So again, these are a fact. Plus, not to mention, which I'm sure has been discussed in great detail, cost of entry into the EV market. EVs are very expensive cars currently. If that price point will drop, of course, particularly as more competition comes in the sector, as the Western multinational OEMs start to produce cars that are less profitable and more mass market. The first models are always going to be more expensive, hence the Porsche Taycan stereotypically, or the Audi GT series. These are very expensive vehicles. Ultimately, it will start to filter down to smaller type passenger sedans and cheaper. But most importantly is as particularly Chinese brands, the likes of BYD, amongst others, who will think about entering markets like South Africa and offering consumers vehicles that are actually affordable rather than merely aspirational. So, sharp increase in EV sales in Europe, of course. The US will be a laggard. The United States is an odd one because we see it, there's exceptions, of course. You've got the two slithers of the United States, sort of California and East Coast, and Middle America. So California will be very progressive, of course, but arguably the rest of the country will not. And again, the US will definitely be a very big laggard for an array of reasons. China, I've already mentioned, has been driving this from a regulatory perspective. But that shift in Europe over the course of the last, these are slightly dated figures, the shift in Europe in the last year or two has undoubtedly been dramatic. And again, this is assisted by a very strong countering climate change agenda, which of course, removing at the very least curbside emissions and letting consumers feel a bit better about themselves. But again, it always talks to the whole, supply of energy generation, and not to mention the dramatic events that are unfolding in Ukraine and Russia in the course of the last literally week, how the world has changed, and how this will dramatically result, without a shift in government in Moscow in the near future, dramatically result in a impetus to drive renewable energy and less oil and gas dependence in Western Europe. And this will have quite profound implications, I think, into how energy is ultimately sourced or generated, sourced, and and fed into the European grid. Again, large Asian markets, registrations, again, China aside here, but Japan has been banking on other technologies, hydrogen is a possible option. So Japan surprisingly laggard, but as the OEMs, I think, are starting to shift, Toyotas and Nissans and the like, starting to shift towards more an EV inclination rather than toying with other possibly better, but albeit still very expensive technologies at the present time. And Japan, I think, cannot be a standalone here. The domestic market is simply not big enough to have a different technology standard to what is taking place in other markets, particularly in Western Europe and the US. Again, from a Scandinavian perspective, again, this is subsidized highly subsidized by the state, very small populations, strong climate change agenda, and significant fiscal headspace provided by very well-managed sovereign wealth funds, which are ultimately financed or have been financed by oil and gas exports. So the Scandinavians, from a percentage-wise of sales, are clearly leading the pack. Just a point, there was an article, this is very, very important, I think. There was an article in the Financial Times, I think it was last year, I think it was called The Brutal Math of Electric Vehicles. And what you find in countries like the UK is that, and they haven't really thought this through, but we'll have to face it right now, particularly in light of high debt levels post-COVID stimulus that these economies have received, the whole furlough schemes and subsidization and the like, is that what you've seen is that as these cars, these new EVs are being subsidized, the cost of ownership and running these cars is somewhat less, not terribly much, but somewhat less than fueling it, especially in light of high fuel prices and at significant inflation on the fuel side in recent times, and petrol in particular. Diesel will disappear from passenger sedans almost exceedingly quickly, and buying a diesel vehicle now new, your residual value will be basically extremely low, if anything. But the brutal math is as follows: is because of the subsidies and the loss of, very important, loss of fuel tax that the vehicle is no longer using, it's been calculated in the UK that for every 1 million EVs on average across the price points sold, the UK Treasury is losing something like £4 billion of revenue. So I'll say that again: 1 million cars sold, revenue loss £4 billion. Rhetorical question: if by some miracle South African consumers start to purchase EVs en masse, the impact it would have on a treasury would be dramatic, to say the least. And this is what I think the article was referring to when I talk about the brutal math of EVs, because that loss of revenue to the national treasury through fuel tax will be dire. So how do you price in a developed West European market? How do you price, and how does the state gain tax from EVs? Is it, tax? Is it a they've yet to figure this out. On the electrification side, do you price energy supply accordingly beyond what it currently is? Do you price per mile or per kilometer driven, pay per use? Okay, maybe. How do EVs continue to get, avoiding the congestion charge in London or wherever it may be? How do you start to think about, how does the state think about creating new, innovative, sustainable revenue streams in an EV dominant market? That's the real question here, and something which no Western European government has really thought through. But this is the next big thing, is from Treasury's perspective, how do we think about this? So the Chinese market I've mentioned is the dominance and the range of EVs, particularly in China. And again, this talks to Chinese, predominance of Chinese EV companies, ones we've never heard of yet, We know the BYDs, we know the Neos, many others, but there's many other Chinese brands which will go global in the coming years. And these are the companies, I think, which could be the major beneficiaries from the EV shift, particularly new markets that are starting to adopt EVs quite quickly. I'm going to fly through some of this. It's maybe not relevant. Electric heavy-duty vehicles. Sorry, no, time's a little bit tight, so I'll cut this short. But as I mentioned, light commercial vehicles will lead the pack, undoubtedly. Intra-urban, not long haul, but intra-urban. And you can see the others. We fall into the other category here. So we're pretty much nowhere in terms of the commercial vehicle electric sort of space. China dominates companies like I mentioned, BYD. Warren Buffett invested initially. Yutong, Zhengzhou Yutong, another company in the bus space, which is very dominant in the Chinese case. Barriers to EV adoption. Again, this is a public charging network. You can just see how the Koreans, I used to live in Korea for 2.5 years or so, and the Koreans are always ahead. It's amazing of how dramatically there's no country that so rapidly embraces tech than Korea, and how it's from a consumer perspective, it's just constant. There's no such thing as vested interest and protection of vested interest in industries or state protection, whatever it may be. Technology disrupts everything. And that's what, again, is proving the case in the context of Korea. Vehicle electrification. So every year we at Deloitte do a very big global consumer study across 25 countries. We survey roughly 1,000 people or so in each country. And I've just extracted the results. This came out about a month and a half ago. So it's very, very up to date. And we pose questions across to 1,000 people in South Africa about what they think and what are their consumer taste, trends, or thoughts are currently. And these are the results I just like to share with you. So type of engine, next vehicle, 84% of South Africans want to buy a petrol car or a diesel vehicle. Now, if you were European sitting in wherever you are in Western Europe and you saw these figures, you'd be kind of horrified from a climatic perspective. But this is the significant focus that South Africans have on ICE vehicle powered ICE powered vehicles, not EVs. EVs are great. I mean, I've driven a few now. I'd like to drive more, and I was converted, and I was quite surprised, pleasantly. What an experience. The instant torque, and also the serenity of when one drives, the quietness, it's really quite amazing. It's I'm quite a convert. But again, there's the ESCOM factor, and I'm experiencing it this morning. Lack of charging infrastructure, key concern to SA consumers. As mentioned, you'll be talking about this, I think, ad nauseum, it's where can we charge? And not unique to South Africa, but prevalent in South Africa. If I plug my car in, charging it wherever it may be, when I come back, will my cable still be there? That's another issue. And crime tragically impacts, disrupts, influences every single business model in this entire country, without doubt. So this is something which we really need to think about when looking at EV adoption, how we charge our vehicles, publicly going forward. Premiums for EV is acceptable. So what will South Africans pay for an EV? If your Audi entry price, I think I read, was 1.7 million rand, I think that's a bit excessive for I know it's excessive for your average consumer. Your average new car price in South Africa now, I think, is roughly around 360 odd, 370,000 rand possibly for an average new car price. Whereas your entry level EV, it's probably a Mini, is probably coming in around 600 possibly, I guess, with some options, not too far off. I may be wrong, but not by much. So that's a chunk of change. It comes down to affordability. So even if we have the environmental consciousness, desire to drive EVs, if the range is not affordable, if the vehicles are not there, then all of this is moot. Is it not? It's moot. Affordability here is crucial, especially when you have a middle class that's under significant financial pressures as it is currently. I think that's something we should not lose sight of. The draw for EVs on a consumer perception, and I'll make a provocative statement here. South African automotive consumers are not uniform. I think I would argue, and I'm sort of grown up in Johannesburg, I don't think people in Johannesburg have much of an environmental consciousness, arguably, compared to drivers or consumers in Cape Town. I think there's a far more environmental consciousness in Cape Town, for whatever reason, compared to here in Gauteng. Does the state have to price carbon? Can it price carbon more? Last week, Enoch Gondwan didn't seem to be keen on pricing carbon, raising taxes once again. And, how do we drive an environmental consciousness, especially when some of the vehicles you see on our roads should not even be on the roads? And the police, the Metro Police, whoever it may be, do nothing to address this tragic fact. The impact of rising electricity prices, of course, is a major issue. Again, 9% increase. So, yes, it may be cheaper to drive an EV, but again, significant, inflation on electricity prices as well, plus continuity of supply is another factor. And this is all very sort of non-tariff barriers to entry. And to conclude, home charging will be the norm. Yes, of course. And I'm not an electrical engineer, but what about the grid? I'm guessing that most people will probably charge their car at home in the absence of public infrastructure or secure public infrastructure, coming home 6 o'clock, wherever it may be, and plugging the vehicle in. What impact will that have on the grid? Can the grid stand this? I'd like to know from the Eskom perspective is what is necessary for the grid to be able to support large number of EVs all being charged at the same time effectively, and how will that be be balanced? And to conclude the last slide, of course, they have a positive impact. When we're not talking about we could, I guess, the longer, deeper perspective or story of value chain of the critical minerals of lithium, cobalt, copper, the PGMs, etc., that go into EVs, and how those are mined, and the transportation and the vehicle cost, etc. But at the moment, this is about a power shift. It's about removing curbside emissions and ultimately providing products that are both regulatory and consumer driven ultimately. South Africa will be a laggard, as many other countries are, for all the reasons I've outlined from a passenger sedan perspective. But ultimately, we haven't also spoken about Africa and how all these surplus, obsolete tech vehicles, particularly in diesel and petrol globally, will increasingly find a way into markets rather than being scrapped, and African markets in particular. And this is a significant force for deindustrialization and increased urban pollution in our continent if this tech shift is not recognized and both understood and pragmatically addressed by the state and pragmatically addressed by consumers in our respective markets. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it, and happy to take any comments, questions, or arguments. We have about 7 minutes. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Well, Dr. Davies, I think a lot of very poignant questions raised there, and a lot of points. And my co-host Yaku, he's got a couple of questions for you. I've got one quick question one of our audience members have put through, and I'm going to just remind the audience, if they would like to comment on Dr. Davies' presentation, drop it in the Q&A, and we'll try and ask you. So I have a question here this morning. Somebody asking very quickly, what is Deloitte's forecast for EVs in South Africa? And I'm going to assume maybe short, medium, and long-term future. If you can give us just a very quick, I know maybe that's a broad answer, but maybe if you can give us a quick overview of what is Deloitte's forecast for EVs in South Africa in the short, medium, and long term.
We haven't done any quantitative forecasting in terms of numbers. Prediction like we're going to have 5% or 20% or whatever it may be. We have not done that sort of work. I think just rewinding perhaps to my less quantitative but more sort of high level qualitative thoughts around sort of we'll see it rapidly emerge in light commercial courier type vehicles, light commercial intra-urban, very rapid, passenger sedans, I feel, will be lagging the sort of adoption curve compared to more progressive developed markets. I think you'll start to see on the passenger sedans, let me break it down slightly, I think you'll start to see adoption at the very top end of the market, very top, driving premium luxury brands. That'll happen. Some of the brands I've mentioned, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Porsche, increasingly as the models come through. The numbers are small, relatively speaking, very small, but you'll see it in the premium luxury. But the bulk of passenger sedans will remain internal combustion engines for better for worse.
Fantastic,
For
Doctor.
a good while.
I know my co-host Jaco's got a couple of questions for you.
Awesome. Dr. Davies, first of all, thank you. As always, I really enjoy your insights that you share. Perhaps the first question that I've got is the study that you did on really what is causing the lack of adoption in SA. Infrastructure being by far and most the biggest reason for people not going that route. Now, one of our speakers yesterday mentioned, and I think he said we were number 4, but let's at least say South Africa is in the top 5 of top countries in the world that has got the most charges per electric vehicle available, most public charges per electric vehicle available. So certainly it's an unfounded concern by the public. What is your view on that, first of all, and secondly, what's the best way to change that perception?
I don't know. I saw that figure, and I hear you, but where are these charges? We all drive around a lot, and obviously I haven't seen one street side, curbside, anywhere. I see we have them at our office, which is great, okay? But it was a brand new office in Waterfall. We've been able to build that. In newer buildings at a corporate level, yes, these are being built in or retrofitted, installed. But publicly, I'm not seeing it. Maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but unless I'm missing something. But if I'm not actively looking, perhaps, and I know, of course, about the long distance ones on the N1 or the N3, whatever it may be, down to Durban or Cape Town, and that's helpful, extremely. But I'm skeptical because I'm just not seeing them. I was in Cape Town in December. On the streets of Cape Town CBD, are there any charging facilities? I'm not seeing them. Is it just me who thinks that, or am I missing something?
I guess, Doctor, the answer probably lies in kind of exactly what you mentioned, the tech. I think interestingly enough, all these charges are actually publicly listed. So when driving an electric vehicle, actually on the mapping system of these cars, you actually find them. And I was doing just to check the other day for my own interest as I was driving N1 Johannesburg. And
yes.
just out of interest to see how many charges were around me. Yes, of course, the very vocal ones are along the main routes, making it possible to drive, as I'm sure a couple of the speakers have mentioned already. But I thought to myself, okay, if I need to charge now, what is available? And I did a quick check, and around me, within a radius of about 10 kilometers, there are about 7 charges. But it's about using the tech, using the mapping system. It's not necessarily something that you'll see like a fuel station as you drive, because it's typically much smaller. Typically, these stations are located within shopping centers, those type of convenience. So it really is a change on perception, change on when you would be using these charges.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I guess it's the answer, maybe, if I may, then possibly lies in advancing in the tech side and getting the public more on board with what is available in the tech.
Good point.
Fantastic. And Dr. Davies, another question I've received is on that slide that you showed, which I think is the most important, maybe the most topical slide, was your barriers to EV adoption. Is only 10% of South Africans feeling that cost is a barrier to adoption, where what we're hearing through a lot of speakers is that they're feeling that when we hit that price point of 500,000 is that's when we're going to see a rapid adoption of EVs, because at the moment we're dealing with luxury sedans. So a little bit of a conflicting statement saying only 10% are worried about the cost from your guys' side. Can you maybe just shed a bit more light? Is it how do we go about that? Because I've got
point.
questions here. Yeah.
Maybe South Africans, maybe 3 points. First, we spend way above our means.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's not about affordability, it's about a propensity to spend. And that's a subtle but important difference. And thirdly, I think interestingly, you'll see a trend emerging where the headline cost of a vehicle becomes irrelevant. It's more about the monthly servicing cost of the debt. So you've even seen in some markets now people saying, well, we're going to literally not going to publicize the cost of the vehicle, the headline cost, whether it's 500,000 Rand or 50,000 pound or 100,000 pound, whatever it may be. It's all about the financing. What's your monthly cost? That's what you need to know. We're not going to tell you, we will literally not tell you what the price of a vehicle is. So maybe that's a strategy to say from a retail perspective, okay, forget about the headline cost. You're not paying, because it's a big psychological hurdle to overcome if you think you've got to pay, I don't know, 1.5 million Rand for a new electric vehicle. So rather they say, well, we're not going to tell you what the cost is, but for the next 2 years or 4 years or 5 years, you're paying X amount per month. And then that'll negate the reality of high cost, but it's about the monthly serviceability of the debt, that relatively low figure that consumers will look at, particularly South African consumers, and not the headline cost. I think that's what's going to happen in the EV sector. That's a bit of a medium-term projection.
Thank you. Dr. Davies, I think Yaku's got one more question, and I know you're a very busy man, so we're going to let you go. Yaku, fire away.
So, Dr. Davies, just I think interesting scenario. Earlier in your presentation, you quickly referred to a Zimbabwean scenario. Now, interesting what we've noted actually specifically in Zimbabwe, mainly driven due to massive fuel shortages. I recall when I was there a couple of years ago, I couldn't find fuel at all. So that really is range anxiety, as you call it. Now, what we are seeing, however, in the Zimbabwean context and starting to see that in South African context is what is always available there, and that is solar. So if we're talking solar charging of electric vehicles, all of a sudden it changes that perspective. So there's been a big adoption, and the biggest relative big adoption in Zimbabwe of electric vehicles purely due to that availability of power, due to it being available from the sun. We know there's power issues there as well. How do you think that would influence, and if we're talking, all the challenges we might be facing in the form of load shedding, in the form of possible fuel shortages in time, no reference to any wars happening at this stage, but how would that possibly also influence as we refer to the hockey stick, quicker adoption of EVs in South Africa, in your view?
Very interesting point. I think it's, we have that not unique, but definitely predominant sort of resource that is sunlight down here in this part of the world compared to our European friends. I think a lot of this is going to come about liberalization of energy policy in each particular country. That'll be ideal. It comes to, the greatest opportunity in Africa is in countries like ours in Africa, amongst others, is the private provision of public goods and services, because the state simply cannot do so. And one of the basic fundamentals of public goods and services, infrastructure, of which energy. So providing the state can liberalize, the technology is there, and it'll come very quickly if it's not. Providing the state can liberalize, allow people to do what they want to do around their own energy generation and provision and possible sale, then the sooner the solutions will be found. Because if you're relying on a government ministry for wherever you may be, for solutions around new tech, no, you're going to have a long wait, unless you're living in Singapore or Korea, or maybe China.
Fantastic.
So watch your space, energy liberalization, privatization, that's what it's about.
Thank you, Dr. Davies.
Fantastic. Dr. Davies, thank you very much for your time, sir, and for joining us this Wednesday morning. Yeah, Wednesday morning.
It's Wednesday today.
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Thank you, gentlemen, for the opportunity. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank
Fantastic.
you, Doctor.
So Jaco, I think some interesting insights there, and as you mentioned, maybe the biggest barrier is just actually education. Public just need to know that there is enough chargers out there, and making people aware. And I think all these things tie in together, and I think that those stats that he shared actually shows how much the pictures moved from last year. Because last year the biggest barrier to entry, which we were shared with, was lack of models.
Yeah.
That's not even featuring on his list. It's low in the low percentages. Now it's, I'm going to buy, can I charge? Which I think shows that people are starting to make that purchasing decision in their head, because those top barriers were associated with making a purchase now.
Absolutely, Rob. But I think it's also that whole process of the more people know that, and we're talking about the Brightside chat.
Yeah.
You know, the more people start talking about that at the Brightside, you know what, actually I saw a charge, or you know what, actually I drove down personally to Durban from Johannesburg the other day. All of that is going to start changing that perception in time.
Fantastic. So we're going to jump straight into our next speaker. I think he's online. He's with us. My co-host from yesterday, Mr. George Minnie, who's the CEO of Autotrader, and he's going to be talking to us about South Africa's digital transformation risk and that steepening hockey curve that we've been talking about. George, are you with us, sir? Sorry, George, are you with us, sir? Fantastic. George Minnie, how are you doing this morning?
Not in person, obviously, but nice to see you again, and really nice to be here.
Fantastic. George, we're right on time with the start of your presentation, so we're going to let you take it away. And let's talk about that steepening EV adoption curve.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. So hello everyone, and thank you for being here. And it was really nice to see you yesterday. I hope everybody's having a good time. I really enjoyed yesterday's content as well as this morning so far. And today, what I'm going to try and do is provoke some thought starters in terms of the future of EVs in South Africa based on the data that we see. And the title of my topic today is South Africa's digital transformation risk, a steepening EV adoption curve. And there's effectively two core parts here, two separate topics, but they are effectively intertwined into one. And the stark truth, though, is that if us as a South African automotive industry, government, OEMs, importers, suppliers, logistics, retail, aftermarket, marketplaces like Autotrader, if we don't get this puzzle right, we risk losing one of South Africa's biggest GDP contributors. We risk losing jobs, we risk losing livelihoods, and I would argue that that GDP is actually bigger than the 7% that keeps getting quoted, because that 7% is really only based on new car. There is a whole plethora of services and products that get sold outside of just new cars. So I would say the automotive industry in South Africa contributes a whole lot more than just 7%. So what we don't want is to be turned into a net importer of EVs with no assembly, no manufacture. Some things are within our control, and some things are imposed on us. If we don't adapt and embrace those, we will not have a competitive edge. And we all know what happens if we choose not to adapt. We become what Australia became. Australia became an importer of vehicles, not a manufacturer. They no longer assemble vehicles. And the other risk is if we don't change, we will be saddled with old technologies in building ICE vehicles for potentially South Africa's demand, which is only about 40% of the stuff that we actually produce, and for the rest of Africa. We might be saddled with old technologies. And there is some truth in that if you look just across the pond at Brazil. Brazil made the VW Combi for way longer than anybody else in the world. So while South Africa has enjoyed strong growth in the auto industry for decades, largely due to exports, we risk losing a significant portion of this. Over 60% of our vehicle production in South Africa is exported. If we don't move quickly, to satisfy EU demands, we stand to lose 60% of these exports, or should I say 60% of our manufacture, which is exports. Charging infrastructure and development and progression has been slow. Let's not kid ourselves. Yes, there are 300 chargers, but it's still been slow, specifically around the charging rates. So the charging points might be high, and we might have a higher concentration of charge points versus the number of EVs on the road, but charging rates are low. And I charge my EV at a charger. The fastest charger today is at 80 kilowatt hours, and I think there's only one of them. OEM manufacturers and technicians are not yet fully trained and equipped to build and support EVs in South Africa. Our economy is still under significant pressure with increasing risk because of these aliens that have landed in the form of COVID. And to add to this, there is significant top-down pressure from the European deadlines, which are not shifting. The lack of understanding of the true reality of living with an EV is something consumers also don't understand. A massive consumer education gap, and the current EV supply is very limited with exclusivity around the high price point. So I think we can get there. As a collective, we have a mammoth task on our hands, and I hope I've painted that picture. But the nice thing is we are South African. We overcome challenges, and there is a way. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Meany. I was born in the mother city of Cape Town. I'm a techie at heart. I am an early adopter. I love trying new things and like to operate at the bleeding edge of technology. Sometimes this costs a little bit more on average because one tends to spend money on things that don't work out, but the benefit is you learn. I did computer courses while at the university studying other stuff. I took my mother's only computer in our household apart several times a week just to see how it worked. The early adopter fire in me also makes me passionately follow other trailblazers. I am inspired by people and companies who are changing the game, and I make sure that I rub shoulders with industry leaders and the world's best at what they do. As an example, Chip Perry, which is to the right of your screen, who is not only a person who established Autotrader.com, the digital business, he was also CEO of one of its biggest rivals after he left Autotrader.com. He is also one of my mentors, and it's the very drive in me, and most importantly, being surrounded by the real heroes of Autotrader, its people. And that has caused this household brand name to go from this, a print company that produced a physical product, a company whose print and distribution volumes and deadlines were unmatched and very, very hard to copy, to this, an online, two-sided vehicle marketplace servicing buyers and sellers of vehicles. And we're delivering on our mission to create a trusted, safe, and transparent vehicle marketplace that empowers, enables, and improves the lives of those we connect in South Africa. Autotrader South Africa is South Africa's most successful digital motoring marketplace. We, on average, experience 20 consumer searches per second every single day, 365 days a year. Just think about that for a second. 20 searches per second. In other words, we've already walked our own digital transformation journey. And from this particular chart, now being in orders of magnitude bigger than we ever were as a print analog business, turning our audience into 100% digital revenue for the business from online sources. But we're all now in the same boat, and we all face the same future, where this innovation curve that we all know so well is being compressed by so many variables. One of the biggest advantages of online technology businesses is the ability to be transparent, like Autotrader, and to see the behavior of the consumer. And we can tell in real time, anonymously of course, what the users on our platform are actually doing. What we didn't expect, however, was how quickly South Africans adapt their shopping behavior based on external factors. Recent examples showed us this. Hard lockdown as well as the national unrest that we faced about a year ago. or towards the middle of last year. The time of day, popular search price bands, body types, and many regular other search behaviors that consumers were going through changed within days. So you might ask, well, why is this important? We're talking about EVs today. My point is that if you don't keep your eye on the modern consumer with quality data that's not only structured and properly collected, but also being able to be analyzed, make it easy for your user and the consumer to navigate the world, you stand to risk losing your business, your industry. An example of what I mean is in 2019, we introduced the South Africa's first Google-style text-based search on Auto Trader. In other words, users simply have to type in the beginning of a make, model, and variant into the search box on Auto Trader, and the system will build them a list. Our closest competitor does not offer this feature. At first, the take was a little bit slow, and early adopters often think that their investment isn't worth the time. I spoke about early adopters a little earlier. But right now, this feature is rapidly growing in popularity. On some level, we are seeing a 2.5 times order of magnitude of people using this particular feature. So businesses need to invest in their digital futures if they stand a chance, and this is to the country as well, of remaining relevant to an ever-changing consumer. And earlier I compared a print world to a digital world. We, as a business, are now in a good place to take the next step. So let's move on to the next part of my topic, which is a passion of mine, and that is EVs. As of right now, we only have 7 EVs for sale in South Africa. The Porsche Taycan, the Jaguar I-Pace, which I drive, the BMW i3, the BMW iX, the Mini SE, Volvo XC40 P8 Recharge, and the Audi e-tron. However, the elephant in the room is that all of these vehicles are at a price point that is outside of what consumers want. They're in the luxury category in terms of price point. And we know that one of the best ways to create South Africa is to have consumers actually experience an EV. This is not going to happen with an EV over 500,000 Rand. But price is not the only barrier. Over the past 2 years, the general attitude of the industry, particularly at retail level, has been slightly anti-EVs. I've heard car dealers say South Africans aren't interested in EVs based on the consumers coming onto their showroom floors. Or what about Eskom? This won't work over here. I've heard all of it. So businesses and business owners have been slightly anti-EVs because of things like power woes, and South Africans aren't interested in EVs. So we need to work hard as a collective to change this perception, something that this very conference is doing, and I'm excited about that. So why? Why should we change this perception? It's because don't for 1 second believe that the average consumer is not interested in EVs. They are. There are over 540,000 searches for EVs in 2021 alone, which is still relatively small compared to the entire Auto Trader platform, but it is the fastest growing segment on our platform. It is it's growing at over 5 times faster than any other vehicle category on Auto Trader in terms of search. So you might think this is driven by supply. And I heard a supply being spoken about a little bit earlier on before my session. It's not as a result of the lack of supply or as a result of supply. And the reason I say this is because in the data on Auto Trader, we see that people are searching for EVs that do not exist. An example of this is an electric Toyota Hilux. An electric Toyota Hilux does not exist. So this is encouraging, but more encouraging than this is, more encouraging than searches, however, is EV advert views. Now, if you go from searches to advert views, this is actually somebody viewing a car. We have had growth in the order of magnitude of about 3 times over the last year. 3 times versus the overall website. And in 2020, there were only 92 new EVs sold in South Africa. And in 2021, a whopping 218 new EVs sold. Who knows what's going to happen in 2022? That's a 2.5 times multiple from one year to the next. If we continue those kinds of multiples, this market is set to grow very fast. And a growing new EV market also leads to a growing used EV market. And it's very obvious to see why the BMW i3 on Auto Trader's platform is the most inquired on EV. And the one that, because it's the one that gets closest to that magical price point now as a second-hand vehicle at 500,000 Rand. So in terms of when consumers are likely to buy an EV, based on the research that we've done, the data from the 2021 EV buyer survey shows that 70% of car buyers said that they were likely or very likely to consider purchasing an electric vehicle in the future. So that's 70%. It's only 2% up from 68% from the previous year's research, but it's still a big number. That is almost 2/3 of consumers researched. And remember, we researched almost 3,000 consumers, which is a very, very representative sample set, and people that are in the market to buy a car right now. So while we can see consumers want EVs, have we done our homework to really understand what it takes to own an EV? Or are we all guessing based on confirmation bias and theory and armchair experts, people that actually have not experienced an EV? People that come from a theoretical perspective with me carry less water than people that come from an actual practical viewpoint. What are the challenges the regular consumer could potentially face when the opportunity arises to actually buy an EV? And to help answer this question, I decided to take the personal plunge. Because I said I'm an early adopter, and I bought my first ever EV, the Jaguar I-Pace. I love this car, the best car I've ever owned. I made the purchase intentionally, as I wanted real-life experience of EV ownership, not just the theory from couch experts. Some challenges do exist, I can tell you, after owning this EV for about 3/4 of a year. But my EV experience has been mostly positive. The first of my experiences relates to the naysayers or armchair experts, given our country's power woes. That one cannot run an EV in South Africa, or we can't reach mass adoption. I can stand here and categorically say to you today that that's not true. Eskom is not a major barrier when it comes to owning and living with an EV. There are many examples I can draw on, too many to probably mention here. And we've gone through analysis by paralysis in terms of the data over the last 2 days. But engage with me on social media and I'll unpack them for you. And you'll see a bunch of QR codes in the slides that are coming up. Scan those QR codes and then you can follow my EV journey. We've heard over and over and over again at this conference particularly that everyday running costs of EVs are very low. I can attest to that. That's a fact. Even using grid power and not solar, EV running costs are much smaller than fuel prices. Not only fuel prices, because everybody seems to focus on fuel prices. EVs have approximately 200 moving parts versus an ICE vehicle's 2,000 to 3,000 moving parts. So the cost of actually servicing and maintaining EVs comes down. We just haven't seen those things yet because EVs haven't been in the market very long. And then say what you like. We need Eskom. We need the support of Eskom. Why? Because the payback of setting up renewable energy at home is more expensive than the price of batteries or should I say the barriers to an EV. That is an image of my home's roof. That was my solar panels before I bought my EV, and I've doubled the number of solar panels on my roof since buying the EV. So I installed off-grid solar in my home when I bought the Jaguar I-Pace. And while the benefits of setting up this renewable energy at home are rewarding and has brought down my monthly cost significantly, they're out of reach for most South Africans and will be for quite a long time. This makes Eskom a must-have, not a nice-to-have. And we as South Africans need to stop complaining, but help fix the problem. Support and try and help local municipalities, help Eskom, get our power system across the line. But back to EVs. The industry still has a lot to do on two fronts, in my opinion. Consumers as well as technician education is vital. As an example, the things that I've learned is that there's an inverse relationship between speed and efficiency when driving an EV. Single pedal driving and changing your driving style so that you get the maximum range out of your car and not driving an EV like you would drive an ICE vehicle. Lifestyle changes, the ABCs of EVs, always be charging. When you go on a long trip, don't charge your car to 100%. It's a little known fact that your car throttles back the charging of the battery as you tend towards 100%. So you might be charging at an 80 kilowatt hour charger, but your car is going to reduce the charging rate as a result of its battery management system. So I found on long trips, charging to 80%, getting to the next charger, charging to 80% is the quickest way to do a long trip. Those kinds of educational items and tips are vital, and this kind of conference kind of brings that across. So overall, I've learned how to be a better driver. I'm a lot calmer when I drive now because it's serene. It's like meditating. That's how I put it. I've learned how to take care of my EV. I always try and park in a basement or in the shade because lithium-ion batteries and heat just don't like each other. And these batteries are expensive to replace if they need to be replaced. But we heard the presentation yesterday in that these batteries actually outlast most ICE vehicles. So managing energy consumption at my home, managing my car's charge state. As a matter of fact, this morning before I left home to come to our studio here, my car was sitting on 78% charge. I didn't charge it overnight because I didn't want to use Eskom's power and I didn't want to deplete the batteries in my house. So at about 7:30 this morning, there was about 55% left in the lithium-ion batteries at my house. And I decided to dump 10% of that into my car. The solar panels took over. And by the time I left my home at 8:30, my car was on 85% charge, which was way more than enough than I needed to get to this 40-kilometer commute. But all that being said, in terms of education, one thing is clear in South Africa, and that is consumers want EVs. But our industry and our government might be moving too slowly. We are doing all the right things. We just need to pick up the pace. We need to ensure that we don't stand here in 12 months' time again without this needle having shifted. So let's ask ourselves, are we moving fast enough? Are we making these cars accessible to the consumers? Are we getting bums in seats, getting them to experience the EV? Have we fully addressed issues around import taxes, manufacturing incentives? Are we using corporate businesses to fully take advantage of EV adoption, fleet ownership, as well as company car incentives, perhaps? Are the future of car buyers equipped, or future car buyers equipped and educated enough to consider this EV in the future, in the next 12, 24, 36 months? Do we as an industry and as a collective fully understand what goes into EV ownership before getting these cars into consumers' hands? Are we preaching from a position of strength and a position of knowing what we're talking about? Everything I've heard over the last 2 days, people that have spoken come from a position of knowing what they're talking about. So this is a really exciting conference to be part of. Or are we coming from a position of theoretical armchair knowledge? There are positive signs, however. A significant OEM investment from the likes of Ford, Toyota, Jaguar, and now Audi. Audi is going to increase the charging infrastructure along with grid cars over the coming months. Government is engaging with the entire automotive sector, and Auto Trade has been part of that with NAMSA for quicker EV adoption. We already have a green paper. We spoke about that yesterday. Hopefully in the coming months, it's going to turn into a white paper. So we're also referencing successful models from places like Norway. And conferences like this, the EMCSA, will go a long way to making sure all of these things create more momentum. And Auto Trader, with its considerable consumer reach, is also getting involved, playing our part. And one of those parts that we've played is we've launched the first electric car road test in South Africa. And I've got the teaser video to show you right now. So I hope you heard that that video, because I couldn't hear it on my end. But nonetheless, if you didn't, go onto Auto Trader's YouTube channel and go and watch it. So ask yourself, what are you doing to flatten this steepening EV adoption curve? And I'd like to propose some things to encourage you to go and learn more. And the first thing I'd like to propose is that you visit reports.autotrader.co.za or scan that QR code on the screen and go and download the report that I've used as reference in the research or study that I've referenced in this presentation. Go and download it from reports.autotrader or just scan that QR code. And go and get a deeper understanding of what consumers want when it comes to EVs. And then the second thing I'd like to encourage you to do is find me on YouTube or scan that QR code. Go and subscribe and follow my personal EV journey. I will expose the positives and negatives of my Jaguar I-Pace and every other EV as a matter of fact that I get to spend time with. I spent time with the BMW iX40 in the last couple of weeks, drove it down to the middle of the Free State as a matter of fact, and you should see that on my YouTube channel in the coming weeks. You know, mentioning things like I don't like where the charging point is on the car, which means you have to reverse into an EV bay every single time. So follow my journey and I'll let you know, and or follow my journey on Instagram. Again, scan that QR code and follow my journey on Instagram, and I'll let you know how this journey goes. And then maybe you can get a little bit closer to actually understanding the positives and negatives of living with an EV. So thank you very much, everybody, for listening. And that was epic. I've really enjoyed this conference so far.
Fantastic, George. Well, as always, great to have you, and some real insights there, and I think some real world data that you yourself in terms of driving an EV that you're sharing your experience. I got lots of comments from people saying thank you for sharing the tidbit about only charging to 80%. I think that's something that people only get from driving a car like yourself. So once again, thank you for your insights. Much appreciated.
Most welcome, and thank you for having me here.
So George, a couple of questions that I've got for you. People are asking, one of the things coming through, so the question is, almost all people that people speak to, if they talk around the Brightside chat, as we talk about, they say, oh, it's unwise to buy an EV, we're not ready yet, we're not. How do you, as a convert, how do you convert somebody to convert to that message? So what is the best way, when you're having that Brightside chat and you get that naysayer, how is it the best way to help someone educate them without bombarding them with facts and data and, dare I say, all the boring stuff while people are enjoying a lack of brandy and Coke around the braai? How do we convert the unconverted?
So Rob, the best way that I've found in owning and driving an EV every single day, I'm in the fortunate position of now having driven every single EV that's out in the market. So the real world knowledge is one important factor. So I would say you've got to come from a position of actually owning and driving one, or at least driving them if you don't own one. Because not everybody is able to own one in South Africa right now. But the conversion for me, every single time, I can say what I want. I can stand here and present to you and give you, all of the real world experiences of mine. But the moment I put somebody in that to me, they become a convert. It's happened every single time. Even if you go and watch our videos on the EV road test, you will see that, and it's genuine, it's not staged. Jason Goliath, who was driving my I-Pace with me, he was a big petrol head. He said, how can you get rid of the exhaust noise? That's like sacrilege. You want to hear the sound of a V8. After he had driven my I-Pace, he said to me his next car is an EV. Although he still likes V8s, and I still love V8s. But his next car is an EV. There's just something about driving that car that switches your mind. And that's why I say in the presentation, the best way to get user adoption, besides the price point, is to actually have bums in seats, Get people to experience the car. They're not going to do it via theoretical knowledge.
George, and as Rob was asking a question, I'm like, just offer them a test drive. That's the best way.
Exactly.
So absolutely agree with you, George. Morning, George. It's great to see you again, by the way. Just out of interest, and I've got some good news for you if you haven't read it in the press yet, but there's a couple of 150 kilowatt chargers being rolled out quite soon. So I think you'll be very excited to hear that, by the way. Sorry, George?
Yes. It's Audi's initiative with grid cars.
Indeed, that's the one.
So that it's very, very exciting. Now to get to 80%, at most charge points that I stop at on a long journey, the car is at about 20%. So that means I have to charge 60% of the battery to 80%. And if you use a 150 kilowatt charger, 60% of a 90 kilowatt battery, you're roughly looking at charging around 40 to 45, 50 kilowatts of that battery. So it's going to take you under 30 minutes at a 150 kilowatt charger, which is now getting to, refueling, getting a coffee sorts of times.
Exactly, George. I think that was a quick note I wanted to add there.
Fantastic.
I think also just to tie up just with some of the listeners, thank you for dispelling a lot of the fears and misperceptions in that. But one question that I had, and you mentioned the whole thing of shopping behavior, and really a lot of it's about the perception of it. Now, certainly the perception of EVs is like, we just need to see what happens. But in discussions with a couple of the automakers that I've had recently, it certainly seems that they can't keep up with the demand. You mentioned the guys that are launching, that have launched, and there's more of them to come later this year. The guys aren't just not keeping up with the demand. So it certainly seems as if the perception has changed. I don't know if you've experienced something different on your end, George, perhaps.
No, and a part of my presentation was demand is more than tripling every single year on Auto Trader's platform. So there are definitely not enough cars in the market. I mean, I do feel for the manufacturers because a lot of this inability to keep up with demand is as a result of our silicon chip shortage issue, and that's going to take probably the next 12 months to sort out. I think that Rob and I were speaking about, the Haval Jolian and its popularity, because that's been, flying on Auto Trader's platform over the last couple of months. I think that the Chinese models are going to come into the market at the price point that the consumers are going to want.
Fantastic, George. And I got two quick questions here for you. I'm gonna kind of converge them as one. One question asking about Auto Trader's research, and can you give us an idea of how large the sample size was for the data collector? Because I think that's always people asking is, are we collecting from 100 people or 100,000 or 1 million people? Maybe if you can give us some sort of indication of how large was that data sample size?
So it was roughly, I don't have the number in front of me, but it was roughly around 3,000 consumers. The number 3,200 comes to mind. We've done 2 of these studies, and the one sample size was, I think, 2,800, and I think the next one was 3,000 or 3,200 consumers. So statistically very relevant, in terms of the population of car buyers, if that answers the question.
Yeah, I think that answers it perfectly. I think people, just like to know that, there's a decent sample size going out there, and you guys definitely are achieving that. One of the comments we've had, and I wonder if you would agree with it, is that one of our attendees is saying that the key is actually changing customers and customer habits, not so much trying to make an EV that allows you to have long range, because we've been all used to buying your car and saying, I can get 800 kilometers, so I'll have to fill up a tank. But actually more changing customer habits and lifestyles. Would you as a convert, would you agree to that? There's also the consumers have to change instead of the OEMs meeting products to match the old consumer demand. Would you agree with that kind of hypothesis?
Yes. So, we spoke about this yesterday, Rob, as well, which is we don't need cars. I mean, the most expensive part of an EV is the battery. We don't need 90 kilowatt hour batteries like is in my iPace. If you're using that car for the regular day-to-day commute, school run, shops, work and back, you don't need a 90 kilowatt hour battery, and that significantly brings the price of the car down. So consumers shouldn't be afraid of the fact that OEMs might bring out cars with smaller batteries in order to bring that price point down. You don't need more than maybe 20, 30 kilowatt hours, maybe 100, 150 kilometer range at the most on an EV in order to do the regular commute. So I would agree with that.
Fantastic. Jaco, questions?
Really, it's more a personal question, I guess, George, but we're really curious here to understand how you manage to meditate in Joburg traffic. I know you drive an EV, but how do you manage that?
So a couple of things that the EV brings. I mean, ICE vehicles have got these features as well. The Jaguar I-Pace has level 2 autonomy, which is, you keep your hands on the steering, the car steers for you within the lanes of the motorway. It doesn't do it in the side roads, but within the lanes of the motorway, the car will keep itself within the lanes, as well as keep a safe following distance from the car in front of you. So that's the one thing. The other thing is this sheer silence inside the car. It's and most of these EVs, they've had to rethink how they insulate them, because you hear a lot more road noise if you don't insulate it, because the engine noise is gone. So that silence, I've even started to listen less to the radio and to music because the silence is just so serene. So anecdotally, that's kind of a little bit of a meditative state.
Fantastic, George. And I suppose people really enjoying the content that you guys have shared with us. I mean, all these EV, performance test drives, all this new content. Is that what we're going to expect to see more from Auto Trader? Are you guys going to be conducting more of these EV tests as more as the market becomes available? Have you seen an uptake in that kind of media and content that you guys are sharing? I know our audience are obviously all EV converts and they're enjoying it. Has the general public also responded in the same way to that content?
Most definitely. So we're already planning the second one as we speak. So we did the first one right at the beginning of this year, and we're already planning the second one. So we want to, and those EV road tests are not about necessarily pitting the cars against each other. They're more about pitting the car against itself. What can you expect out of this EV? And that is our objective, is to really expose. I'll give you an example. My Jaguar I-Pace, the WLTP range for my Jaguar is 470 kilometers. The real-world range in the tests that we did, we drove my car at 120 kilometers an hour constantly until the battery was on zero, and we got 278 kilometers out of the battery. But you generally won't drive constantly for 120 kilometers for that length of time. So that's really the minimum range that I-Pace will get based on driving 120 constantly, no regenerative braking, no starting and stopping, etc.
Fantastic. Well, George, I'm happy to throw my name in the ring for that second test. But I can be full of personality. I can be funny. I mean, I'm there. Just send me a message. I'll be there.
You might just get a call there, Rob.
Fantastic, George. Well, I know you're a busy guy and you've got lots on your plate, so we're gonna love and leave you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. It's always great to hear from people who are right at the tip of the spear, who talk the talk and walk the walk. So thank you very much for sharing your time, and again, thank you for Auto Trader for being our media partner for EMCSA 2022. We appreciate you guys being a part of this event. Thank you, George.
It's been amazing. Thank you very much, Rob.
Fantastic. So, Jaco, CEO of Auto Trader, what interesting things that he's talking about there. People searching for EVs that don't even exist yet.
I was looking, and I was about to ask him, listen, the Mustang Mach-E, is it available in the country? I weren't aware. And so really talks to the excitement, and the market is hungry for this.
100%. And even things like, typical in South Africa, an electric Hilux. I mean, people are asking the question, is there an EV that I can have my lifestyle vehicle? And I think that points to people are no longer questioning if I should buy a EV. It's actually more of a when I buy an EV. And that points to me that the change is happening faster than what we anticipated.
Well, absolutely. I think if you're looking to replace your bakkie, and you're certainly thinking, if you in that quadrant that says my next vehicle will be an electric vehicle, certainly you're going to be looking for that.
Fantastic. So we're going to go for a quick tea or coffee break. It's 11:15. We're going to leave you with some exciting content from our 3 different sponsors, Auto Trader, Grid Cars, and Katya Automotive, while you make a cup of tea, make a cup of coffee. And then we will see you back at 5 to 11, where we have Eugene Herbert, the CEO of Master Drive, and he's going to be talking about crossing all the T's while implementing EVs into fleets. And I think this again talks to yesterday's conversation around, is there a big win on the fleets, the big corporates, the delivery companies, the logistics companies, the bus guys who are operating massive fleets? Is this an easy win? And I think he's going to talk about that, as well as making sure that those drivers are safe on the roads with EVs when we get to that point. So join us back in about 10 minutes time, and until then, enjoy some of the content from our sponsors, and we will speak to you soon. Sorry, my apologies.
At Katya Automotive, that is exactly what we are doing. We aim to build the most suitable options for our country by focusing on innovation and sustainable solutions. We are a South African company and draw inspiration from our country's beauty, pioneering spirit, and pure determination. We are committed to a clean, sustainable world, and we are pursuing our passion while providing a meaningful benefit to future generations. We know that definitive progress comes from taking small steps towards our goal every single day. We believe in value, engineering excellence, and staying on the cutting edge of technology, but never at the expense of quality. We build solutions that inspire both heart and mind. We are Katya Automotive. Katya Automotive, the future today.
Being an EV driver, I was actually quite inspired by the technology and to see how far one could push it, because in those very early days of EVs, a lot of people would tell you that you would get stuck on the side of the road and it wouldn't be possible. So what we decided as a family, with our 94 amp hour BMW i3, that we were actually going to go from Durban to Cape Town, return, just to prove a point, and also to have a lot of fun along the way as well, because I mean family time is great. And so that was one of the reasons for going. And then while we were busy doing a bit of research, I tried to find out if anybody else had actually gone as a family, because I knew that there were potentially some individual dealers shuttling cars in between A and B, but it turned out that there wasn't a family that I could find that had actually gone from Durban to Cape Town return. So, we would have been the first to do it. So we also branded the car at the same time, just for a bit of fun. I never had a Twitter feed, or a Twitter account, should I say. And I had one friend that wanted to follow me, and he wanted to watch me fail. That's what he wanted to do. As we were about to depart for our journey, South Africa had announced that they were on stage 4, load shedding. My wife and my family, they were all wondering, if we're actually still going to go, because it's an electric car. People really weren't too sure exactly what the prognosis would be, not having electricity along the way. that one friend of mine had shared the Twitter feed with a couple of other friends, and they also now wanted to watch this family fail on the way down to Cape Town. We literally just kept on charging, and we just kept on going, and we kept on charging, and the days went by. And then what Eskom did is they upped the ante pretty much halfway down the trip from Jeffreys Bay onwards. They had increased the load shedding for the first time, as far as I can understand, in South Africa to stage 6 load shedding. And by that time, we had professors following us from the university. We had the media following us. And from having one follower on Twitter, we had hundreds wanting to watch this family fail. As far as load shedding goes, you know, when you're on stage 4, stage 6, you're probably without about 4 hours of electricity at the very most during the day. And quite often 2 hours, depending on the suburb that you're in. You know, if it's 4 hours, you're actually still left with 20 hours to charge the vehicle. And what happened with us, you know, we had planned the trip 3 months in advance, and we had planned which days we'll be in certain towns, and we obviously had Airbnb bookings for that. And every single one of them just fell into place. There was no issue whatsoever with our charging all the way down to Cape Town over all of those days that Eskom had been running load shedding. As far as the GridCars network goes, I mean, what we did is we put our full faith and trust in that one single network that was the most extensive network in South Africa, quite young and new at the time, being December 2019. We just literally found such good reliability. You rocked up at the charging station, you plugged the vehicle in, the card swiped every time, the RFID every time, the car charged in the correct amount of time. And one of the stations, which was Buffels Jachtsrivier, when we actually had got there while there was still electricity being powered from the municipality, actually did drop as far as load shedding goes. And what happened is that site actually had a generator backup as well. So we were still able to continue with our charging. It's an incredible network. We put our full faith and trust in it, and all of the charges down to Cape Town, all of the charges back. We were just incredibly happy with the service and the reliability. My general take on EVs right now, after having 2 BMW i3s and been driving for 5 years, is that they can be treated and trusted just like any regular vehicle. You can travel almost anywhere in South Africa and seamlessly and effortlessly, just like you would with a normal vehicle. The same vehicle I've got now, we went to Cape Town and back 4,800 Ks. This December, we went on holiday from Durban to Sun City and back. Literally, there's no inhibitions. You're not held back whatsoever. People can trust them. The technology is ready for today, and the network is ready for today. EVs, I mean, not only are they exciting, it's a green way from getting from A to B, but what EVs do and what the GridCars network does, it actually gives your family an incredible amount of excitement. It's something new as far as technology goes, and it takes you to destinations so you can actually see this beautiful country that we live in. It takes you to fancy restaurants, it takes you to farmlands, it takes you to the ocean side, and it actually builds incredibly good, strong memories with your family. This trip that we went on, it was absolutely incredible. And I'm convinced that if I had done it in a non-EV, it wouldn't have been as exciting, that's for sure.
My navigation's broken. And by that I mean Nicholas.
It's about distance, not speed. So, because the objective is range, we must not get sucked into the pettiness of competition. True. Who's talking now? Who's saying anything now? Getting over myself. I'm not thinking about this battle life.
Yes.
Putting this thing back in economy mode.
We could basically drive to Clarence. We've got 18% left.
Kind of the range anxiety is real.
What's going on there?
They are dead.
It's on, ready to go.
And then, oh, yeah, it's like golf cart vibes.
Exactly.
This is a great way to be introduced to an electric vehicle. It's my first time in an electric car.
Okay. Do you see what range anxiety
4
does?
kilometers, 3%. 3 kilometers.
I would rather us not get stuck on this side of the thing that there's no reception and we have to wait for them to realize that we haven't come around.
That's the reason we're doing these tests, is to show people that it is actually better technology.
I think we're going to have to pull over. I mean, I can't.
0.
I think really interesting to hear from both Deloitte and Autotrader in the space of an hour. Some stats that correlate, some stats that maybe don't quite correlate. But I think overall, the overall feeling that I get, Jaco, is that the change is there. And we're no longer trying to convince people that they need to drive EVs, but actually people are wanting to drive EVs, and they're asking the right questions. I don't know, did you pick up the same sort of thing?
Absolutely, Rob. It really is. We've been talking about this, call it the tipping point, and for many years now, and it certainly does seem that we are reaching that now. Obviously, products to market that as George pointed out, that needs to come, and obviously the automakers have got the challenges with the chip shortage, but I'm pretty sure if we had unlimited amounts of vehicles available, it would have been a different picture.
100%. Well, I think we're gonna jump straight into our next speaker, Eugene Herbert. He's the CEO of Master Drive. Eugene, are you with us, sir?
Yes, there we are.
Fantastic. Eugene, welcome, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. And very interested to chat to you this morning. As you said, your topic's about crossing all the T's while implementing EVs into fleets. And again, this fleet thing keeps coming up. Yes, individuals buying EVs is important, but if we can get the big consumers, the big corporates to change over to EVs, that could be a way for us to get high percentages of EVs on the roads very quickly. So we're gonna hand over to you and let you take us through it.
Great, thank you. So welcome to this discussion, folks. I was watching George Minnie's presentation on the EVs conversion to EVs, and whilst it's true that there are a number of EVs that are available to individuals, it's a sad reality that when it comes to fleets, it's not exactly the same. But let's just talk why we will be talking to you today about looking at fleets. Master Drive is essentially a risk management company, and therefore we look far ahead and endeavor to understand what fleet markets will be happening, or what will be happening in the market, and particularly with regard to selection and, of course, the training. And it's in that context that we started looking. So what I'm taking you now is on a journey. So let me share a screen with you, and then you'll begin to understand why we are looking at it from this perspective. There we are. Mount Everest. The T in Everest is what we're talking about when we speak about the conversion to fleets. Mount Everest, for those of you who know, is really the most daunting mountain that anybody can encounter at any stage. And I'm not sure if you're aware of the fact that of the hundreds of climbers that each year tackle it, an annualized average death rate is in the region of about 14%. Now, base camp for Everest has been described as a Formula One car racing depot. That's where fears, frustrations, conflict, and in fact, even lifelong friendships are born. Some of the climbers will experience the joy of achieving their objective, and others will be disappointed. Base Camp 4, when we have a look at it in a moment, you'll notice that is the area where there's the greatest contention. It's referred to as the death zone. But to conquer Everest requires intensive preparation. You might be lucky and it could go well, but on the other hand, if you don't plan and make sure that every step of the way up is accounted for, you may not have the opportunity of living the experience. And therefore, what I'm doing is taking you on a journey today with regard to how the adoption of EVs can be likened to climbing Everest. Everest, when you start looking at base camp over there, it has to do more with the fact that you start at a level, and the ultimate intention is for us to reach the summit. What are the implications, though, as far as fleets are concerned? Just looking at the figure there, you notice it's holding up a sign, consumers are ready for electric vehicles. It's a statement, but below that is a question. Now, consumers in the private market, true, could be ready, but what about individuals when we start looking at fleets? Now, when you start looking at the things that are going to be essential that would make us go the route of alternative energy supplies, in particular EVs, it is most organizations who speak the right language that have 2050 as the target market for reaching zero emissions. But in order to achieve that, by 2030, 60% of new car sales must be at zero emissions. Whether that's EV or a combination of other things, it must be at 60%. Now, the two factors that contribute toward this And I've deliberately put up more information because when you look at the presentation afterwards, it will contain more detail. Currently, we know what's happening in Ukraine. Russia transports roughly 1 million barrels of oil a day through that. That is what the conversion to EV is doing to displace our reliance on fossil fuels. So therefore, it is essential that if we look at gaining the future aspirations, net zero by 2050, road transportation today has to do its part. Many people are, of course, concerned about the electrification, what strain it will put on the system. But in order to reach 2050, it's only adding 25% to the current global electricity demand. So it's well within reason then for us to assume that if we set that as an objective, we will be able to reach it. But let's talk about some reality though. And this, we look at the consumption of, or the generation of CO2 emissions. In the far right-hand corner, China accounts for 9.9 billion tons of CO2 emissions annually, and you'll see the number for per person. In the United States, 4.58. And interestingly, down at the bottom there, you'll notice what South Africa accounts for, only 435 million, and only 1.00% of the world emissions. Now, that kind of gives you an indication of what the level of urgency is in the South African context, because the total consumption of tons per person in Africa, you'll see in green there, is 0.8. So is there a real drive in the African context for us to reach that zero? Obviously, it's not as strong, but there's every bit of an advantage to be gained from achieving this. So let's have a look at what the world figures show. About 1.5 billion cars that are operational worldwide. And now notice the emissions that come about as a result of petrol versus diesel. And if you have a look at the top left-hand corner, the total emissions of 42.65 tons is one reason why in Europe, the desire to remove diesel engine vehicles from the continent is so significant. It's not so necessarily true in Africa, but every incentive that we can use to get to that goal is critical. Now, you'll notice there again the figure of 60% of new car sales. So that's not talking about fleet, but you and I know that in the total purchasing parameters, fleets account for more purchases than private people. So it's only natural to assume that if we're going to achieve the objective of 2030 or really aspirational 2050, we need to be putting fleets into those vehicles. Firms from an efficiency point of view, and I'm sure you'll agree, that by the way is, we recognize him, Jay Leno, who was driving a 100-year-old electric vehicle. It's interesting to note that of the energy, and this shows the efficiency of the vehicle, 85% of that energy is used to drive the wheels. Whereas in an ICE vehicle, the internal combustion engine vehicle, 80% of that energy is wasted as heat. So therefore, the road transportation industry, in order to play its part in reducing CO2 emissions, needs to transfer or convert sooner than later, because efficiency is really what we're looking at. Kramer Engineering News showed that as at 2023, the projection was that we would have about 20 electric vehicles. And George mentioned he owns a Jaguar Pace. Audi have just released their vehicles with the cheapest one, the e-tron vehicles being at 1.7, the most expensive at 3.3. Now, that's well beyond the range of the average motorist. And therefore, it is only logical to conclude that whilst the rest of the world is proceeding at a pace, South African consumers are only slowly warming to this new technology, which was really introduced by way of belief in 2013. Just when you reflect on what's happening in China, they are rapidly working toward this conversion. Here's an interesting figure that we'll talk about in the environmental part. I'd like to give it to you. It says that Chinese battery manufacturers generate up to 60% more carbon dioxide emissions producing an EV than a car with an internal combustion engine. So that's something that we need to remember about when we talk about the environmental impact. But now to the point of the business fleet. What does that mean for organizations who want to convert? And in fact, the options are becoming so much more attractive. True, we're nowhere near the rest of the world. But companies, we have many major companies represented in South Africa, and the savvy ones we're talking about, are starting to look at What are the implications of going commercial fleet application? We start looking at the benefits. Of course, there's cost benefits, but what are the implementation factors that we need to take into account? When we do a suitability assessment on an electric vehicle, what does that show? One of the important things is total cost of ownership. I think George made mention of the fact that operating an EV is significantly less costly than internal combustion engine. But we mustn't only be looking at the operation of the vehicle. There are other components. And of course, when we look at it, what is government going to do to support? What are the implications? Will there be punitive taxes and the like? So moving forward, have a look at what most fleet managers would like to see. 300 fleet managers, 44% said they would like to see fuel costs reduced. So we need to recognize that that is a driving demand, and it's certainly going to be one of the factors in the South African context. But let's not forget that policies that govern the way we use our vehicles need to be addressed, because one of the things that we'll be talking about is how do you as the driver claim back if you're fueling your vehicle. When I say fueling, charging your vehicle in the home context. And those are the things that organizations are already starting to look at. So if we did a series of checkpoints as we climb the mountain, what are the points that we need to consider as an organization? What exactly are we looking for? We must know that right at the outset. What type of vehicle? Is it going to be for sales rep? Is it going to be for delivery vehicle? What questions do we need to ask ourselves that will ensure that our strategy is correct? What are the financial considerations on our climb up the mountain, total cost of ownership, and the practical needs? You'll see it in the slide that I'll share with you in a moment. The primary concern, I think 49% of people are concerned about range. They talk about range anxiety. And a new phenomenon in the UK, they talk about charging anxiety, the level of charges that are going to be levied, how they differ, and what the implications are on the user. The environment is something that you and I need to consider, because when I show you what the impact on the environment is, you will notice why it's a key driver. And then the last one, do we have buy-in from all role players? You know that many of our drivers out there love an internal combustion engine, whether that's a V8 or a supercharged engine or something. Their conversion into the fleet must be significant, because if it's not, the failure or the possibility of failure is imminent. So what are we looking for? In South Africa, we know we have a limited range, but already what we notice in Europe and in the United States, companies are saying to the manufacturers, this is what we require by way of a delivery vehicle. In South Africa, we have no choice. We take what we get. It has very little to do in the fleet application with regard to whether it's filling the needs of the organization. But we as an organization or as a company can determine what is it we need, because then we will select appropriate vehicles for our application. And the type of questions that we need to be asking ourselves is, what vehicles do we need to switch? Because clearly at this point in time and for the foreseeable future, it is not all or nothing. What will it be from an operational point, financially? Will they be able to do the work that's required? And will the switch be cost prohibitive? One of the factors that needs to be considered, taking into account where South Africans operate fleets, in dusty conditions, what impact would that have on an electric vehicle? And then, of course, the final ones, what is available in our market, and will they meet our demands? In terms of financial considerations, these are the things that we should be looking at. Purchase comes at a premium. I saw one report that showed that they anticipated that by 2022, the cost of an EV would be the same as a internal combustion engine vehicle. That doesn't seem to be the case, and certainly not in South Africa. When we look at our budgets, what does it look at? Is it only the acquisition of the vehicle? What about the charging infrastructure? And then, of course, the area that we started looking at, what are the implications from a driver perspective? Because if you've tested an EV vehicle, you will notice that the drive is dramatically different. Responses are instantaneous. So if we used to drive in a vehicle that we've got a lag on it, turbocharger or something like that, it's clearly going to require a different style and approach to driving. Incentives are a significant contribution toward whether or not we will be able to do. And as George mentioned in his presentation, the green paper, hopefully it becomes a white paper. Are there going to be significant incentives for us to take advantage of going the EV route? And then the last one over there, let's accept EVs come at a premium from a pricing perspective. But will that outweigh the environmental benefits? Because you and I have a responsibility, both as corporate citizens and as individuals, to ensure that our environment is correct. I gave you the figure earlier, range anxiety, 49.5% of the total respondents for 2023. That is one of the considerations that most people will have. The utopian range that we have on a vehicle may be given as 500, but in real world, what is it? And of course, if we have a lack of charging stations, that could significantly impact on the driver and the planning that we have with regard to corporations delivering goods. It is likely, in the South African context, in the foreseeable future, that the area outlined in red over there is probably what we could be looking at. We will never have the selection of vehicles that they have in Europe by any means. And when we start looking at trucks, we know that Volvo talked about in 8 years' time, the probability of having a mix of their trucks on the road. And by the way, range on Volvo trucks, when they started the exercise many years ago, they saw a range of something like 244 kilometers, and that has been extended now to in the region of 440 kilometers. If there's charging stations en route, obviously it has significant impact on a company's processing. We mentioned stakeholder. To get to that final leg there, to get to the top of the mountain, if our investors don't believe that it's the route to go, and they don't see the returns, which they may be expecting short term, and they're not prepared to take long term, well, we may be fighting a lost cause. Staff, management, do we have the buy-in? The employees, in particular, the drivers, will they buy in to what you and I want in an organization when we plan our EV future? Let's not forget the environment. And I'd like to put up something, because many people, when they talk about, and you saw that figure earlier on, tons of CO2 emissions. So what exactly does 1 ton of CO2 emission look like? Here's an interesting drawing. That is roughly what 1 ton of CO2 emissions. Now remember, we spoke about China generating 9.9 billion tons of CO2 emissions. That kind of puts it into perspective. And if you and I have a love for the environment, it's certainly one of the things that we will be considering as a motivation to change. The obstacles, though, that we must be realistic about encountering, old habits die hard. The love of internal combustion engines may well face a major problem. Watching a TV program last night, Vintage Voltage, where they convert classic cars to electric power. It's an interesting concept over there, because many classic car owners, and certainly in the UK, are concerned that their love of vehicles could be impacted on negatively if emission controls are enforced in later years. The availability, limited availability. So how does that fit in with my fleet demands as an organization? And of course, range, we've noticed a change in years past where long deliveries, and then in towns and cities, just-in-time deliveries take place with smaller vehicles. Will that be able to cope effectively with the needs? Charging, is that a possibility? Are you going to have home station charging? I, as a sales rep, am saying to you, now what am I going to do? You mean that I have to charge my vehicle at home? And these are the type of challenges that we face, and not the least of which is that final hurdle to make sure that the environment is protected for your children. So beyond the environmental matters, go beyond just tail emissions. Interesting, and you'll notice over here information that those organizations that have done some research, that of the 20,000 to 30,000 moving parts, it involves in the production of that thousands of tons of CO2 emissions. Another factor that we need to look at, greenhouse gases released while making the cars account for a higher portion of the full life cycle of emissions. So the heading there, it's beyond tail emissions. And then here's another one from McKinsey & Co, that material emissions will rise to over 60% beyond the 2030 year mark from 18% today. So clearly already there is a cost to the environment in terms of what is happening out there. And then Greenpeace, 20% of the life cycle of emissions is in the production of the vehicles, something that we should take into account and take cognizance of. Here's a couple of other factors that we need to be aware of. Using aluminium to make lightweight bodies, 45% more material than traditional vehicles, emissions from aluminium and the energy intensity that's required to mine and produce those, all of those contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, which should be considered in our overall planning strategy. And notice the final point there, that half of the companies do not disclose the data needed in order to determine the real cost to the environment of CO2 emissions. Now, that could be an argument that you could be faced depending on who's on the board and who your investors are. But in order to get to that step, you and I need to do what's called an EVSA, an environment and electric vehicle suitability assessment. And it consists of these stages. One, we need to have a look at our current fleet. If we decide to move, what are the equivalents or nearest vehicles that we will be having? Secondly, the category. What is the total kilometers of those vehicles that are driven in a particular application? The third one, the vehicle's location. Now, this has to do where the vehicle will be delivering goods to and or be based if it's away from the office. How long will it be there? We know that we have certain vehicles that will go to a particular depot, and there they will stand for a good portion of the day. Now, will that be running in order to keep a refrigeration unit cold? These are the factors that we would need to look at in determining where they will be based. And of course, let's not forget travel. George indicated traveling at 120 kilometers an hour. He saw 275 kilometers, 278, I think it was. Now, if a vehicle is traveling consistently, what will be the usability of its power source at the time? And then finally, on site, will we have power supply, or can we depend on power supplies that are on the market? And if the market grows, sell more electric vehicles, what will be the implication of usability? It's all very well saying a charge will take you 30 minutes, but if there's 5 vehicles standing there waiting to charge, what is the impact on your travel time? So let's talk about total cost of ownership. Those are the factors that we should be looking at. We also need to take into account the fact that there will be a reduction in the residual value of vehicles. Already in Europe, they're talking about the fact that the normal vehicles, residual value is being impacted negatively because of the fact that EV vehicles are on the increase. Maintenance, we've covered, and we don't foresee that there will be an increase. But the challenge with regard to anxiety by way of charging will play an important role. Non-EVs, will there be punitive taxes when they're being used? So that will be some of the things that we will consider. And then, of course, finally, the incentives. And I made mention of the green paper. If you'd like a copy of it, it's available. I will make it available to you. The Minister in his budget speech spoke of these things, but draw your attention to the final point over there. Currently, SARS' fourth largest revenue stream comes in from carbon taxes. Now, what will be the impact on government then? Charging networks, these are the factors that we need to take into account, and there are 3 of them. These are the options that we have. Now are available for you. You can have a look at. Obviously, point number 3, direct charging. It is, however, the most expensive. So when we look at it as an organization, these are the things that we should be factoring in. And of course, at the top over there, if staff are using in their facilities, how does their remuneration policies impact on what we're going to have to pay? And I think we're on about the 3rd last slide, folks. So just bear with me. The vehicle purchase considerations. The one, it's no longer a matter of if, but when we will be looking at it. Technology is increasing at a rapid rate. Therefore, vehicles will become more reliable and more affordable. And therefore, when we make the decision, it's just really looking at what goes into the total purchase price of a vehicle, which must include charging options. And then, of course, let's not forget the training of these individuals. The 5 areas that we're looking at now, and if I can talk to you about the immediate or near-term transition, that's one of the things we have to take. Long-term, and then of course the case for early adoption. These are the things that we need to make up our mind about. It's a series of points that if we have a look at, will help us determine at what point we are going to be. And then of course, for early adoption, there's certain things that we've got to consider. The penultimate thing that we need to be looking at is the longer term integration timelines. If we start looking toward 2030, 8 years time, what are the things that you and I will have to do? All of the points are made there. But in conclusion, when you have a look here, this really is the final point. Taking time to consider the stage at which your company may be now will enable you to make decisions about the future that will ensure that you've got a viable business, provided you take stock of all the things that are important to you as an organization and help you adopt to what is going to happen in the future. So, by way of conclusion, okay, there we are.
Eugene, thank you very much. Really, really insightful. Really then, and it's good to consider how what conversion of fleets will happen in time. In your view, Eugene, and just as you're going through, I was wondering about that, what would make more sense for people considering changing their fleet? To do it gradually, as their ICE vehicles age, or would it be better to do it in one go, and try and first run out, first version is to try and run out the life of the ICE vehicles first. What is your take on that? And I guess it will be different fit for different purposes, I guess.
Look, I think many of the companies that will be taking the conversion to EVs are going to be dictated to a certain extent by their partners across the world. And they will follow best practice that has taken place over there. It has to do with budgets, of course. But we know that whilst we may see and identify an aging fleet as having the need to be replaced, but an EV equivalent could only be in about 3 or 4 years' time. So in all probability, it's going to be in an African context slightly different. I would be interested to see when the likes of Volvo are running their trucks, long distance, we know they would have to have 2 charging options between Durban and Johannesburg. But the decision to change a fleet is not taken lightly. The cost implications in trucks, 1.5, 2 million rand, it doesn't happen overnight. So it's going to be a staged transition, and I do think South Africans will be assessing and evaluating what works. And even though we have to go that route, they will still be looking at it and saying, yes, but, my diesel truck, I did this, I got that, etc., etc. So the first is to convince those, as George spoke about, those naysayers. Let's get them on board, knowing that from an environmental perspective, it is going to be the right thing to do. And from a cost perspective, the longer term will show savings.
I guess, Eugene, just a note on that, and there's massive pressures, what we are seeing, especially with larger listed companies, talking they've got a big focus on the ESG side of things. So certainly guys will start to feel the pressure of that
100%.
In time.
Yeah, 100%. Eugene, I've got a very quick question before we let you go. A question asking around what is Master Drive, or how is Master Drive assisting companies or corporates in South Africa wishing to switch to EV fleets? So what are you guys doing to assist those corporates looking to make the switch?
It's interesting what embarked us on this journey was firstly looking at where the future of EV was. And what is obvious, and so many companies are lacking, there were no policies in place. So the first thing that we started, and those are available now, we have determined what policies would govern how vehicles are used in the EV fleet. So that's the first thing. We're in a position to offer you assistance with regard to not reinventing the wheel, but best practice based on what's happening in other parts of the world. The second component, and if you've driven an EV, you'll have noticed whilst they use braking to regenerate energy, but it's almost like an on-off switch. Now, you can imagine a driver who's unfamiliar with that. He drives his EV and he just backs off suddenly. The vehicle, the South Africans really like to travel so close to each other, there's now a rear-end collision. And I would hate to be looking at what the cost of EV repairs are. In some instances in Europe, in the US with Tesla, there's this incredibly long wait. So if you've got your right policies in place, you've got the people who are using them trained, and more importantly, supervisors to ensure that they give them right direction. And to which end we produced an EV white paper, which is a summary of all the things that are happening and the latest data that's available to South Africans, which includes that green paper. So that's our support. It's obviously available to private individuals, but we focus more at corporate level. And whilst road safety is our primary objective, if we can help individuals achieve the transition to EVs in a safe and sustainable manner, we keep our business going.
Fantastic. Well, Eugene, thank you very much for your time. I mean, it's great to hear, from yourself. You're obviously at the coalface when it comes to what's going on in these fleets. And as Jaco mentioned, a lot of the big corporates trying to meet, carbon emission goals and trying to meet greening goals. I think that the fleets, especially when we talk about the big logistics companies who know exactly how far their vehicles drive every day, I do think that this is going to be an area where we're going to see a massive uptick once those vehicles become available. So having people like you at the front of it, I think we're well placed in South Africa. So thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Fantastic. So, fleets now, we've heard of what fleets are doing. I understand. I mean, people like Eugene are out there providing the white paper, providing the information for those corporates. And as you mentioned, a lot of the big blue chip companies in South Africa are getting pressure. They need to stop making these changes.
No, there's massive pressure on that, and especially listed corporates. I mean, there's pressure all over, but not unlisted as well.
Yeah.
So the pressure is there. This is a brilliant way to negate that and actually help meet those targets. So certainly is there. And I think the whole thing of fleets, to your point, Rob, that you've got set routes, you've got set points where you're putting down charging infrastructure. I think one of the challenges we've seen as grid cars with rolling out charging infrastructure, we are not rolling out infrastructure for a set route that needs to be followed. It's for consumers that might or might not travel that route.
Sure.
Whereas you've got a set route, that charger is going to be used every single day. Easy to roll out that infrastructure.
Yeah, and as you say, easy to know. You know that this is how much they're going to need to charge at that point. You can make sure the vehicles arrive one after the other. So really a no-brainer for corporates out there looking to move their fleets.
Yeah,
fantastic. We're going to go to a quick 1 minute break while we get our next speaker, Mr. Gaylor Montmasson-Clare, on board. We're going to give a 1 minute comfort break to get him online, and then we will come back and we will introduce Gaylor, who is a senior economist at TIPS. Right, now we welcome back Gaylor Montmasson-Clare from TIPS. Last year, one of our best speakers, he dropped the bombshell that we were going to expect a paper from government in a few months' time, and literally a few months after he dropped that bombshell, the green paper came out. I think you guys in industry were probably overjoyed and clapping hands and seeing it. So very privileged to have him back again joining us. So Gaylor, are you with us, sir?
I am. Welcome, good morning.
Fantastic. Nice to have you back with us again. And please take us away. I know you've been a busy man the last 12 months, and I'm sure our attendees like ourselves are waiting for those lovely bits of information that you're ready to drop on us.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to be with you today. Today, I wanted to share some thoughts on the manufacturing side of things. I know there's a lot of discussions around the market development and certainly how to get EV going as a market into the country. But equally important is the development of the manufacturing side. And certainly, in the green paper and in the upcoming, EV roadmap, these are both kind of two sides of the same coin, effectively. because of the nature of our market. So let me get into kind of why we are thinking specifically about EV manufacturing in the country. Well, the first aspect, as we know, is that we've got very much of a dual market in South Africa. We roughly, if we generalize, about half of the vehicles sold domestically that are imported, and then about half of the vehicles that are produced in South Africa that are exported primarily to the EU and the UK. So we have that dual market. We have the dual market, which is following the local dynamics in the country, and then we have that other half of the market that's following very much what's happening in the EU and in the UK, which, as we all know, is fairly rapidly transitioning to e-mobility. So that's first kind of really important fact to remember when we're talking about manufacturing of automotives into the country. But the second one is the obvious one within this forum, is that, of course, the EV market domestically is still very nascent. I'm not going to really dwell on that. We don't have a lot of sales, and certainly we don't have a policy framework that's supporting the sales or the production of EVs into the country, and that's really something that, of course, we're trying to address at the moment, through the work that we are doing. The third aspect is that automotive manufacturing matters in South Africa. It is considered to be one of the kind of success stories of South Africa's industrial policy. We are only the 22nd largest vehicle manufacturer by global standards, so certainly not a primary player by global standards, but domestically, the industry very much matters. And as I have indicated, it is kind of targeting both the domestic market for about half of that, and then the export market for the other half. And that export market is heavily targeted at the EU and the UK. That's on the right hand side, the exports of automotive product, both vehicles and components, and you can see really the spread in terms of the countries and where those components go. But importantly, the industry is also kind of very much focused on technologies that are included in internal combustion engine vehicles. Our largest export are catalytic converters, but then we also have engine parts, engines, and kind of radiators and parts, which are all required in ICE. Of course, we do have some production of items that are not kind of ICE specific. A door is a door, and a tire is a tire. But quite a large amount of our exports are actually kind of ICE related. And I think as we think about the transition to e-mobility, that is certainly for us something to keep in mind, because we have a large part of the industry that effectively is at risk in that particular respect. The other side of that particular coin is of course what it's going to be replaced with is the battery value chain, and we know from a South African perspective that the value chain, of course, globally is very competitive. There's a lot of competition, and then we have some niches where we have, as South Africa, a competitive advantage. From our own work, we established that we are not really able as a country to compete when it comes to the manufacturing of cells. It's very hard to compete with China on that particular front, as well as other East Asian economies. But I would argue that with the exception of the cell itself, we are actually able to do everything else competitively. And that includes all the other components, both the hardware and the software, like the battery management system and the energy management system, but also the assembly of the battery packs themselves. And here we actually have a very vibrant value chain in the country with many companies that are operating in that space already. And that's also the case when it comes to the beneficiation of minerals. We do have a lot of the minerals and can beneficiate them domestically. And really, that's true, in the South African context, but even more so in the regional context, with actually virtually all the minerals that you need to produce a lithium-ion battery present in the region, including lithium in Zimbabwe, for instance. And we have the ability to kind of really refine those minerals. I mean, a little known fact is that we have the only company refining manganese to battery grade outside of China here in South Africa. It's really a one of a kind enterprise based in Mpumalanga, and we don't really support those companies enough in that particular respect. Of course, when we think about manufacturing, then we need to kind of consider what's here to stay, what's going to disappear, and what's going to come anew. And certainly there is an overlap between the ICE value chain and the EV value chains, particularly when we talk about the body of the vehicles, but also when we're talking about sort of mild hybrid as well as plug-in hybrid. Effectively, we're not really taking anything away. We're kind of adding to the existing ICE value chain. Of course, when we're talking about the transition to full battery electric vehicles, then it's a different story. You're really taking parts of the value chains away from industry or anything to do with internal combustion engine, but then you're adding new elements around the battery value chain, and there's a similar thinking, of course, with regard to fuel cells, electric vehicles, if that's going to take off in the local context. So important to really kind of remember, I guess, the basket of goods and components that we are talking about when we are thinking about the manufacturing going forward. Then, we need to kind of assess what's the pathway to our EV competitiveness from a manufacturing perspective, and then we need to assess then what's our target market. And as I said, our target market to date is partly the local market and partly, I guess, the EU and the UK, so kind of the European market. And what we know from kind of the regulations in the EU is that there's certainly a push to kind of hybrid vehicles up to 2025, pushing to plug-in hybrids up to 2030, where then those vehicles are not really considered electric vehicles anymore. And then from there on, from 2030 to in our case 2035, because that's our automotive master plan. But going forward, we're moving towards electric full electric vehicles, and that's really the European pathway. That if we want to export vehicles to the EU going forward, we gotta keep with and we need to be quite aggressive in making sure that we keep with that timeline around introducing hybrid, plug-in hybrids, and eventually battery electric vehicles. In South Africa, we're seeing that certainly for passenger vehicles, we're most likely going to follow a very similar pattern, maybe slightly delayed in time. We are a little behind in terms of timeframes, but we don't envisage a particular different kind of pathway when it comes to transition. We're most likely going to follow the same kind of model cycles when it comes to passenger vehicles. Where South Africa is most likely to differ is when it comes to our light commercial vehicles, our bakkies and SUVs, where actually plug-in hybrid technologies are likely to play a slightly longer role in the value chain. So effectively, when we're thinking about the manufacturing going forward, we need to kind of keep in mind those dual dynamics and this dual reality, that we need to be in line with local dynamics. Whereas, for passenger vehicles, it's going to be almost as aggressive as in the EU, which is, pushing quite aggressively hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and eventually battery electric vehicles. But on the local market, we're likely to see, certainly on the light commercial vehicle side, the plug-in hybrid technology kind of lag a little longer. So what's then the current kind of automotive policy framework at the moment? I'm certainly not going to go into the whole detail of that slide, but it's good reference for everyone. That there are 4 key components. The one is tariff, which we protect our local market. Vehicles tend to be protected by duties, particularly for the units that are fully imported as fully built, completely built units. But on the other side, any kind of manufacturing operation is also paying duties on the vehicles, the components for the vehicles that are assembled for the domestic market. So, and that's a key consideration. If you are producing in South Africa for the export market, you actually don't pay duties at all. You don't pay tariffs. But if you're producing for the local market, then you are subject to duties. And for EVs, there's no major difference with respect to that particular framework. The one difference, the one anomaly is BEV coming from Europe, which are taxed higher than their ICE counterparts. But any other vehicles, the hybrids, plug-in hybrids, BEVs coming from anywhere else but Europe, are actually taxed at the same level as ICE vehicles. Then we have a series of incentives. We have the volume assembly localization allowance, we have the production incentive, and then we have the automotive investment schemes. There are 3 kind of incentives that are here to support local manufacturing operations. The VALA aims, it's in the name, aims to incentivize localization. So the more you localize, the more you produce domestically, the more support you're getting effectively. And that's really the crux of the matter. Can you localize a lot of the components? And I guess when we transition to EVs, the key question mark is, can we transition the existing value chain that we have in the country to the new value chain, with the battery being at the center of those questions? Then you've got a production incentive, which again, very much kind of in the name, aims to support value addition from manufacturing. And here, this is a quite generous incentive by global standards, and we're not expecting it, to change radically when it comes to the transition to NEVs. The last component is the automotive investment scheme, and here it's a cash grant for investments. So that's a critical instrument because, of course, if we see, the automotive manufacturers having to build new plants, retool for the production of EVs, they would then, look to that particular incentives. And it's quite a generous incentive again. We can get for manufacturers up to 35% for investments to be subsidized by government. And that's for new plants or for kind of retooling of existing plants. So the question is, is this framework really fit for purpose, and does it suffice to support the EV manufacturing going forward? If we think about it, as a framework, the PDP, which is the framework as a whole, which is the Automotive Production and Development program, it's largely appropriate because that's the main instrument that we've been using, and it does subsidize, and support the industry quite largely. And I think that those benefits would stay as we transition to EV manufacturing. However, there's a number of considerations that we need to remember. And certainly as we transition to EVs, we're likely to see the level of support received by OEMs if we don't change the system to be reduced. And that's a particular case when we move from HEV to BEV to BEVs. Each transition, there's a bigger reduction, I guess, in benefits. because effectively we likely, at least in the short term, to import more of those components, particularly the batteries, and that means that particularly for the domestic market, would pay more duties, and that's quite important to remember when it comes to the equations about whether or not it is profitable to produce anything or any vehicles in South Africa. So we must remember that a lot of the basket of components will remain unchanged. But of course, there's a lot of EV-specific components that would then be imported, and those would carry duties for the local market. Again, for the export market, no duties apply. It's only for the domestic market. So effectively, we then asking ourselves as well, is the incentive fit for purpose? Is there a business case to invest in South Africa from an OEM perspective to produce EVs? The AIS, which is the cash grant for investment, has been very successful in supporting brownfield ICE vehicle model replacement investments. But it may well be that it is insufficient for complete retooling and a change of vehicle, and that's something that certainly we are looking at, because we certainly seem that compared to our competitors' economies, we are not necessarily offering a system that is as generous for that. And I think that's the crux of the matter. On its own, I think it's a very generous system. The question is, how do we fare by global standards? And if we look at again, production then for the local market, is it interesting for manufacturers to produce on the local market going forward? We again need to understand the dynamics about whether or not it is profitable to produce EVs, for sale on the local market. The advantage on the local market for manufacturers is that they are protected from some tariff, as I mentioned, and the tariff is 25% on vehicles that are sourced from outside the EU and the UK, and 18% when it's sourced from the EU, and that's the case for all vehicles, with the exception, of course, I mentioned of BEV. But as I mentioned as well, the OEMs have to pay duties on what they import, the components that they import for local production. So that's effectively the differential between those two duties, is the protection that they get for local production for the local market. And I guess again, the challenge is that as we're moving to NEVs, we're likely, at least in the short term, to import more of those EV components, primarily the battery, which are quite expensive. So you're likely to see very much a deterioration or reduction in the protection of the manufacturing industries in the country. Not because we're reducing the support, it's just a natural increase in the imports of batteries, and you largely see that reduction here in the table in terms of the protection that would be materializing, particularly as we move towards BEVs. So less and less protection for our local industry effectively. So again, the key question is, are we kind of fit for purpose? Can we provide enough support to transition to EV manufacturing in the country? Are the levels of support in line with kind of global standards? There are some questions around this. Important to remember as well that this is just what is available on the supply side, but of course we need to think about the demand as well, particularly on the local market. We can't do much about the demand on the export market, but we can certainly have an influence on the demand on the local market. If we think about what it would be required to have a fairly aggressive transition of the industry, there's 5 effectively avenues that need to be investigated. The first one is we need to support the transition of the local market. We need people to buy EVs domestically because, again, it's about 50% of our market. If we're looking to equalize the differential in price, purchasing price, roughly equalize for entry-level vehicles, we've calculated that we would need to kind of provide a purchase subsidy about 20,000 Rand for HEVs, 40,000 Rand for BEV, and about 80,000 Rand for BEV. And that's for entry-level EVs. Of course, we're not targeting the kind of luxury side. We're talking for the entry vehicles. And that could be provided as a cash grant or maybe a differential in terms of interest rates. There's many ways to think about it. But certainly, if we're talking about a massive transition of our market, and here we would talk about something that, we're looking at 20% of the market sales to be NEVs by 2025, 40 by 2030, and then 60% by 2035. That's the kind of, incentives that we need to transition the demand, the local demand effectively. Then, of course, on the demand side, on the supply side, we need to look at the tariff story. The one that I think is always raised by industry about the 25% for BEV coming to Europe, which often is generalized as a generic problem for EVs. It's really just a problem for BEVs coming from Europe. That needs to be addressed. Particularly, it needs to be addressed because we need to have that quid pro quo from the EU, which is to maintain our duty-free access to the EU market going forward. And that's really important. So if we reduce that tariff to 18%, then in exchange from the EU, we would need to maintain our access to the EU market for exports. And then there's a set of revisions that we think are important to be done when it comes to the APDP. Without getting into too much of the technical details, it's quite important to rethink the level of support that we're providing. First, in terms of, the tariffs that are being paid, and we are looking at maybe reducing the tariffs that are being paid by automotive manufacturers for EV components that would be imported into the country, at least in the short term, with the condition that, of course, they would support the local assembly. So, if we're not competitive with battery cells manufacturing, let's not penalize ourselves with that. If we have to import it, then let's do that, and then make sure that we build the batteries then domestically, and we open that bill of material. We import the cells, but then we build everything else domestically. So that's kind of the quid pro quo that I think is important. Let's try and reduce that, but then incentivize the OEMs to do everything else. Then we're thinking about, is the cash grant for investment sufficient? We're thinking that maybe for a short period of time, we would increase that from 30 or 30% to 50%. And that's really to incentivize the retooling. Let's introduce EV manufacturing into the country. Let's provide that once-off kind of support to really get the OEMs to invest into EV manufacturing into the country. And then lastly, we can keep, the rest unchanged, maintain the balance of the incentives as is. So effectively, this is what some of the thinking that we've been working on. It's one of the avenues that we think would be very viable for the South African market and the South African industry. Of course, this is one relatively aggressive transition. There's a lot of other avenues that can be entertained, less aggressive transition that could be entertained. But if we want to remain in line with global kind of trends when it comes to our market dynamics, it's not following the EU because we want to follow the EU. It's because the market is there. This is our market. We need to have some linkages with it. Then we think that's what's required. But again, that is one of the avenues that is currently being considered and are working on at the moment. I thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion, and hopefully it wasn't too technical and you managed to follow what I was saying. Thanks so much.
Perfect, Gaylor. Well, thank you very much. I mean, as always, lots of insights. I think that a lot of people maybe don't understand, how proactive government is, and having someone like yourself, share those insights and talk to us. I think it helps people understand that there is proactivity out there in government, but government's also taking the approach of allowing research and real science to guide their decision making. I mean, that's what I read.
Absolutely, Gaylor, thank you. We must say thanks. It's really been very insightful information, almost information overload. I'm definitely going to have to go back to a couple of those slides afterwards. There's a lot of talk around the quick transition and the steep adoption curve that we're going to see in the EV space. With a lot of the OEMs putting out their dates, final dates where they are totally switching away from ICE incomplete, so purely building only EVs. What is your view, and what's the realistic date on when would we see that, where the bulk of the OEMs would have then shifted across, and essentially by that time South Africa, we should have been caught up already and be there where we are producing EVs as SA and exporting EVs ideally? What is your date in your mind?
Well, I mean, I think we need to remember that, of course, there's OEMs tend to work with vehicle life cycles, so they tend to produce a vehicle for anywhere around 7-8 years. And I think, we're certainly going to see the bulk of the manufacturing in the global north shifting to EV production within one vehicle life cycle. So, by 2030, effectively, a large amount of that production is gonna shift. I think within 2 vehicle life cycle, so maybe kind of the 2035, you've pretty much completed the transition at global level. So that's a very short window for us to adapt. Effectively 2 vehicle life cycles is not a lot of time. And we do have that difficulty in, as a way it's an opportunity, but the difficulty is that we have that dual market. If we were entirely dependent on the local market, I think we could take, not however long we want, but we could take slightly longer to transition. If we were entirely dependent on the export market, then we would just tie ourselves in fully to what's happening with the EU, irrespective of what's happening domestically on the local market, because then you would only sell the vehicles for export. So what happens here would not matter. But we do have that dual market, which makes it slightly more difficult for us to adjust, and it's going to force us to certainly introduce HEV and PEVs within one life cycle. So certainly the OEMs, within the next few years are going to need to do that quite aggressively. And then within 2 life cycles, so between 2030 and 2035, fully transition to EVs, and that means introducing BEV quite aggressively.
Perfect. Gaylor, I think, I've got one question I want to maybe put you on the spot a little bit. We've got a couple of questions people asking, without mentioning any names, is TIPS aware of any OEMs that are definitely going to switch to manufacture in South Africa, or at least their components in South Africa? Obviously I wouldn't want you to name any names, but is TIPS, can we, are there OEMs who are definitely considering South Africa manufacture?
That's certainly on the cards. I mean, the one that is already manufacturing a little bit some EVs is Mercedes. Part of the C-Class manufacturing line is capable of producing electrified vehicles, but that's part of a global strategy. From the part of Mercedes, which when they produce a vehicle anywhere in the world, they have to be able to produce all the drivetrains. So certainly, from their perspective, it's something that they've been looking at. The other OEMs are definitely, considering production in the country, and even one additional one that's not currently present is also considering South Africa as a potential destination for vehicle manufacturing. So that's something that very much is on the cards at the moment, but there's a bit of a chicken and egg, There's a bit of a poker game being played at the moment, of course, between industry and government about who's going to make the first move, who is going to really send the signal. And I think we've got this wicked problem between moving our domestic market, moving our industry, building the new value chains around the batteries and so forth. And at the moment, as we all know, we don't have yet a policy framework. So the next target, we've had the green paper that was published, it was mentioned and talked about a lot. The next target is a more comprehensive EV roadmap for the country, and that's certainly the next target for hopefully this year to be discussed and released, so that we have that clarity for the country. I think the green paper kind of started to stimulate that discussion, but now we need plans, and that's really what we're working towards at the moment, and full-on EV roadmap that would really provide clarity to all effectively in the country.
So Gaylord, before I let you go, and I know you're a busy man, and we're gonna try and maybe put you on the spot here. I'm looking for a newsreel, so I'm gonna put you on the spot. Can we expect incentives or some sort of tax breaks for both private and corporate ownership in EVs in the next 12 months? Is that something that people are asking? I get that we get the question a lot. When can we expect to see some real incentives coming through, encouraging the average person to buy electric in the next 12 months? Can you give us a quote, sir?
You can't make promises. Some of the decisions definitely way above my pay grade, but we're currently looking at the incentive structure at the moment. That is really the work that we are currently doing. Some of the stuff that I've shared, particularly the last slide, is one option, one route that we are looking at, and that includes a purchasing subsidy for buyers, and that includes, of course, a revision of the support to manufacturers. That's one avenue. We're looking. That's the ambitious avenue. We're also looking at other avenues, and then you know what it is. Negotiations will take place, but I think that's certainly on the cards at the moment, and we're pushing hard to get that clarity in the next financial year, which is starting in April. So certainly within the next financial year, we're hoping that we can have that clarity to the market and then have those incentives kick in. So that's really the discussions at the moment.
Fantastic. Well, Gaylord, I think we're going to leave it there. That's a great piece of information, and you've shared with us. It's great to hear that those discussions are happening, because I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, is those incentives to really kickstart the next kind of growth phase of EV purchasing.
100%. Thanks so much for having me.
Fantastic, Gaylord. Thank you very much. So that was Gaylord Montmas-Sinclair. He is the senior economist at TIPS, giving us some overviews of supporting development of the NEV industrial value chain in South Africa. And I think talking a lot to what people are asking, how can South Africa get on this train? How can we not get left behind? And I think the two big things that he mentioned there, one, incentives. Sounds like the smile tells us it all. I think the incentives are coming, and that slide sharing with us that information. But two, that government is proactively engaging already with OEMs, looking at manufacturing locally, and that we only have a 2-vehicle cycle to get on this window. Otherwise, the train has left the station.
I mean, that station is coming quickly, and it's approaching very fast, Rob.
Yeah.
So what I did pick up is that a lot of the incentives would be focused on the manufacturing, which I think really is great for the South African economy, creation of jobs and keeping of the existing jobs.
Sure.
Things like the retooling, very important points that is mentioned. So all of those are crucial points for government to consider, and actually drawing OEMs to actually want to come and manufacture in South Africa.
Which is the end game, because then we can avoid those massive import duties and hopefully get more cars, more EV cars on the road.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. We're going to take a quick 1 minute comfort break before we get our next speaker on, Gideon Neetling, who is the company engineer at Golden Arrow Bus Services, talking to us about the potential and as well as the challenges of introducing electric buses in South Africa. And this is a case study based on actual buses that they have on the road. This is not theory, this is not hypothesis, this is actual buses. So stay with us. We're going to be back shortly with Gideon Neetling from Golden Arrow Bus Services. And we're back and we are ready to roll. Now we're talking about buses. I mean, this is in South Africa, public transport, massive, massive thing. You know, we've woken up this morning to a massive hike in petrol. Everyone, public sector, already talking about taxis now having to increase prices. So much of our workforce use public transport. And I think it's a massive option, Yaku, for electrifying a large amount of the population is public transport.
Oh, absolutely, Robin. We spoke about in the transport logistics sector where you've got set routes. Bus is another thing. Public transport, again, it's got set routes that they follow.
Yeah.
Again, it's probably the best opportunity for us to build charge networks for that, build the buses. So really excited to see what Gideon's got in store for us.
And here to talk to us this morning is Gideon Neetling from Golden Arrow Bus Services. Gideon, are you with us, sir?
Hello, Rob. I'm here, yes.
Fantastic, Gideon. We've run a little bit into your time, so I'm going to stop prattling on here and carrying on, and let you get into your presentation. I think it's great that you got some practical, real-world data and analysis to share with us as well. You know, and I think everyone says, "Oh, there's a great opportunity," but I think you're also going to share with us some of the challenges, which is important because it's not all sometimes sunshine and roses. So over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's a real privilege to be with you this morning, and I've got quite a bit to get through. And on the agenda, it's a build-up to the business end of this case study. But I think it's important that I just line it up and show you a bit of background before I get into the real meat of the presentation. Golden Arrow, just a bit of high-level statistics. We're 160 years old. 1 April, we'll be 161. We operate more than 1,100 buses in and around Cape Town, more than 2,500 employees. We travel about 65 million kilometers, and for that we use more than 25 million liters of diesel. Looking at the previous graph, the bottom line, that 25 million liters of diesel. It's not huge, but it's quite a chunky carbon footprint. So a way to address that, one of the ways to address that will be fuel consumption. And for us, if we have to be frank, then it starts with a commercial solution, and then the carbon reduction or the carbon footprint reduction is a fantastic fringe benefit that comes with it. So what have we done? We've been on a fairly steady fleet renewal program for the last 20 plus years. And when you do that, you introduce later or latest technology vehicles. with that comes the consequent fuel improvement that you expect. In the last, until pre-COVID, we bought more than 1,200 buses. We've slowed that process down slightly. And on average, we buy just more than 60 vehicles a year. So what has that done? In the last 10 years, we've shown plus minus a 9% fuel improvement, fuel consumption improvement. So that gives you a related carbon footprint reduction. Moving on to electricity, it's not a huge expense in our bigger scheme of things at Golden Arrow, but again, it started as a commercial. How can we save some money? So if you look at solar installations, it's a no-brainer. You reduce your dirty electricity that you use. We've got solar PV installations at 6 of our depots around Cape Town. We started back in 2017 with our first 2 really small installations, and it was fantastic. It showed us where to do it and where not to do it yet in 2017. Every year, it's getting easier to actually justify or do the feasibility for solar installation. In mid-March, we'll have a generating capacity of about 1.4 megawatt peak. And one of the small things that we're busy with at the moment, that's the mid-March installation that needs to kick in. At our depot in Woodstock in Cape Town, above our fueling station, we've removed the asbestos roof, which is really environment unfriendly, and we're actually building a solar roof. We will test how waterproof the solar roof will be, but it is a first, and we'll probably move this along. What this has enabled us is that where we now, and it was not started with this in mind, is that we've got quite good experience of how do you work with a supplier, measure solar and all that. And we're in a quite nice situation where we've got enough knowledge that we can liaise with large scale or with installers for potential large scale installations in the future on a much better foot than what we would have been if we did not do these installations. On your screen now, you'll see a photograph of one of our rooftop installations. This is at our head office in Epping in Cape Town. There's between 2,300 and 2,400 panels on the roof there, plus minus 820 kilowatt peak generating capacity. Next one, carport at our depot close to the airport. We replaced an old carport that wanted to fall on the roofs of some of the staff with a solar carport. That's on your photograph, the part on the left. And then because we had the space, we added the portion on the right-hand side. And this actually now triggers the comments that in the future, the picture in my mind, and there's less people laughing now, that all our depots, everything we own, will either have a solar, either have a rooftop installation or a carport, just a carport away, and push and replace that with a bus port, for lack of a better phrase. So we believe that we're going to have as close to a solar roof over all our depots, and then we'll go outside to see where we can generate electricity if we go on the route that we are doing this test for. When we started this test, we said, just high level, what's the challenges for electric buses? Well, if we start with government, there's no limited support for a really expensive startup phase. We've been lucky in the test that we've received support from Julio as a partner in our test. So that softened the blow of the cost of the test. Actually, there's higher taxes on electric vehicles with comparable combustion engine vehicles. So the limited at the top can maybe be raised, but let's not go there. There's no operational electric buses in South Africa. Well, there's 2 now after we've put these 2 or the 2 that we're testing into operation, but there's no local data. And there's no active OEM in South Africa. So there's either no or limited support in South Africa for electric buses. moving on with some more challenges, if we look at the cost and the availability of electricity, the increases in the last few years have been above inflation, so that's been a drawback. And then load shedding, it's a really ugly phrase that everybody is quite familiar with in South Africa. You take the two bullets in this under that heading, and the people want to send me to a psychiatrist with a route that we want to take. They really shake their heads and why in the world would you want to do it? But I think Sean Westbrook, I think was his name in one of the intervals, his comment about the influence of load shedding and all that on his trip from Durban to Cape Town, I think one should take that a lot more to heart than what most people do. Additional to that, there's some real opportunities in this challenge, because if you go for solar, and please, in my presentation with solar, you should probably in the back of your mind add wind there, because we've got no experience with wind. So usually I just put solar there. We will go towards solar most probably, to wind, most probably with a supplier in the future. But there's serious potential here, because you can protect yourself, or at least partially protect yourself from cost and the availability risk for 20 odd years in the future. So huge opportunity in our view. Then, sure, the number of times that I've been in the dirty electricity argument, I just don't get involved anymore, because in our view, we acknowledge, of course, it's a no-brainer. Coal-generated electricity is not green. We don't even argue, nobody argues that point, but we believe it's substantially more important that we look at, why don't we focus on the utilization of solar and wind and off-peak electricity that can actually give us a big solution to this, or to where we want to go. And then maybe we should rather put the focus on the potential for us to save foreign exchange, but not by importing less oil. The graph on your screen now is our peak bus utilization. It's actually a really sad picture, because for an unbelievably expensive asset, the utilization is not good, and it hurts. But so what this graph is showing us is over a 24-hour period, how many of our vehicles are operational, and you'll see what we refer to the morning and the afternoon peak, and then in the middle of the day, the off-peak period. And I'll build a bit on this to show you how this fits into some of the dreams or plans that we've got. If we look at the morning peak, our morning peak starts at 4 o'clock in the morning and it ends at 9 o'clock. That's that first blip on the previous graph. And that's really high utilization. You can actually replace that high utilization with 100%. Then in the midday, we've got what we refer to as off-peak. So that's between 9 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And there, 30% of our vehicles are operational. So flip side of the coin, 70% of our vehicles have got a 6-hour charging window opportunity that's there. Then afternoon peak starts at 3 o'clock, ends at 9:30. High utilization, replace that with 100% if you want. Then we go into the nighttime off-peak, and that's from 9:30 till 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, when the morning peak starts again. Again, there's about a 5% utilization. So 6.5-hour window for 95% of our vehicles to charge. So this really plays into some of the plans or the dreams that we've got for the future. Just to put that in a picture, is that if you look at the graph, then you can have a look. Off-peak tariffs, early in the morning, solar charging, you can add in the middle of the day, and then off-peak charging at the early evening to late evening. You can probably add wind to all three, the yellow dots. But this is a really good fit with the way that we believe that electricity can be available in South Africa, number one, and we will not add additional pressure on the grid in the peak hours when the highest usage of electricity takes place. So when we started this test, we said, what do we actually want to do? And I think this is something that a few people mentioned this morning. We wanted to use real figures and replace the estimated variables that's out there. You've got a saying at Golden Arrow that a spreadsheet is forgiving, and it really is. There's some guys that tease, they say, just tell Gideon what the answer must be and he'll build you the spreadsheet. So once you start replacing these variables with real figures, that luxury goes away, and it's what we were actually what we're after. We wanted to check or test the charge times and the challenges. In our test, we could only do the first bit because 2 buses, there's no challenges in charging them. Those challenges will come in the future. Maintenance skills, of course, it's a total different set of skills that's required. We've addressed some of that already, and we keep on addressing that as we go on. We want to develop a feasibility. Should we introduce or should we not introduce electric vehicles in South Africa? And I'll get close to pointing which way we are leaning, what that feasibility is going to say in the next, say, 6 months. And then if there's requirements, what's the framework for future tests? And I'll touch on that a bit later as well. And then, again, a cliche that we use quite often, we want to get off the spreadsheet and onto the tar. And we've been doing that since April last year, and it's really been a good journey. So what's the initial results that we have seen? We've been testing 2 37-seater BYD buses since April 2021. The first 7,000 kilometers, we did what we refer to as non-passenger testing. So what did we do? We loaded the vehicles with sandbags to simulate the legal limit of weight limit of the vehicles. And there's this perception that these buses cannot get up the hills in Cape Town. So we drove every single hill we could find. We made sure we put the PR lady in the bus and we put the CEO in the bus. So we made sure that the PR lady, the CEO, and myself went over every hill in Cape Town that we needed to, fully laden. And yes, of course, it slows down, but there's no problem with any hill in Cape Town with these vehicles. The real test that we actually wanted to do, that was just a sideline, was do we tick all the boxes for our standards for safety? And we wanted to do the range testing. And within those 7,000 kilometers, we could tick those boxes more than comfortably. And the range testing, it's one of those where can we trust the dials? And we now do. Since then, we've done more than 50,000 kilometers in these buses since 28 June 2021, when we introduced the buses to our passengers. They love it. The drivers tell me that it's a comfortable ride. It is less noisy. Plus, they say when they approach a bus stop, and on their destination screen, they've got a similar destination as the bus in front of them, the passengers run to the electric vehicle because they want to drive in an electric bus. It's a comfortable ride and it's really novel. Moving on, probably the most important slide of this presentation by country mile. Energy is responsible for more than 50% of what we refer to as engineering costs. So our tests have shown it is just south of 1 kilowatt hour per kilometer. I'm being teased. They say you use 1 because it's the only figure you can use in your head to multiply and divide with, Gideon. So, but that is the answer. So yes, we do use 1 when we do the bulk of our calculation. So with energy cost, if you take the December cost of electricity and of diesel, you're going to cut about 70% of your energy bill if you go with electric buses. Then we've got some estimates because we haven't got the results yet. It's going to take quite a while to get there. But we had a look, where do we spend our money at the moment? Do we find the same part in an electric bus? So there's a little bit of science in there, but it is still an estimate. We believe spare parts, it's going to be down by about 50%. Oil and lubes, we've put down 80%. We think it's conservative. We think it's going to be more. Tires, of course, no impact. One must actually be a little bit careful because in the diesel buses, we've got a program that's controlled acceleration. So the guys cannot drive like Max Verstappen. We'll probably have to do something similar with the electric vehicles because acceleration is fantastic. So there we need to still have a look. And then a really, really sensitive issue, labor. It's probably minus 30%. And people look at that, and often you hear bigger figures than that being bandied around. In a golden era environment where we insource our maintenance, we do everything ourselves, three areas of the maintenance. You look at your mechanical shop and your electrical shops. They're probably going to halve, but the body shop's going to stay the same. The way the maniacs drive, they're probably going to increase your body shop, but we cannot penalize an electric bus for maniacs in Cape Town. But we see about minus 30% in labor, and that's really sensitive. So what we have started is we've started training what we refer to as two-star artisans. And this is for lack of a creative name. An artisan, when they qualify, they get their certificate, there's a big red star on it. So we've taken a group of 20, split between diesel mechanics and auto electricians, and they've qualified, but we're now training them on the other trade. So at the end of this program, they will have 2 certificates each with a red star on, so really creative, a two-star artisan, either a combination. Okay, these guys will be between diesel mechanics and auto electricians. They'll be qualified as both. And then we're going to do exactly the same thing in our body shops, where we will qualify people both as a bodybuilder, vehicle bodybuilder, and a spray painter. So in the next few years, that's the route that we want to take to really qualify the people the way that we believe they should be qualified for where the vehicle trend is going. Plus, we want to make people that might be not with us anymore really, we want to create a big demand in the market for the people. Then, okay, moving on from the results, Da Vinci said simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So let's go the simple route, or the simplicity route. Is it the simple solution to introduce electric vehicles or electric buses? So if you want to go there, we believe there's 2 hurdles that you need to still get past. First one, you need to build the buses in South Africa. To import them will just not work. The import taxes are going to kill you. So that's the biggest hurdle, and that's one that must be passed before you even take the next step. Then private electricity generation, plus the distribution of it, wheeling. That will be required to have a look or to have control over your reliability and your some cost control. I think people underestimate the difficulty of wheeling. I hear people saying all kinds of things, but that will come. In our case, if we go back to 60 buses a year, we can accommodate probably the first 2 years of electric vehicles without too much of the private generation, with what we can do in-house with our own solar installations, plus. So in year 2, if you go this positive route, in year 2, definitely year 3, that will become a crucial part of the implementation. Then Don Norman said the opposite, simplicity is highly overrated. So if we want to go a complex route, then we say, so what can government do and what can local government do? And I'm repeating what many people have said before, yesterday and today. If you look at central government, have a look at the tax discrepancies between the 2 vehicles, incentives for EV purchases, and from our point of view, who's on the other side of the table, who will take an incentive, we emphasize, and I should put that short-term in bold, it should be a short-term incentive to leave the next line, to put the incentive on, yes, we need to manufacture these things in South Africa. It is really important, and I'm not going to repeat that we might be left behind on all those things. You've heard that before. And then support alternate electricity generation. On a Chris Yellen webinar last week, I heard a guy speak, and he said, set electricity generation free. And I said, yes. I think government will get the shivers, but that's probably what needs to happen. The 100 megawatt is a really good start, but we should really open this thing up that we've got lots of electricity. I've made the wild call that I say if government gets out of the way, we'll probably have too much electricity within 15 or 20 years, but let's not go there. Local government, similar off-peak Electricity tariffs support alternate electricity generation. It's similar as the previous one and what many people have said before. So what's the summary that I've got? It's a really promising start. It's really, that promising should also be in bold. The dirty electricity argument, we really encourage people to change the focus slightly. Isn't dirty electricity better than importing dirty fuel as a step one of this transition? And then we move towards the greening of the energy. If we get stuck in this one, we might be stuck in that chicken and egg challenge that people have referred to as well. Then what's our next steps at Golden Arrow? Well, we've ordered what we refer to as a 65-seater Golden Arrow specification bus, electric bus. That will arrive in May, and the biggest focus when the bus arrives and when it's been through all the tests, all the legal tests, that it's legally on the road in Cape Town, will be for us to test the energy consumption. And our big question is, will the latest technology be for a 65-seater vehicle, be as energy efficient as an older technology 37-seater vehicle? If we can tick that box, then the next bullet kicks in. We need to go and find local bus bodybuilders that will build electric buses in South Africa. We want to do that in Q3 and 4 of 2022. And then just to cover myself, I put some 2 big red question marks on local electric bus manufacturing in South Africa. I want to replace that. We desperately want to replace those 2 red question marks with 2023. That is the target that we've set ourselves. Then, just before I finish, in 2017, 12 cities that were led by London, Paris, and Los Angeles signed the C40 Cities Agreement on green and healthy streets and clean bus declaration. I'm not sure if the current authorities in Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, and Tshwane are all aware of this, because they committed to not buying. They'll only buy zero-emission buses from 2025. And that's really, really close. I nearly used a very bad word there to say how close it is. But it is really close. So we really need to, I think the City of Cape Town need to hope that Golden Arrow is successful with finding somebody that will build these buses in South Africa. Otherwise, we cannot hit that target. Thank you very much.
Gideon, yeah, phenomenal. I mean, amazing presentation. My first comment is going to be, would it be right to say that the performance of these electric buses exceeded your expectations?
Definitely. Country mile.
Country mile, fantastic. And I mean, so based on what you just told us now, you got a 65-seater on order for May. Is Golden Arrow's intention to move forward, let me say the word, aggressively with an electrification move for your buses?
No, for sure. It's, as I said, if the energy consumption of the 65-seater mirrors the energy consumption of the one that you see on the picture, then all the dominoes are falling in the right direction. The next step is to start or to find somebody to build it in South Africa, and then to procure back to our 60 buses per year. If they were all going to be electric, we still need to make that final decision. But in 2023, we need to buy 60 new vehicles. So we need to decide all 60 electric or a big portion of that. I would go for a big portion, if not all of that electric. And then from early, we're already in discussions with suppliers that can build solar farms and all these kind of things. Then we'll really put that one in turbo mode to start chasing the supply of electricity. But we've got a little bit of time there on our side. So we focus on where we try not to try and do everything and then end up doing nothing. So step one is we need to get the buses built in South Africa.
Fantastic. I'm going to hand over to Jaco because I know he was quite fascinated with some of your solar stuff that you were putting forward.
Yeah, Gideon, man, first of all, absolutely inspired. You're talking of the guys that's standing at the bus stop that would have run to the electric bus. Oh, that's me. That's definitely one of. I would be one of those guys. So, Gideon, first question, just in terms of if you to do the numbers on your entire fleet of 1,200 buses. First of all, that's a massive fleet, by the way. But how big a solar farm or how big a power generation facility would you need to build just to power that, hypothetically, of course?
We've actually done that. Again, I've used the phrase, we've got a few really stupid quotable quotes at Golden Arrow. One of them, we say that if the sums don't work on a big button calculator, run for the hills. So big button calculator sums, it is less than 100 megawatt. We think it's about 80. And 80 will give us enough electricity to cover our requirement in June and July. So in December, you're not going to know what to do with all the electricity, but that's a nice problem to have. So we think it's somewhere between 80 and 100, but it might be slightly less because the efficiencies of the solar panels get better. We produce them, they're not that good. So worst case scenario, 100, but we think it's less.
Well, just on that, and really a big thing for us in the solar industry especially is really the cooperation with the grid, and not grid defection, but actually working with the grid, working with the utilities and building plants to work there. So that what you're talking of overproduction in December, clearly a bulk of your fleet is down in Cape Town based on that. So you know, you really have that opportunity to also work with the grid. Naturally, there's things like storage which you've considered. And I really enjoyed your profile looking at, you know, the morning peaks and afternoon peaks. Really that's the next opportunity that comes in that space. If you're looking at energy arbitrage, your buses are actually really big storage units on wheels, which is really an opportunity to do that arbitrage.
Yeah.
So, I think really, as I say, inspiring. There's so many opportunities with that what you've mentioned, and actually assisting the grid. Contrary to popular belief, this is actually an opportunity to help the grid, to stabilize the grid, in the form of that massive amount of storage that you're going to be procuring if you are buying 1,200 buses eventually.
Sure. Yeah, and I think, Gideon, just to see, I mean, just to add on to that, just to see your guys' approach and doing, as you say, real-world studies, just amazing. And I think a lot of people are blown away by some of the numbers that you've shared with us.
Yeah, just in terms of the numbers, out of interest, Gideon, so you showed us the breakdown of energy saving, maintenance saving. Average number, if you were to take it across that, have you got a rough number? And I mean, that's an easier number for us to remember, to say this is a study, a real world study that Golden Arrow actually did. Overall on maintenance, they saved X amount. Do you have a number? And we're not keeping you to that. We know it's still a study in progress, but do you have a number?
I think it's a little bit premature to go there, but for us, just the fuel side, excluding the rest, it's already pointing to that it's going to be it's most probably a feasible solution. On our side of the table at the moment, we're actually quite nervous because we say, what are we missing? Because why are more people not as excited as us? So I keep on telling the guys, you need to shoot holes in the arguments, because I get really, we do get nervous, because usually you go for a project that's just thereabout. This one looks not a no-brainer, but if we can build them in South Africa, we've got an idea what the capital cost needs to be compared to a diesel one. Then we are worried that it looks too good to be true, and you know what the next part of that saying is. But it is really positive. There's nothing so far. I think that's the summary. There's not a single thing so far that tells us not to carry on.
Well, Gideon, I think that gets purpose of days like today. Personally, I've driven and our family has driven in excess of about 250,000 kilometers with electric vehicle, and those numbers are accurate. I mean, I've also tried to shoot holes in them, and I haven't been able to do that in 250,000 kilometers. So,
sure.
Gideon, soldier on ahead. You guys are on the right route.
Fantastic. Come and visit. We love it. It's substantially more bling than the normal Golden Arrow bus, and we're really proud of this. Please come and visit. We do like to show people that we can get the excitement going, because we won't get somebody in South Africa to build the vehicles for Golden Arrow. We need a lot of people interested in this to actually get the industry going.
Thank you, Gideon.
Well, Gideon, I mean, I think that's great. A lot of people always ask about local manufacturing. I think everyone gets stuck on the cars and stuff. You've just put the challenge on the table. Golden Arrow needs 60 electric buses manufactured locally. So, you know, there's our newsreel, there's our news clip. You know, somebody needs to step up and come to the party for you guys.
Sounds good.
Fantastic. Gideon, we're going to let you go, sir. I'm sure you've got to go and crunch those big button calculators to give some more. And we're going to break for a lunch break. So thank you very much for your time, sir. And yeah, look forward to seeing more results and more electric Golden Arrows on the road.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Gideon. So that was Gideon Neetling, company engineer, Golden Arrow Bus Services. And I think just the potential, you know, when somebody says, you know, that he's trying to shoot holes in it and just cannot shoot holes in it. It's just performing better than expected. I mean, that's phenomenal. And then, you know, issuing the challenge. Golden Arrow is looking for local manufacturers.
That's where it needs to go, Rob.
There we go.
And we've got the skills. That's the best part. I think perhaps to tie in with what Gaylor said before that, is that there's only a very small part of it that South Africa cannot manufacture competitively with the Chinese market.
Yeah.
And it's essentially the cells.
So
everything else we've got.
Yeah, so then other than that, we're ready to go. And there is Golden Arrow looking for 60 buses a year, locally manufactured.
There's a challenge.
Fantastic. Yaku, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in studio with us. We're going to break for lunch, and you've got to get on with your day now and go get out there and save the world one solar panel at a time.
Well, Rob, thank you, and it's been a great honor and a great pleasure to join you today. And thanks for everyone dialing in, listening. Let us make that difference in the world.
Fantastic. We're going to take a break with some content supplied by our generous sponsors, our presenting sponsor in Grid Cars, and our media partner in Auto Trader and Katia Automotive. And we're going to be back at 1:05 with our next session, starting with Greg Blandford, our Director of Rubicon. So we're going to cut to a short break, and we will see you guys back at 1:05.
Is exactly what we are doing. We aim to build the most suitable options for our country by focusing on innovation and sustainable solutions. We are a South African company and draw inspiration from our country's beauty, pioneering spirit, and pure determination. We are committed to a clean, sustainable world, and we are pursuing our passion while providing a meaningful benefit to future generations. We know that definitive progress comes from taking small steps towards our goal every single day. We believe in value, engineering excellence, and staying on the cutting edge of technology, but never at the expense of quality. We build solutions that inspire both heart and mind. We are Katia Automotive. Katia Automotive, the future.
How much battery you got left?
These guys don't know that we have a trick up our sleeve, and we'll leave it at that.
Welcome back to day 2 of the annual South African electric car test, charged by Autotrader. Our teams are finally at the halfway mark. Much to their surprise, they were not allowed to recharge. Their next clue will take them to their final destination. Will they make it? Let's have a look.
Range? We're leaving the car here, guys.
You're officially,
I'm ready.
You're officially at the halfway mark.
Woohoo!
Get to your next location for your next clue. Do you see the rollback? Could it be for you? We know
That's for Don and him.
Yeah, shame for them.
Shame.
Okay, so we can hit it.
So we are good to go. We're going to Girotech.
We sure
We have
are.
directions. What mode are we in here?
Start. Do we have
Eco
the ticket?
Pro.
I have the ticket. I have
You
the
have the ticket. And let's go.
Oh, this is the rollback. This is why I came this way. This is how Donovan and possibly Nicholas are going to be getting home.
Oh no, we're not doing anything, don't you worry. Yeah, it's working, it's working. Need that card.
Okay, so we pulled a bit of a move here.
We did.
We pretended like our key was lost, or not lost, taken.
Taken.
By somebody. It wasn't. We've let everybody leave, and we've got this charging station all to ourselves, and it's given us a bit of juice.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see.
And no one said we couldn't.
Nobody said we couldn't.
No one said we
Guys, we're just very smart people.
Yes.
Take your iPace and on and brag about that. Look what we've just done.
Exactly.
Let's go. We could basically drive to Clarence.
We
if
could.
we wanted to. We could go to Bloem with the amount of power we have. Come on, man.
Shame. So sad for Don and them. I wonder if they're stuck already. Because they got there with 26% battery.
Yeah, the range anxiety is real. It's real. Like my eyes like will constantly look and then it'll come back and rest on the one, constantly come back and rest because
and it always feels like it's never constant.
Yes.
So you'll be on 37 kilometers and you're going for a while and then you look down again and all of a sudden it's jumped to 30. Then you're like, now you're not going to make it.
25 Ks we need.
We're good. 61 Ks to go. Range
Nice.
anxiety gone. I'm loving electric cars more and more.
Weren't we on 30-something% when we left?
we were.
How are we on 27?
I have no idea. I think it's an air car.
18.5%. 53 kilometers. Yeah, man. And here we are at our destination. Range anxiety gone.
Gone.
Oh, we're going at Girotech, obvious. After this gate, what is here next? And then, yeah, obvious. Girotech and finish and try.
So at this point at 43%, you
Nah,
feel
guy.
any range anxiety?
Nah, guy. I'm actually cocky now. I'm actually a little bit range arrogant. I don't know if that's a thing. You have range anxiety
You've
and you
just
got range
coined a new word,
arrogance.
range
yeah,
arrogance.
Yeah, you have range anxiety, the opposite of which is range arrogance. What does that mean? The aircon is on even when I'm standing.
We've got 18% left and
it makes me so anxious.
Like we have 1 bar left. Even after riding in neutral, come on. This antiperspirant.
Yeah.
Also sitting on like 10%.
Yeah, no, mine too.
Alright, we are headed straight to Girotech.
Okay.
Which says it's 24 kilometers away. How did it go into 12%?
I don't know.
Oh, come on! Girotech test facilities coming. And so we're on 17 Ks now. We're almost on par. Okay. Is it?
You see, look at that uphill.
We sped up quite a bit there. We sacrificed a kilometer and a percentage of battery power just to get us up this hill, and we're coasting all the way in neutral.
we're coasting up.
When did this thing drop to 14 kilometers? Come on! Sitting on 3%.
And 4%.
4-kilometer range. And I think we're here. We're here. We've made it. What are we on there?
2%.
Our teams have arrived at their final destination, the dynamic handling track at Girotech, where they must drive until they drop. In other words, until their batteries reach 0%. With its many twists and turns and the constant need to decelerate hard, it's trickier to run down the battery than you might think around here. So let's see how they get on.
Okay, here we go. We've got word from our sponsors. They're not our sponsors, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Welcome to Geratech. You made it this far. Congratulations. How amazing is that car? Unbelievably amazing. All good things must come to an end. This is not sounding good. So it's here where we turn this challenge on its head. The dynamic handling track will be your playground until 4 o'clock. It is now almost 3:15. Can you deplete your battery? Push your heel to the floor. They've changed the whole thing on us. It's now no longer about how you can conserve it, but the first one to run flat wins. This is evil. This is evil and unnecessary.
It's like BMW run flats.
Will it get to the thing? That's the problem.
Hey.
Wanna close your window?
Yeah.
You remember the tracker?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's further down.
Yeah, it's further down.
1 kilometer. We might not make the trek.
I don't think we'll make the trek. So yeah, so then there, and then it obviously kinks out. Still 1%.
Still 1%. 1%, 0 kilometers.
Really?
Yeah.
I must tell you, not to say that you should go on a diet or anything, but we were averaging 1.5% per lap, and we're now done 31%. Your weight has brought good fortune. Whatever you had for lunch, my friend, A, I hope you have medical aid, and B, keep doing that.
She's dead.
We've done it, or we've successfully done it. This was part of the...
I think what you need to clarify is that we did it in 1 lap.
We did do it in 1 lap.
Yeah.
So the challenge was to drain and deplete battery.
Yeah.
Oh, the money's run out. It's giving us passengers. The money's died. The money's dead. The money is dead. The money's dead. We're getting a passenger. Getting another passenger. Send the fattest one, please. Send the thin one to the BMW. We need the biggest, the heaviest one.
Are you honestly... You're really gonna go?
Oh, but it's hot, bro.
You're really gonna go?
It's hot. I'm on 6-pack. Come and get into Uber 6-pack here.
Are you really
Go
going?
the other side. Donovan, I want to say good luck. I hope the rest of your day works out. Does your aircon work when your battery's finished?
I'm not even gonna try.
Bye! Oh no, bro, it's better than nice.
And I like its progressive power.
Yes. I also like that it took half a lap for you to betray Donovan, become our best friend and start complimenting us. I love. That's what the Jack I-Pace does. It makes you forget your previous life and your previous bad decisions. You'll just start breathing air. This air coming out of this aircon is being pumped from Switzerland here, guys. This air you're breathing now, this is not Geratech oxygen.
Yes, it's not Geratech
This is imported. I flushed the toilet there, sparkling water came out. I was like, come on. Come on! 6.5%, let's go!
Oh yeah!
Yeah, man!
They've just been so cocky all day, you know?
No, and now we're gonna destroy them. 1.5%.
Eesh! I'm trying to give it more like bursts of... Come on!
Kilometer. So we've lost another passenger to car sickness.
Did he jump out for car sickness?
The BMW looks like it's about to get sick. Oh, it's done! Oh, it's done! Look at that! Look at that!
You're kidding.
Do you have enough power to open the window? Oh, good.
No,
I don't know why you laugh.
You can't laugh.
No, yeah.
We
You guys
won.
won by losing badly. That's how losers celebrate. We're the best losers in the world. We're so amazing at losing. We couldn't even lose first. We lost second. That's how terrible you are at losing.
Walk rather than get in this guy.
Listen, you can walk in this heat. I don't mind picking you up. All I'm saying is you'll be my complexion by the time you get back here. Good luck. Okay, you holding on?
It's much cooler in here.
Seatbelts on, seatbelts on. Do your prayers and whatever your insurance things need.
Go.
3, 2, go. We are the champions, my friends. No time for losers, because George and I are champions. And in honesty, I'd be singing this, but I don't think we have the right.
What have you done to my car?
George, all I did was just show it what its true potential is. You know what I mean? Because you were nursing it.
A drone.
No, I'm just saying. There's something. There's
drone?
like. You get 20% extra acceleration when the debit order for the car doesn't come off your account. I'm just saying I found like an extra
you found
a gap between where your payments end and no, I took good care of it.
The results from the city driving simulation test are in. The Mini Cooper SE travelled 205 kilometers from 100% charge, including a 10% top-up. The BMW i3S eDrive Rex travelled 213.2 kilometers on a single charge without the use of its range extender. And finally, the Jaguar I-Pace covered a distance of 247 kilometers on a single charge using 92% of its battery.
Okay, I love the I-Pace. I love it with all my heart. I love it that I would spend my own money on it, but I understand that it's not fair because these are not apples and apples. When I ask the prices of the different ones, that's when you see which one is an apple, which one is a small apple. So in truth, I would have any of them. If I only did 100 kilometers a day, I'd have the Mini because it's cute and it's a Mini and it's electric. If I had kids, I'd probably have the i3 for the daily, and then the I-Pace just means your studies paid off. You didn't do that hard work for no reason, and now your friends can be jealous. Plus, you plug things in. People love to plug.
I've just got one thing that I got out of this whole trip.
Yes.
I converted him.
Yeah, I did.
He converted him. He's driving an M5, M3, M what?
I got a 635
635 turbo. And I said to him, have I converted you? He said yes. Into what? And he says he's not a petrol head anymore.
Yeah, I'm a car head now. An automobile head. If it's got 4 wheels and it drives like this thing. Can the people who are doing PR for electric vehicles, can you up your game? Electric vehicles are fun. Electric vehicles are exhilarating. Petrol, you're not losing anything. You're not losing anything. This thing even makes other sounds. You feel like Buzz Lightyear, plus you're going, Papa. You're going. Think about being on full boost the whole time. I can talk the whole day about why they are amazing. Do you like talk?
See
I like
why
to
he's
talk.
converted.
But talk.
See why he's converted.
Okay, so I think for me, I love the i3. I'm also converted into an EV head. Like, I had no idea. All my perceptions were smashed. It's a surprisingly fun car to drive. I think if I had to take one home, as much as I love the SUV, the i3, there's just something special for in-town city driving. And once all the infrastructure is up, because we've discussed that, then this is the winner, the i3. Consistent and beautiful.
But like us as a team.
As a team, yeah.
Completely consistent. Okay, I think my favorite thing about the day has, besides driving these EVs, is watch Nicholas convert from a sort of petrol head-ish, even though you're not kind of petrol head-ish, to someone who you could see when he got in, he was a little bit deflated and thought this was going to be quite boring. And then when he put his foot down and realized how quick it is off the mark and how fun it is to drive, he just kept kind of whooping through it.
Guys, you have no idea.
I think that, the other guys might have said it, but I don't think we appreciate what we get to do as
on
jobs.
a daily basis. Yeah, that's true.
Like, who would have thought that on a random day we'd come out and drag electric vehicles?
Yeah.
It's such an unbelievable experience, and definitely something that I personally will be talking about for a very long time. And it was so great to be paired up with this gentleman, a fellow geek. So we got into this car, and apart from the talk and, all of the wonderful things that come with it, like, we really got into the nitty-gritty of how this stuff works and what the future of these cars is going to be. So that was super exciting for me, and it's always interesting, especially with cars. Cars go through all these weird different phases, and to imagine that the phase that we're in right now and how we perceive cars when our kids are older, 18, 20, whenever they can have cars, that this is going to be standard and it's going to be a norm. And it makes me excited, because if we're excited about this car now, can you imagine
in 20 years time?
In 20 years time, what we're going to have. So what a thing, we've all had a perception of what electric cars are about. We've read and we've watched YouTube videos, but to actually get into one and, feel and speak about everything other than the green aspect was incredible. Fast. The only thing that was missing was the sound, but then you get that back in the talk that you get, because we actually said this is literally touch and go. That's what it is. You're there. This really has been a great experience. We enjoyed the Mini. We were put through our paces with them. There's a little paces with the Mini.
How long did you guys charge for it, mainland?
We did charge for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there was no way that we were going to make it.
Whatever.
We charged. We charged, we only got 10%, which was not enough.
Yes.
We still had to work hard. So when you guys watch this eventually, you'll notice that we actually had to work hard. And I think out of everybody here,
we did the most work.
We did.
Yeah.
We were put through our paces when it comes to what would happen if you started, because that's a question that people ask. What would happen if you started running out of power in an electric vehicle? When you watch this video,
you'll know exactly what to do.
We have given you tips and tricks. FAQs are going to be quotes from us. Neutral. No, man, FAQ.
FAQ, frequently asked questions.
We made it, and it was unbelievable. And yeah, thank you to you guys, man. I think this has been a fantastic experience. I speak on behalf of everybody. Definitely something I never thought that I would do. And we'd love to do it again sometime.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I hope everyone had a great lunch break and took some time to digest that wonderful talk by Gideon Netling. What an opportunity. Golden Arrow looking for 60 locally manufactured buses, hopefully by 2023. So for all of you talking about keeping job opportunities, how will the move to EVs help grow South Africa's economy? There it is. Golden Arrow looking for 60 buses per year. We would just work that out. That's on average delivering 5 buses every month. If that's not news and excitement for you, well, can't really do much more than that. But hopefully the next gentleman can give us a bit more to think about. We are excited to welcome Mr. Greg Blanford. He is the director for Rubicon, and he's going to be talking to us about localization and the circular economy. How do EVs, batteries, and solar all come together to create a circular economy in South Africa, and hopefully also leaning on this job creation, local manufacture, growing the economy through the transition to electric mobility. Greg, are you with us, sir? Yeah, Greg. Good, thanks, and yourself, sir?
Thank you. It's really good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Thank you very much for taking some time out. I know you've been quite a busy man the last few weeks, so thank you for taking a bit of time in your diary to chat to us today.
No, it's a pleasure. As I say, I've been monitoring, I've been in and out of the meetings, and I must say it's been super exciting just to hear various speakers, and it also just reaffirms the discussion around localization for EVs and the technology that surrounds that. So yeah, it's really, really exciting to see, and everybody's pretty much talking the same language.
Fantastic. Well, Greg, I'm not going to cut into most of your time because I know the circular economy, and I've had a look at your presentation. I think you got some exciting stuff to share with you. So let's let you take it away, and hopefully we'll have some great questions and answers towards the end of your session. So over to you, sir.
Great, thanks so much, Rob. Yeah, so maybe what I'll just do is give a bit of background as well, because we do get a lot of questions around the vehicle that we imported into South Africa. So maybe I'll start with that. So we brought in the first Tesla Model X into South Africa. This was roughly a year ago. And so far we've done just under 25,000 kilometers across the country, testing out the local infrastructure, both DC and AC on charging. And I must say, it's been a pleasant experience, obviously a bit of a learning curve. The vehicle is next level. As with most EVs, it's a pleasure to drive. The technology is absolutely amazing. I can't sing electric vehicles praises enough. I think, just as far as Tesla is concerned, hopefully we'll see them in South Africa at some point in time. But I think we've got a lot to look forward to with the local OEMs. VW, BMW, we've seen the new Audi range of electric vehicles being launched last week in South Africa. So it's really, really exciting to see the big brands bringing their vehicles to South Africa. So I wouldn't be surprised that further down the line we'd start to see Tesla eventually come to South Africa. So just as far as costs are concerned, I mean, those trips that we've done across SA, roughly 25,000 kilometers, roughly 40,000 Rand saving in fuel costs just over that short period of time based on current fuel costs. And about 80% of the charging that was done on the vehicle is from renewable sources. It's pretty much unavoidable to get 100% at this stage in South Africa. I think we're growing as the rest of Europe is into that space. So yeah, they are critically important. Just to give you a little bit of background on Rubicon, so I'm going to just go over to the next slide. Oops. Sorry, my slide is not moving. There we go. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of background on who Rubicon is, because many people out there don't know who we are. We're a business-to-business organization with various branches around Africa, so an international company born out of the automotive industry in Port Elizabeth originally. So in 1986 we were established, and currently we have offices all over Africa and also expanding into Europe now. So the primary focus for us was on the automotive sector of South Africa, so building the automations in the automation space with tier 1, tier 2 manufacturers to the automotive sector. So primary focus has always been there. And I think this is also what's helped us to transition over to e-mobility in an easier way, because we've supported OEMs over the last 30 odd years, helping them build their vehicles and supporting them in critical processes, for those vehicles. So as we currently stand, we have these 5 divisions within the group. Energy and storage and e-mobility is my responsibility. And then we still have a lighting, building automation and power solutions divisions. Okay. So this is an interesting slide, and I think not everybody has seen this, and this is why I've included it in the slide deck. I think it's interesting to note, and firstly, kudos to GridCars on building out the charging infrastructure as it stands. Most of the DC charging infrastructure we see across SA has been provided by GridCars. So well done to the team there, Yaku and De Villiers and Winston. It's been great to see the progress there. So currently the network is expanding, and we're seeing more and more DC and AC charging stations being installed. So even just on our side, we're also a charge point operator providing charging services and infrastructure in South Africa. And if we just take a look at the volume of chargers being installed in this year, so we estimate it's probably going to be in the region of up to 1,000 chargers overall, AC and DC. But on our own, we can quite comfortably state that we would do between 300 to 350 charging stations. These will be public charging stations. So most of that network will be AC, and the balance would be DC. So I would say, as a ratio split or percentage split, you're looking at probably 95% AC and 5% DC at this stage. So, and I mean, this also speaks back to the chicken and egg scenario. Now, do we put big DC charging infrastructure down from the private sector, or do we we approach it from the AC side first, wait for more vehicles to come into the country, and then initiate DC charging infrastructure? So I think that this map is going to change significantly over the next year. This obviously comes from PlugShare, but I think that over the next 5 years, this map is going to look a lot better, especially on the DC side. We've got contracts with some of the OEMs to install DC charging infrastructure for the new launch of vehicles, and those are being currently installed and implemented. Okay, so this slide is pretty much sums up, or this picture sums up a lot of what's being discussed in various presentations over the last day or two. So that, I mean, it's clear to understand that even on the last presentation for the buses, is that our backbone infrastructure is too weak to support large-scale DC charging infrastructure. So if we look at the large-scale or ultra-fast charging stations that are currently available in Europe, between 2 and 350 kilowatt, you know, looking at a 200 kilowatt as a sort of a bread and butter staple product installed in the European market and America. We see that those products alone per charging station draw 450 amps on the back end of the grid. So a lot of consideration has to be given to our infrastructure and developing the infrastructure, and a lot of that does fall on municipalities' shoulders and also government. And that's something that we'll discuss further in the slide pack. But the way that we see this going forward, especially for ultra-fast charging, is that there will be a backbone of large-scale ultra-fast charging in public spaces in the city environment, but also along national highways, but would be supported by solar and large-scale energy storage systems. So as you may or may not know, we are Tesla's partner for South Africa, and hence the slide here. So we would support charging infrastructure on the ultra-fast charging side with products like Megapack or PowerPack, and charging solar rooftop, also supporting that battery pack. And I think we're going to see more and more of this for South Africa. Unfortunately, it's something that has to be implemented. We've got no choice. Our grid is failing at this stage. It's currently being built up. Obviously, there's low capacity, etc., and we need to start looking at alternative routes to support the grid for EV charging, because it's coming at a rapid pace, and we unfortunately just not keeping up with it. And then along with that, we need to implement smart grids. And I know that some municipalities are looking at this technology, and I think it all forms part and parcel of the whole ecosystem, providing smart technologies, smart grids for electric vehicles, solar and energy storage, and the management of that from a municipal level, from one platform or management system. So energy management system for municipality being, I mean, just giving you the scenario, and I want to paint the picture, because I know this technology exists in the US and Europe, where entire city blocks or entire cities for that matter are controlled by one control center from the renewable energy space. So that's energy storage and solar. And the city has the ability to control the discharge of those batteries into the grid and to control how much power is utilized in certain sectors. So I think that this technology will infiltrate South Africa very, very soon. And I think it's obviously an overlay to what we are trying to build out from a infrastructure development side on electric vehicles. So it's definitely something that that is on the horizon, and actually I know that the city of Cape Town is busy with this currently. Okay, so a couple of the hurdles, and I think everybody has discussed this, you know, over the last day or two. So the energy grid and utilities in general, infrastructure is government's responsibility. In some capacity, we do, as the private sector, do offer some support to the grid, and I think this is going to have to happen over the next coming years. But ultimately, it's government's responsibility to look after things like rail, power supply, bridges, road infrastructure, etc., etc. And you know, we always look at the negative. Government does do a lot of positive, and the ideas in South Africa are fantastic. They're actually world-class, world-leading. But I think where where we fall down from government's perspective is the implementation, due to things like corruption, etc. These projects never reach a point where they become world-class from idea to implementation, in other words. So, I mean, we've discussed grid capacity. Everybody knows about load shedding. I think that that's going to continue for years to come, and it will only be exacerbated by new technologies like electric vehicles. Power quality is another one. We've been involved with the solar industry for many years, and also now offering power quality solutions to the large commercial clients, and analyzing some of the power just at a municipal level. The power's all over the place. There's often we see damage to sensitive equipment, both from in an industrial sense and in a commercial sense, and even residential. So power quality is an issue. Load shedding doesn't help that, unfortunately. So we've got all these spikes and dips, under voltage, over voltage, and this is not conducive to even from an electric vehicle standpoint, on the charging infrastructure that's deployed. And grid infrastructure is obviously part and parcel of it. So other hurdles, and I think this is something that I've been focused on. But again, we're a small fish when it comes to government and the OEMs, but we always try and lend a hand wherever possible, because again, the reason why we brought this Tesla vehicle into the country is to create focus around e-mobility, and for people to understand that this technology is here. We need to be cognizant of the fact that the technology is on our doorstep, and we need to start, making plans. So what we've done is we've taken the vehicle across South Africa to shopping centres, to launches of sustainability projects with partners like Growthpoint Property Group, but there are many others, and showcasing what is possible and what is out there already in the first world markets. And people are surprised. We get often some of the same questions over and over. We almost could have a typed list of questions and just hand it out to the public, because we often get asked, what is the range? How far can you go on a charge? What about load shedding? So there's a lot of education that needs to take place, and I think we're trying to fulfill that role, but we're only one player, and we believe in a collaborative environment for everything. So we rely on partners, the motor industry themselves, to communicate the right messaging out to the public, to say, these are the common questions that are asked, and these are the answers that we can provide you. But in the same sense, the marketing, the information sharing, the education process is very important. We've also done many visits to educational institutions, universities, doing presentations, trying to get the word out, trying to explain how the grid can manage this. And the more the information is shared, the more impact that we'll have, and the more that we communicate and talk to each other. And obviously localization is a big part of that. So there are issues around taxes on EVs. I think reform is needed. The tax structures were compiled in the 60s, and I think that a lot of those taxes, for instance, ad valorem tax is an archaic tax that needs to be reformed. If you look at the way the structures were put together in years gone by, 30% on a 600,000 rand vehicle is significant, and it obviously puts a lot of barriers and hurdles into bringing new technologies and investment into South Africa. It's also one of the major reasons why Tesla hasn't actually entered the country, is because of the tax issues. So there's definite reform that needs to happen there. And if we could focus purely on things like ad valorem, and also bringing down or getting to some parity with ICE vehicles, I think that we can bring down one or two of those major hurdles that will really make a big impact to ignite more investment into South Africa and create more competition as well. So yeah, government policy is around EVs. I know that that's changing. I know that there are discussions in the background. So I do thank government for actually moving in the right direction there. I've seen some of the green papers, both at local government, provincial level and national level. So it's good to see that those things are on the table. But I think the pace at which these things happen needs to be accelerated, because, you know, if we remember NAMSA, and we can, you know, we get access. I mean, you can easily access the data on the NAMSA website. You can see the sales figures across the board. These sales figures are important because a large portion of the value that South Africa gets in its coffers over the fiscal year is based on exports of vehicles. It's one of the biggest sectors in South Africa. So that is at risk. If we cannot localize the production of electric vehicles, it means that will be depleted year on year. And it would be sad to see. That will be in job losses. Other governments would and countries would get the investment into the building of those vehicles. Tier 1 and Tier 2 suppliers will also move to those countries. So the knock-on effect is huge. And I think that the pace at which things happen needs to be accelerated in a quick way. So OEMs, NAMSA, it's up to you guys also to push government to get that done. Okay, so I've just put this slide is really just as a just to show you the impact of the vehicles on the grid and the charging capacity of these vehicles. These are some of the vehicles that are currently available in South Africa. And if you look at the DC charging capacity of these vehicles, it's pretty significant. I mean, the Porsche Taycan can charge 270 kilowatts. If we look at the Model X, it's 200 kilowatts. So, I mean, 200 kilowatts is 405 amps from one charge station or one vehicle. Now, you can imagine if there's mass adoption of electric vehicles in South Africa, and on yesterday's presentation for you know, the uptake of electric vehicles in Johannesburg, that would have a huge impact on our grid. So there's going to be there's going to be this problem on the one side, and how do we solve for it? And I think this is where localization is going to become very, very important for us going forward. And definitely participation from the private sector. I think that the private sector is going to play a huge role in this. Decentralized power systems, decentralized charging stations, off the grid, etc., etc. And government can be responsible for building the infrastructure in the background in parallel and putting up some infrastructure for electric vehicles on national highways. Okay, so the South African EV market, quite interesting, and this will also play into what I'm wanting to share in further slides. So if we take a look at the vehicle manufacturers across South Africa, a lot of them are centralized in these provinces, Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, and Natal. And we've, you know, a lot of our focus has been on the manufacturers in the Eastern Cape and Gauteng. And from a localization perspective, it's important to understand the locations of these manufacturers, because a lot of the raw materials that we ship over to other countries for the manufacture of lithium-ion cells and battery packs, etc., leaves from some of these provinces. So if you look at the Eastern Cape, the Cook Harbour, a lot of the raw materials are shipped out of these regions, also in Natal from the Durban port. So all of the major brands are here, and again, the localization of electric vehicle manufacture is so important in the transition thereof. I know Toyota has also got a transition plan with hybrid vehicles, and the same with Isuzu and Ford. And I think every manufacturer within their own right is bringing in different technologies and the way that they see the transitioning happening. As with some of the presentations that we had today, I think people have got range anxiety. There are a lot of questions about battery technology and where we are currently. So the investment definitely makes sense for us to move into a hybrid type model until battery technology reaches the sort of 1,000-kilometer plus range and charging within 15 minutes. I think that's where we need to be, and obviously at a low price point. Some of the data that's been shared internationally is that the sort of inflection point for people to invest into electric vehicles is charging vehicles under 30 minutes to 90% with 1,000 kilometers of range and a $30,000 price tag. Now, that's roughly R500,000, and I think there'll be a lot more adoption of electric vehicles when those costs are achieved. So I appreciate the efforts of companies like Toyota, Ford, Isuzu, having that sort of initiative to bring in some, to bridge that gap, for people to become accustomed to driving vehicles, and we already see a lot of those vehicles on the roads today. Okay, so this is where we're leading to, is the opportunities for localization. And I think this is key. So lithium cell production is key to us getting to where we need to be to produce electric vehicles in South Africa. And lithium cell production is key to that. So it's important that we build the cell in South Africa and not import the cells and build the battery pack here. That's defeating the whole object. We want to own that full value chain in South Africa. We've got the raw materials to build. I sometimes scratch my head is how can we even allow raw materials to leave South Africa and then we buy them back at 5 times the price? It just doesn't make sense. Other economies are getting wealthier and wealthier. We South Africans are suffering, purely because there's no initiatives to drive this forward, and I think there's a lot of opportunity here. So as far as lithium cell factories are concerned, I think it does need to be a phased approach. We've got a fairly mature solar and battery energy storage market in South Africa. And if we're going to localize the production of those cells, we can do it in a phased approach where we've got commercial and residential and possibly even utility off-takers for energy storage. It's going to become probably the biggest topic for South Africa over the next 5 to 10 years. Solar has had its place, but energy storage is the next thing. We really, really need to make a focus, and we need to get this battery factory and cell production on the ground as soon as possible. So when I talk about a phased approach, the first off-takers, and we would gladly sign another letter of intent to purchase locally made batteries. And then again, there's an allied opportunity there for packing manufacturers to pack those cells into a form to sell those commercial batteries and residential batteries, etc. So I think that it's a logical approach. This is the point I've just spoken on. Commercial off-takers for stationary storage, both commercial sector and residential, and the integration of charging station infrastructure. And this is what I was alluding to earlier, is that we have to, as South Africa, have the integration of solar and energy storage with charging infrastructure. It's so important, and I don't think people generally understand, because we've had a lot of hype around electric vehicles, but our grid is just not capable of supporting these big UFCs. So we have to include charging energy storage for this infrastructure. OEM vehicle manufacturers build battery packs for locally built EVs, primarily for export markets. New opportunities for system integrators to build assembly lines for OEMs. So again, it's it's a knock-on effect for the entire industry. So within the automotive sector environment, there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers to the automotive sector, and their livelihoods depend on what the OEMs are doing as far as vehicle production. Typically, the 3 to 5 year window for new vehicle rollouts to happen, and the tooling and the machine building that happens behind that spawns an entire industry on its own. So there's opportunity for the system integrators to build new machinery that builds these EVs. Even although it's simpler than the current infrastructure that exists, you know, for instance, engine lines would now become battery assembly lines. Trim and assembly would stay the same. Body and white would pretty much stay the same. Paint shop would stay the same. So the local processes within the automotive sector would pretty much stay the same. It's just retooling, understanding the new technologies, jobs that obviously don't exist currently will exist in the future. You know, we often talk about job losses in the automotive sector if we don't do this, but if we don't do it, we will have job losses across the automotive sector. It's so vitally important that we start investing in this type of technology. That point is just what I've spoken about. Okay, so lithium battery recycling is another one, and this is why we're talking about the circular economy here, is to own the whole value chain when it comes to the production of these vehicles and then the recycling of these products. I think it's critically important that even in the solar industry, you know, there's always been talk about this recycle. How do we recycle solar panels? And it's going to become a question in the next 20 years. You know, a lot of these panels have already been installed in roofs, and when they reach end of life, there's going to have to be a recycling process. And it creates a whole new scope for new job opportunities, new business to start up. And it all speaks to the green economy. This is what it's about. You know, EVs have a very bad reputation at this stage because a lot of them are driving on these roads powered by coal power stations. And that completely defeats the object of owning an electric vehicle. So even with my own EV that we drive around, wherever possible, we try and charge that vehicle based on renewable sources. So whether it's directly connected to a home with solar and battery, or the building that we are currently, the energy comes from renewable sources. So a local lithium recycling facility for all forms of lithiums and batteries. So this already does exist in South Africa, and a lot of people are not aware of it. So if anybody's interested, please let me know, and I can share the details of the company that exists up in Johannesburg. I think they've recycled about 17 tons of lithium batteries already. And unfortunately, I didn't know this. And I think we need to communicate this because this is a big thing for South Africa. We have to have this type of technology and facility. Interestingly enough, and this is estimated data because there's no real solid proof of this number, but this is probably a conservative figure of the uptake of lithium batteries in South Africa. Is currently sitting at 15 megawatt hours per month. And this is primarily in the commercial residential space. Obviously, a lot of this is being driven forward by load shedding and people investing in lithium battery technology. This is outside of lead. Lead is another number on its own. But it just indicates, you know, when we get to the end of life for these batteries between 7, 10 or 15 years from now, what are we going to do with those batteries? And I mean, before I knew about this company in Johannesburg, we had engaged with Redwood Materials in California and putting various people in contact with them to send batteries offshore. And again, we're defeating the whole object there. So we really need to localize recycling. This is important. So the recycling of these materials, we can achieve 90 to 95% recycling rate. I know that Redwood Materials in California have done similar numbers. And if we can bring those materials in a very pure state back to the cell production or the cell manufacturer, which is also then localized, we've got a proper circular economy and building value and exporting that value to the rest of the world. And I think this is what we really, really need. It's vitally important. Yeah, and again, many jobs will be created in the process in empowering communities. Again, these are things that don't really exist in large format, and I think we do need to, because we've got the presence of these large OEMs in South Africa, I think this is a really viable opportunity. OEMs are already looking for recycling partners for end-of-life batteries. I know that Yula was mentioned earlier. We've got good ties with Yula here in Port Elizabeth. They've got a battery research centre at the Nelson Mandela University. So some of the battery packs that are either faulty or reached end of life, we do pass on to them for research purposes. But ultimately, those batteries do need to be recycled. And once the OEMs start producing electric vehicles in large numbers, we're going to need some sort of recycling facility. So again, a really large opportunity either to be financed by the private sector or government. This is an interesting one. So if you look at China, there's a really good opportunity to recycle batteries for second life use. I know within the Nissan Leaf, a lot of those batteries are repurposed again for energy storage for residential systems. And they're doing the same in China. So the power banks that power your phones, for instance, a lot of the cells that are in those power banks come from second life batteries, which are then from vehicles, and that's also from buses. So buses, companies like BYD, etc., those cells, often the second life cells, are then repurposed. And again, this creates another business opportunity for South Africa, because it's the repackaging of these cells and creates completely new industries, new jobs, etc., etc. So it's a complete new knock-on effect. The tooling that's required to build those factories again supports the manufacturing sector. So again, it's the knock-on effect, and it's just so good for a country like South Africa. Okay, so EV charging, again, opportunities to produce AC and DC chargers in South Africa. That opportunity also exists. Again, speaking to that full value chain. This is an important point. So the localization of these products means better support for uptime for CPOs. So often, and we've seen this in South Africa, especially on DC charging infrastructure, if a machine breaks and there's not spare parts available, these spares need to be supplied from Europe, and often you can't keep all of the spares in stock. And typically, complete charging stations are kept as high-cost stock items. So if there's a localized manufacturer, those spares would be supplied freely and would be freely available as far as technical support, etc., is concerned. So it's a very important further down the line, especially for charge point operators, that they have local support. In Europe, obviously the guys there have the luxury of having those manufacturers based in those countries. Where South Africa is, a lot of these products are apparently still imported. So there's definitely an opportunity there to localize the manufacture of these charging stations. I know for a fact that OEMs, the vehicle OEMs, would support the localization of these products, because also, they're supporting their customers with the vehicles and providing some of these services to their customers. Case in point with the dealer network for the e-tron. Those charging stations are owned by the dealer network, so they need to be able to support those products for their customers. They can't have these charging stations falling over and not operational. Again, this needs to be driven by the private sector. So I feel that, again, government's responsibility is for infrastructure development, roads, etc., and the private sector can look after this. I think there's enough capacity within the private sector to fund this, to drive it forward in a rapid way. Again, that is critical, that we need to move quickly on this and build out the network. I've shared this with many people, is that I have this field of dreams mentality. If you build it, they will come. And I think that is for a very pertinent to South Africa's conditions. We need to build the sector so that OEMs will bring their vehicles. Our government needs to support the initiative with the development on national roads, and I think that will happen. I know that is happening in the background, and kudos to those guys. Have had discussions with national government. They are busy with implementation of charging infrastructure on national roads to support the electric vehicle network. And these will be over obviously specific routes, N1, N2, etc. But the pilots for those will be coming up soon. Okay, so this is really a summary of what I've just been discussing: the solar, battery energy storage, and EV charging. What a recipe! And it is. It's really all three of them are complementary to each other. And I think for South Africa, it's becoming more of a need than a want. Unfortunately, it does come at extra cost. What is helping is that Eskom have put their price structures up over the last 2 years. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I know a 10% or near 10% increase has now been approved by NERSA. And it's making energy arbitrage projects become more viable. So communities, South Africa is very much focused on residential estate living for security reasons, and there needs to be some sort of independence from the grid and energy security. And large-scale energy storage system, a centralized or decentralized system, but centralized for that community, are being implemented in South Africa already. And the arbitrage discussion, when nobody's using energy between midnight and 3 in the morning, those batteries are getting charged at a very low cost and then discharged into the grid at peak times. And this is becoming more and more common in South Africa, and it will become once wheeling agreements are in place at metro levels. And these things are already in discussion. The AC and DC charger integration in metros and also in residences. If you look at countries like England, for new home builds, it will become mandatory that those residences are fitted with an AC charger for electric vehicles. And I think over time, this needs to become the narrative. We need to start looking at the integration of these technologies into homes, pretty much the same as what we've done with solar hot water heating in South Africa. It becomes part of the solution for a home or a new build. We're already seeing solar, electric vehicle and energy storage, or energy storage and PV being installed in a lot of homes in South Africa. The next addition to that will be the charger. And we're starting to see, and I speak a lot about this, is the technology convergence through software. So the wrapper for all of these technologies is software. It's driven by a lot of need for the management of on the back end from a utility space. So obviously, if we've got 10,000 electric vehicles plugged into the wall socket at home, there's going to be a definite impact on the grid. And it's been discussed many times over the last day or two. So it's critical that we have software and utilities that are managing this with software, as I spoke to on the first or second slide earlier on. So the boom is coming. We've seen a couple of graphs this morning as well. As we discussed, and it's also a summary, destination charging, will become more prevalent. Government does need to provide the backbone infrastructure wherever possible. Accelerated infrastructure development is possible in collaboration with private and public sector. And I think that's quite an important point, is that a lot of these projects need to be initiated by the private sector, but also being lent a hand by government. And I think private and public sector need to work on joint venture projects, because it's not going to be just one or the other. Job creation is one of the big things there. I mean, in the presidential address on the State of the Nation with President Ramaphosa, he said that the private sector provides 80% of the jobs in South Africa. And that's significant. It's quite important to understand that. It's critical for us to maintain that and still grow that even further. Yeah, so just looking at the graph on the right-hand side, we can just see the annual growth in electric vehicles across the world. And you can see it's coming. The inflection point for many has been 2035, where there'll be a balance of electric vehicles and ICE vehicles globally. And from that point onwards, more EVs will become more prevalent. So I think we'll probably hit that point a lot sooner than 2035, in my opinion. But I think the OEMs would have better understanding of it. This is a very, very important slide. So if we look at this, the investment in charging point infrastructure globally, the run rate will be at $80 billion over the next 20 years. So year on year, $80 billion will flood into this sector alone, just on charging infrastructure. Now you can imagine the opportunities that lie not just in the charging infrastructure, but the back end of that. So the allied technologies, solar and battery energy storage, specifically around South Africa's context, but in a broader context, also into Africa. I mean, Africa is literally the sleeping giant, and I think everybody understands that there will be a transition at some point for Africa as a whole. But this just, I mean, explains over the next 20 years the opportunities for South Africa to also access the rest of Africa is also vitally important. If we can put up that battery cell manufacturer, packaging facilities, and provide these services to the rest of Africa, it boggles the mind. I mean, we really can become one of the leaders in the world if we play the game right. On top of that, we still need additional investment to support the electricity grid. And this is what, again, this is information that has been shared internationally. We all know this. And some of the graphs that we saw yesterday were actually mind-blowing to see that. I mean, I've also seen the energy consumption of plugging in Tesla Model X into my garage and seeing pulling 7 kilowatts out of my home. That's significant. And it can quite drastically increase, firstly, the consumption of power at the home level, typically in a lot of cases, doubling the consumption of electricity for a homeowner over a month. So it's vitally important that it's balanced with a solar installation and energy storage to mitigate the increased costs. Yeah, sure. Okay, so reinforcing the grid to cope with extra demand, potentially different peaks of demand, essential accelerated infrastructure development is possible in the collaboration of the private and the public sector. And we've just spoken about that. I think it's plain to understand and easy to understand. Thank you. Any questions?
So Greg, yeah, look, I mean, a lot of information there, and I think it's what you put forward to us is that the opportunities for localization are immense. I mean, that $80 billion figure just in charging infrastructure alone. I mean, I'm sure there's many people in South Africa, businesses and the government itself that would love to get even a small slice of that pie. We don't have much time for any questions, but I just want to, I'm getting a couple of questions, people asking, Greg, I mean, I know the answer, you and I have chatted about this. Can you give us just a quick 60-second summary of why you chose to bring the Tesla into the country and not purchase one of the existing OEMs here? I've got there's a couple of questions, people asking, why bring in a Tesla? I know the answer, but maybe you could just give a little bit of insight to that, and then we're going to love and leave you.
Yeah, so I think it's a good question, and it was explained to me from one of the motoring journalists. He actually said to me that you can see that car drive past and it's an electric vehicle, another car drive past, but to see a Tesla drive past, it creates an instant impact. You know, when the first pod arrived in the country, people were stopping, getting out of the motor vehicles and taking photographs of the vehicle wherever it goes. You know, there's a definite interest around the brand, and I think that's what we wanted. Firstly, from a marketing perspective, but also then to drive discussion around electric mobility. And I think that's what's important. It's not specifically because we wanted to create a focus on Tesla as such. We are aligned with them as a partner, but it's really to create more hype around and impact around e-mobility. I think that's the key.
Fantastic, Greg. We're gonna have to love and leave you. We've got our next speaker lined up, but I think your presentation was hugely informative, and you've given us a lot to think about. And I think that circular economy and what we're trying to focus on, which is localization of the opportunities, you very clearly illustrated. So thank you very much for your time, sir.
Great, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Greg. So that was Greg Blanford. He's the director of Rubicon, heading up the e-mobility division, giving us some of his thoughts around localization and sharing with us some of these very interesting graphs showing the global investment in the whole sector is going to be enormous. And South Africa, the opportunity is there in basically every sector, from manufacturing of EVs to batteries to solar infrastructure and everything in between. It really is the opportunity to create a massive economic change in our country is there, and we just need to grasp it with both hands. Moving swiftly along, we're going to get our next speaker lined up, Dr. Philip Ninela. He is the Deputy Director for Green Industries at the National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And Dr. Ninela is going to give us some answers as to South Africa's policy response to eco-mobility. So just give us one moment to get the next speaker lined up and comfortable, and we will be back with you very shortly. So we're back, and we have Dr. Philip Ninela on the line with us. He is the Deputy Director for Green Industries at the National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And he's going to be sharing with us South Africa's policy responses to eco-mobility. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of questions for Dr. Ninela, so let me not eat any more into his presentation time and let him take the floor. Dr. Ninela, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone out there. This is my presentation. Just a brief outline. I'm just going to take you through the introduction, the rationale for choosing the topic that I chose, a brief outline, some philosophical debates around eco-mobility and e-mobility, current levers and gaps in promoting eco-mobility in the country. So I'm going to be touching on a few things there. The legislative framework and the fiscal measures, monetary measures, and so on and so on. So I'm going to go and touch on the roadmaps, parts to e-mobility, and which one. I know this has been discussed in the past day and today. And then I'm going to provide some conclusion and some recommendations from my point of view. I'm Philip. I'm a public servant, by the way. I'm placed at the National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I'm a player in the greening game, while small in terms of organizational ranks, but I believe I have a big heart to make a difference. I'm of the view that in the public service, there are different types of decision makers. Again, that's my point of view. There's a decision initiator or a decision inventor, and there's a supporter of such decisions, and then there's a decision approver. I think it all depends. Whether the approach that is adopted is a bottom-up approach or is a top-down approach. But the process is very hierarchical, it's very bureaucratic at the same time. So, and the role at my level is generally to gather information, analyze it, present it, and make recommendations to the seniors or the principals who in turn have to use such to make very, very difficult decisions. And indeed, there are very difficult decisions that decision makers have to make. And I'm glad that the previous speaker did allude to the point that government is actually doing something contrary to popular belief sometimes. There's can be a bad picture painted, but government is actually trying its best under the circumstances. And I believe I fall in the first category as a decision inventor or initiator in most cases. But again, as I indicated, it depends on the process or on the that has been adopted, whether it's a bottom up or a top down. But the whole idea is to support informed decision making. So the information that we gather from time to time is trying to assist to arrive at win-win situations, minimizing trade-offs or arriving at zero trade-offs. But it's highly unlikely to avoid the negatives. There can be winners and losers in the transition. But the whole idea is to try and achieve that in a just manner. But at some stage, there is a senior official who reminded me that my role is very, very important. I should not actually I should not actually undermine it. It's very, very important because as a decision initiator, if that is who I am, the decisions that get made ultimately, my input can have a bearing on those. So I have served in the pulp and paper industry. It was a long time ago. And then ever since I've joined the public sector, I think I've been in the public sector for more than 17 years, working in the waste management space, in the energy space, largely wind, solar, PV, and bioenergy in particular. Now I'm in the transport sector and specifically focusing on trying to provide policy advocacy on the just transition, sustainable transportation in particular. Eco-mobility, I'm going to use those terms interchangeable, though they differ. Eco-mobility and e-mobility, the later, which I believe forms part of the first. There's a lot of interest in the country that has been made very, very clearly in the past 2 days. There's different interest groups and there's different players in the space. But what I've noted is that everybody agrees that South Africa needs to do something in this space. We are already lagging behind from the rest of the world, from the international community. So we have to move at a higher speed. But there are circumstances that often make a government not move at that speed that is often expected from government. So if I were to justify why I chose this topic, I believe I'm going to contribute in just giving some insight or providing some insight that government is actually one of the key players and partners in the rollout of both e-mobility and electromobility in the country. This definitely calls for some kind of intervention on the part of government. And or what kind of intervention that is required, I think I'm going to touch on some of those. And that has been discussed in the previous 2 days as well. And internationally, there's a lot of discussions around that, a lot of real life experiences on how government has intervened. So there's a number of levers that government can utilize to promote that demand and supply. But there are still gaps in the case of South Africa, and those need to be addressed. So I believe in terms of my value add in this conference, I'm just going to share with you a presentation which is very much packed with a lot of philosophical questions, debates, and some responses. So there's not a lot of numbers and there's not a lot of illustrations. So my sincere apology for that. I know this can be boring, especially at this time of the day when we've been listening to wonderful presentations the past day and today. But there are some empirical research findings done by some researchers in the country and some done by myself, evaluating existing legislative and policy frameworks. And that also includes engaging with a number of people in government, the industry, and other sectors. In-depth interviews with such. So there's also some real policy positions on sustainable transportation, including e-mobility that I'll be touching on. I may not provide answers on all areas, but I hope to provide some insight. The approach is also, please note that it's not very much limited to the current role of my department, but the department and some presenters in the past have actually touched on that in the past. I believe we are pretty much familiar with some of the work that is happening between government and the industry. So, but my view is that any decision taken to support the rollout of e-mobility programs in the country, they should take into account these philosophical issues because they are a reality in South Africa. We cannot run away from it. It's a matter of trying to find a balance and to say how do we get these often competing priorities, merging at some point. So my view is that the diversity of views, I think that's the main view that I have, the diversity of views and interests and priorities that we have in the country, to a certain extent, they do play a role to the current rate. That is the slow rate of uptake of new technologies, including e-mobility in the country. I serve in this institution whose mandate is clearly defined. I'm not going to go in details. That is found on the website of the department that I work for. The vision is there, the mission is there, the values are there. I think, again, that's my view to say that I fully believe that this is purely focusing on the economic lack of sustainability, of the sustainability models that I will be touching on in the next slide or two. But there's still a role within the department to play some policy advocacy work, influencing just transition discussions, supporting measures to green the South African economy, cleaner production, and so on, while promoting the manufacturing of greener environmental goods and services in the country. There's talk of the new energy vehicles. I'm going to touch on that again. Input in that space again. So let me just proceed to the policy related greening philosophical debates in South Africa. It's true that South Africa is a very diverse country. We've got many, but yet independent goals of national importance. So a country that has got one of the highest rates of unemployment. I think that's more than 34%. I think it depends on, it goes up to 60% if it depends on the categories that you look at. The issue of access to efficient but yet affordable services, transportation is also very critical. We are a country that has got some special legacy planning issues, which led to residential areas being located far away from work areas. That is a reality in the country. Economic development, balance of trade issues, energy security. We import a lot in this country when it comes to liquid fuels in this case, including gas as well. Access to energy resources is also another issue that we often discuss. Mineral resources and renewable energy. We have a well-established conventional automotive industry, the transportation and energy industries. All these industries have actually proven themselves in the country's economy. So whenever we make decisions about the transition, we have to take into consideration all these factors. So the policy goals cut across the three pillars of sustainable development. On one hand, it's important for the country to uplift the socioeconomic status of the citizens, but at the same time, we have to promote protect the biophysical environment for the benefit of human beings here in this country. So there's three sustainability models that have been developed globally. One of them is the three-legged chair that you can see there under what I call it plate one, the overlapping cycle, the nested dependencies models. All these models exist to try and justify what is the most important. So I'm of the view that these models exist in South Africa, so they are being applied. Of people that exist. The economy is important, so social development is important, environmental development, protection, and so on is also important. I can go on and on. You know, this is just another model. It just depends which one you believe it tells a story on what you are trying to convey. You know, moving forward. But the big question is where do these meet? There are extreme green extremists. There are extreme brown. Okay, the brown extremists. Okay, those are words. I'm not sure if those words exist in real life, but those are words which they just came into my mind to say that is the reality that we are faced with. I think there's a meeting point somewhere, or there should be a meeting point somewhere. In most cases, I always see myself as sitting somewhere in the middle, not as a green extremist, not as a brown extremist. Yeah, I think it's a matter of saying where exactly do we meet? How do we achieve that balancing act that I'm talking about? If I were to take you back, sorry to bore you with this. If I were to go back to the start of the greening legislative framework in South Africa post 1994, well, I can even go back prior to 1994 when it started with the Environment Conservation Act, Atmospheric Pollution Prevention Act, and those legislative frameworks were there to protect the environment. Those are greening legislative frameworks. And then post 1994, and then we've got the Constitution, the country's supreme law. I think specifically there is Section 24 of the Bill of Rights, which says clearly that everyone has a right to an environment that is not detrimental to health, to have it protected for the benefit of present and future generations. It is, again, my view that this is purely anthropocentric because the environment, it says, it should be protected for the benefit of people. I think that is a very, very important statement in that piece of legislation. It's referring to the environment. In which one? The ecological one, the social one, the biological, or the physical environment? And I believe it is referring to all of them. Yeah. So we also have this couple of international protocols on climate change. The Kyoto Protocol is an example, and a whole lot of others, including our own local net frameworks such as NEMA and others, that is National Environment Management Act, and so on and so on. South Africa is actually a party to all of these, so they are equally important when we speak about eco-mobility, when we speak about electromobility as well. You cannot ignore all this. There's an obligation in terms of its constitution to protect. There's also the obligation from the. It's important to note that South Africa is lagging behind with regards to specific, what I call it, one of the people I interviewed when I did my research call it a killer part of killer punches when it comes to encouraging the massive rollout and uptake of alternatives. As in South Africa, and there are gaps in promoting eco-friendly mobility as well. That is widely written about in South Africa and in the context of South Africa in international relations. South Africa, it does have many tools to promote the demand and supply of transport and automotive goods and services. I think the question is always around the extent to which this are applicable in the transition. I think that is where a lot of work needs to be done. Looking at what needs there, what is there, and what needs to be done. That is very much written about, and that has been discussed in the previous 2 days as well. If I can take you back in 2016, where we did a research, I think this was done on behalf of our department by a service provider. He came up with this kind of a model, if I can put it, or some kind of a map, which was describing the status quo when it comes to green transportation in South Africa. It was not limited to electromobility. As you can see, the slide from I think the first one, it just tells you that there's a lot of focus on the conventional system in South Africa. There's a number of subsidies, there's a number of regulations, there's a number of taxation systems that apply to the conventional systems of doing things. But if you move further down to the electromobility, EVs and so on, there's not much. If you go to the alternative fuels like biodiesel, bioethanol, again, there's not much. There's still a lot that needs to be done in these areas within the context of eco-mobility in the country. I think one can still share that study. It was done on behalf of the DTIC. You can actually see what is meant by that R11, that R10, and so on and so on. So it's not very much detailed in this presentation of mine. And on top of that, I think in 2019, as part of my research, when I finished my PhD in 2019, I think it's just an extract from some of the indirect interviews that I conducted. Just a small sample of officials from government, the industry, and organizations who provided some examples on how government is actually performing in this space. But kindly note that the responses are not generalizable. They're not representing the views of the entire South African society. It was just a small sample. They were only obtained to solicit some insight on the topic. There were around 67 items that were raised as weaknesses of the current transport system in South Africa, and they're spread across the 9 categories. You can see what what came out of it. Lack of coordination or cohesion. Please bear in mind, it's not me who's saying this or who said this. It emanates from the research that was conducted in 2019. Too much subsidization of the status quo, it came out as high. Okay, rent seeking and lobbying as well. It appeared as one of the things. Competing priorities, no ring fencing, choice of unsuitable mode of technology, policy implementation and enforcement, lack of strategic direction, political instability, you name them. So those are things which that small sample of people that were approached for their views contributed in this research. You can find it in this URL. This was done as part of a PhD research at the University of South Africa. You can have access to this, and then you can actually read in details, because this is very brief what I'm presenting here. Again, this is a content of that which was extracted from that thesis. This also built from a number of information sources, including the work that we did for the DTI, that was done for the DTI in 2016, and other sources. There are 6 categories, as you can see, that one examined. Cleaner fuels, you can see the story there, the status quo in terms of cleaner fuels. We had Cleaner Fuels 2, sorry, my apology, Cleaner Fuels 1 program and Cleaner Fuels 2 program, and the status quo is there. That CF1 is equivalent to Euro 2. That is what we have. I mean, that's what we have in South Africa currently. I think we have been trying, and they're still trying to move towards Cleaner Fuels 2. There's been a call for that. Under fuel economy, we've got that as well. We only have the CO2 emission tax on new passenger vehicles. We also have that mandatory eco-labeling for new vehicles, but it's not a fuel economy. There are no fuel economy targets, if I can put it that way. It's unlike the fuel economy standards that you see developed by countries at international level. On the technology switch, which I think is what is also of interest given the context of today's discussion. It came out that South Africa, it's the high duties on EVs. One has been hearing that story, and it's there, it's existing. Yeah, it is indeed there, it's true. The ad valorem on green cars, specifically, new energy vehicles, sometimes. Okay, also see rigid application of procurement rules. Again, there's a lot of details in that to explain that, what actually is meant by that. There is no dedicated incentive mechanism, not at the present moment, but there is work you can see in the next slide to moving towards that, including the work on the new energy vehicles, which has been discussed already. Under the positives, you can see that trade on auto components is a good thing. Zero duties under the TDCA agreement, custom duty rebates, CO2 or fuel efficiency levy on fuel guzzlers. The silence on vehicle conversion to green. There is direct funding. There's funding available, but it's just that it's not maybe targeted to the greener alternatives, if I can put it that way. I'm not going to go details in fuel, but again, no biofuel incentive mechanism, fuel levy on biofuels, VAT on biofuels, import duty on fuels from MECUSA and general member states. Gas and electricity is not declared as vehicle fuel and no dedicated incentive. So that is what emanated from that research. I'm not going to go in details to modal shift. I'm not going to go in details on non-motorized transportation in South Africa, but you can all get detailed explanation of what all those things mean in that research that I'm alluding to below. Again, this is almost still the same thing that is contained there. It's just extracted from a table of contents from the thesis. I'm not going to dwell there. Then the same there applies. Just explains in terms of the table of contents what exactly is said there. Again, that one, that's almost the same thing. But what has happened since then? From the year that research was conducted, was completed in 2019. Just again to go back to what the previous speaker alluded to, that government is actually not sitting down and folding hands. There's actually work in the background that is going on. It's a matter of deciding how fast that work is in terms of meeting the targets, in terms of achieving what the stakeholders out there are expecting to see government doing. But there are guidelines to promote the procurement of electric vehicles in the public sector. The Department of Transport has done that. The extent of those guidelines in terms of covering the e-mobility, I think if you want more details on that one, colleagues from the Department of Transport can be approached and they can actually share those guidelines to see what exactly is there. There's the auto green paper on new energy vehicles. It's been spoken about, and a lot of discussion, from my understanding, is taking place between government and industry to try and come up with that. There's also a biofuel regulatory framework, which makes provisions for an incentive mechanism. I think there are discussions underway. I think the Department of Minerals and Resources and Energy can actually provide more feedback with regards to the progress in that space. So, sorry. Okay. So my apology for that. There's a process to review and develop a framework for EV regulations. I think that work is underway. It's still early days. I think there's discussions at the present moment, and the Department of Transport is actually facilitating that work. What has happened since then? Okay, it's exactly what I've just alluded to. Procurement guidelines for EVs, the auto green paper on NEVs, process underway. Biofuel. My apology for the typo there. Biofuel regulatory framework and others. I'm sure There might be other developments in other areas which are not included or highlighted in the slide. Some believe that government can actually do a lot to make adjustments on the fiscus. There are so many diverse needs, as I indicated, in South Africa, but which one to prioritize? So some kind of balancing act is actually a definite must here in the case of South Africa. These are some of the tools that have been indicated in the literature: price subsidies, tax reductions, fuel taxation, and all those that you can see that are listed in there. I think there's a question around this. In terms of the roadmap, obviously there are different pathways which are being explored by different OEMs in the country and by different players in the country. The question is whether we move from the internal combustion engine era and we move in a transitional manner, going to the hybrid electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, and then eventually maybe we adopt BEVs and hydrogen fuel cells at a later stage. Also whether we should shoot straight from ICE to BEVs directly. What does this mean? Does it mean we have to ignore all other technologies, all the transitional technologies that are capable? Continuation or termination of initiatives already implemented at municipal level, e.g. CNG buses, biofuel regulatory framework, and all those. So the current approach adopted in government, as implied in the Green Transport Strategy, takes a neutral approach, allowing all technologies. If I were to provide some kind of recommendations, the transition to e-mobility is taking place under these circumstances. I think it's very important that we, including the investor community, takes note of that. It is actually a reality in South Africa. It's a matter of managing the priorities, managing the interests, and so on and so on. So the biggest challenge from my point of view that I'm seeing is balancing these aspirations. How do we transition without causing too much disruptions? In other words, a stepwise or programmatic approach is actually required. And also from a supply point of view, very serious commitments from the investor community, including OEM, that the country can produce, including beneficiation of minerals the country is well endowed with. And also government is actually required, government should actually, and as well as industry, work together to bring about this transition. I wouldn't lie, again, I want to emphasize that the industry and government are actually doing a lot of work here in the background, and they need to continue working like that to come up with an amicable solution for the country. I think let me end there and really thank to be given this opportunity, and my apology to bore you with detail in terms of words and so on, not a lot of numbers and so on. But this is where I can be found at. Thank you so much.
Dr. Nenela, thank you very much. So we've got a little bit more time with you before we jump into our next speaker, and I've got two kind of big questions that I need to ask. They kind of sum up all the other questions that I have. The first question is, putting aside the tax matter, so let's disregard tax for the time being. Do you believe that government has the ability and or the appetite to determine the rate of EV adoption, as opposed to simply just managing the changes that will inevitably come? And how do you think government should react to this?
It's actually it's a call that actually requires intervention not only from government and the industry as well, and not only the industry and the consumer community as well. One thing that I've noted, I stand to be corrected though, I'm not seeing a lot of advertisement on the new energy vehicles on national television, as an example, and different media platforms. So people need to see these things being advertised. People need to see these things being driven So there's a role that government can play to a certain extent. But in addition to what government can do, there is a role that the industry community as well, throughout the value chain, from manufacturing right through to the retail sector, need to do to enhance awareness on these existing machines. But at the same time, government needs to play a particular role. But we have been told, and we know, okay, whether we know, we have been told that the fiscus is actually not enough. So there must be investments from the private investors to support the fiscus, because there's so many priorities that government is focusing on. So everybody needs to come together and support the transition.
Fantastic. And in light of that, Dr. Nella, another question that I have for you is around that investments by the private sector. Is there appetite at the moment for government to develop policy to try and incentivize these local and international businesses to invest in both e-mobility products and the actual vehicles themselves? Things like providing tax breaks or long-term land leases. Are these type of things that we can expect to see on the horizon soon to try and incentivize those conversations? I know we were speaking to an earlier speaker who said that there are OEMs looking at South Africa at the moment, and it's basically a poker game of who blinks first. Is government looking to incentivize this manufacture?
If you look at the work that is currently happening in government, I'm not very much involved in it. But it's actually it will try to assist to stimulate the demand and supply of new energy vehicles. What I'm referring to is actually the new energy, the NEV program that has been introduced by speakers, that has been alluded to by speakers. So I'm of the view that what's going to come out of that program should actually provide a direction on what government's contribution can be in incentivizing manufacturing of the automotives in the country, green automotives in the country. But again, it's government and the private sector that have to work together towards
I think we may have just lost Dr. Nanela there slightly.
Achieving.
Oh, sorry, please bear with us. Fantastic. My apologies. We seem to have lost Dr. Nanela there for a moment, but I think what he was trying to allude to was that government is looking to incentivize investments into the private sector through that new energy vehicle program, as alluded to by Gaylor, and looking to incentivize that manufacture so that we can ensure we protect our automotive sector. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost him before I could ask him any of the other questions that we had lined up. But massive thank you to Dr. Philip Nanela for sharing some of those insights with us. I'm sure it gives people a lot of peace of mind to know that government is proactively looking and managing the sector across all the various departments, from the DTIC to the Department of Transport and everyone in between. So thank you very much, Dr. Nanela. Before we get our next speaker lined up, we're going to go for a quick comfort break and get him ready. Is De Villiers Buerta from Grid Cars, and he will be joining us at EMCSA 2022 to share some insights with us on the transition to EV manufacturing. And again, following on nicely from Dr. Nanela, and he's going to be talking about, can South Africa afford to let this be a distant dream? So let's go for a quick comfort break, and we'll be back with EMCSA 2022 with De Villiers Buerta.
We're now going to demonstrate how to start your charge using the GridCar's Charge Pocket app. First, you need to plug the plug into your car. Then I'm going to invite you inside my car so that you can see it due to the light. So you open the GridCar's Charge Pocket app at that point. Over there, this is the app you get with the GridCar's registration. Over here you can then actually select the charge points. You can first of all see all the charge points that are currently active in the country. It actually automatically picked up that I'm at the DC GridCar's charger at the GridCar's head office, and now I'm gonna just say start the charge. Off you go, and the charge is started on my car.
Welcome back, and that was a great little ad break as we're going to be talking to De Villiers Buerta now, who is a director of GridCars and also a co-founder of SolarF. De Villiers is going to be chatting to us about the transition to EV manufacturing and trying to bring everything back together that we've heard other speakers talk about the opportunities, and he's going to really try and underline it with, as South Africa, can we afford for this to be a distant dream, or does this need to be something that we need to be looking at right now? I'm hoping we all know the answer to this, but we're going to rely on industry experts, as we always do, to give us insight. De Villiers, are you with us, sir?
Hi, Rob. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry for the rhetorical question, everyone. I am a controversial speaker at times, so yes, you could help me out for that. But yes, I think we have burning issues that we need to really address here. And we've heard some of the speakers. We know there are developments, there are positives coming out of it. I'm going to put it out there and bring in a few numbers and a few experiences from our perspective, and then hopefully we can look at a few possibilities there. Yes, this was a picture recently that we took when we drove just before the launch of the iX. I think it was about November last year, where we passed a trailer with these vehicles on. Now, yes, the BMW iX aren't manufactured in South Africa, but it is now sold here, like all the other EVs. And I'm going to speak about the localization, factories, the principles behind manufacturing, and I'm going to bring in a bit of my experience from the solar industry as well, so that we have the broader perspective on that. So why are we all doing this? On a previous presentation, I presented on how green is your EV really. And if we focus on the EVs alone, if you charge your EV from the normal Eskom grid, which is very coal dominated, at 220,000 kilometers, you will be 85% green compared to having driven an ICE vehicle. If you charged it from a renewable source, you would have been 20% effective. And that's the reason that the cars alone aren't the solution, but the whole cosmos, and I think Greg touched on that quite nicely before, that we are moving towards a process where we're going to have solar charge into BESS, battery energy storage systems, for those who haven't had the acronym explained before, and then charging these cars. But the other opportunity still is there, where we will have the batteries in the cars operating as our base, the vehicle-to-grid principles that's coming along, where essentially you will charge from a renewable source during the day, and at night you will plug in your home to your car, not the other way around. And you will actually use that battery. Because what's the use of having two batteries at home? Having one for your solar system and one in your car, and the one in your car sits idly. Like all of us currently, or those of us that does have ICEs, I've got both. But those of you that are driving ICE only, sit with a tank full of potential energy in your vehicle. And if you filled it up last night, like many people did, it's a lot of energy sitting there doing nothing. So the future is start using that. So be wise about the way we work energy. And then, yes, this is the question. What's going to be left if we keep on with this trajectory for our children one day? So that is the ethic behind what we want to do. So lessons from the energy industry. We recently had the Solar Power Africa conference in Cape Town 2 weeks ago, and a lot of the discussion was around the localization of these factories. Those factories are very mechanized, similar to what vehicle manufacturing factories are. And the question was really whether that creates jobs at such a large scale. And hopefully by the end of today, I will show you how we are going to create jobs without necessarily building factories, but we need to protect our vehicle manufacturing. We didn't have a lot of solar manufacturing in the country. So those were developed and were supported by the REAP program that government brought along. But due to the stop-start nature of the REAP program, some of these solar module plants and inverter plants then had to necessarily close down because there was simply no market for them at the time. We know that we do have a vehicle market. We know we are a strong exporter of vehicles, and we need to nurture that. And that is the principle that we have. We have good factories across the country. What about EV manufacturing? Everyone speaks about it. You can see all the newspaper articles. This was all last year. But are we doing anything? We are not manufacturing any EVs locally yet. Hopefully, it comes. Really, we do hope that comes. So where do we have our normal vehicles? I know, Greg, you also referred to the truck manufacturing, which is quite a large industry. But where are our current ICE manufacturing, if we speak of consumer vehicles, located? It's generally Gauteng, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. We know that there are exports from all three provinces of these vehicles. So yes, we have these factories. We employ a lot of people in there already. In fact, we employ 110,000 odd people across the vehicle and component manufacturing space. And this affects approximately 1.5 million people's daily livelihood. So it is an important part of our economy that we need to nurture. And I'm going to speak from recollection here that apart from agri, vehicle exports are the second largest contributor to GDP. I might be wrong, so that's just, I'm speaking of memory as I say. So it's really an important part of our economy that we need to nurture, and we shouldn't sleep on it. And I'll be telling you, as I've said, I am the controversial one. We have been sleeping on it. Why I have been sleeping on it, I'll get to that a bit later. What do we do in our country? We come with the unrest we had last year. Some of you will recall the threats of Toyota in Durban to say they're not going to expand their factories. Government had to step in and say, please, we will try and manage this and mitigate this for the future to protect these jobs, to protect these factories. So it's things we shouldn't do as a country. We shouldn't go down to those levels of conduct, which is going to negatively affect our attractiveness of our country. Then thinking practically of manufacturing, the car on the left, BMW X3. I'm not punching any brands today, but I'm showing you the realities, as I said. So the BMW X3 on the left, manufactured in Roslyn in Pretoria. We've got a plant that does X3s in South Africa. The iX3 comes from China. The factory is not in South Africa. That's the unfortunateness of the current state of affairs in the country. The platform, we might say, is very similar. Remember that the iX3 is slightly different from the iX and the i3, where it was a complete development from the ground up as a brand new EV. The iX3 do share parts. I mean, you can look at the lights, for example. The little dolphin fin aerial on the top, the mirrors and all those type of things. So all those additions to the vehicle are generic, shared across these platforms. But South Africa did not win the EV part of the X3s. We are only still having the ICE part. So yes, perhaps some of it we already lost. Then, yeah, interesting to see where the Chinese products go. It's not going to the third world market like they started out when they started with their manufacturing of vehicles. In fact, it is going to a lot of the first world here. Germany, France, Slovenia, but then again, look at Belgium and the UK, where the top 10 Chinese exports go to. So it's important for us to think of that and say that, are we going to leave China to become the hub, like we did with the solar industries, to then manage the world market of the manufacturing, and for us then to just be able to support these and to support the infrastructure? Or are we going to, as I've said, nurture our factories and look after our people and look after the jobs of our people? So what has happened in Africa? Here's Kenya. Kenya has, in fact, embraced EV manufacturing. There's a big focus on building buses in Kenya already. There's quite a big network of electric buses operating inside Kenya. But what did Kenya do? In 2019 already, they lowered and reduced the import duty for fully electric vehicles. That's apart from the manufacturing. So the reduction of the taxes means you create volume, you make your market more attractive. And I know that's one of the principles that Philip has just mentioned in the previous. Government is working on it. My question is government working quick enough on that? And I've actually had a meeting this morning where someone commented that government is always quite slow to operate. And I disagree with that. The example sits in the whole management by our government of the COVID pandemic. Our government has shown us that within days, and sometimes within a single day, very good, proper regulations could have been issued regarding management of the COVID pandemic. Why can we not then also issue these same quick, proper, responsive regulations and legislation for something as important as an industry and protecting our jobs in the country? So Kenya, a success story. They never had vehicle manufacturing. They are manufacturing EVs. They're ahead of us. Ghana, the same. Ghana had no vehicle manufacturing industry. They're ahead of us. Think of Australia. Australia had vehicle manufacturing. Remember the old Holden brand, part of GM at the time? Australia doesn't manufacture any vehicles. Perhaps they slept. Should we also sleep the same way? So, yeah, that's perhaps the warning. Our colleagues in Africa are doing it. Why aren't we doing it yet? So, yeah, let's think of what we should do. So, as I've mentioned now already, jobs is what it's all about. And look at the apt quote from Steve Jobs. Excuse the pun in that. So, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. And I think that is the migration from ICE to EV, from the coal-based and the fossil fuel-based energy to renewable energy. We need to really keep up with that. We need to innovate with speed with the world. That's important. At present, I think we are lagging behind in that sense. So we know that the parts are going to be different. Motor mechanics who were highly skilled on mechanics, mechanical engineering for that matter, will now move over to a more simpler system by the number. Call it a fuel engine has approximately 700 parts and an electric motor some 7 parts, just for the motor part. For the rest, the brakes and the bearings and that on the car, the same between all of them. So the principles is, how are we going to migrate our skills from the mechanical part into the electric part? And it's a simple thing. We're not going to turn off a switch. The same with the renewable energy stuff. We're not going to turn off a switch one day and say there are no more mechanics needed and everyone has to be EV technicians. It's going to be a transition, and we need to plan for this transition. And it's important for us not to get left behind again in this transition. So speaking of a bit of leaving behind and opening those thoughts of how you think about things is an example I want to give you, a real life, my own example. Just on that's me charging in Caledon in the Western Cape in the winter, I think 2 years ago or so. But when I bought my EV 3 years ago, I phoned my insurance company to insure it. Because the value of this vehicle is above a certain number, I think the number was 300,000 at the time, they said the car will need a tracking device. I said, that's all good. But my answer was, I want assurance that the person who's going to install the tracker, the electrical technician, is certified to work on a vehicle that has a high voltage battery. And the insurance company started treading water. I said, my second question is, how many EVs have been stolen in South Africa or hijacked for that matter? At that time, I'm not sure about the current stats. At that time, the insurance company realized that there was none. And they actually said they waived the requirement of a tracking device and without any load to the premium. So it's important to think of the way we're going to move. Tracking installers will have to perhaps get reskilled because they are already auto-electrical into something that's related to the operation of EVs in another sense, or being upskilled into being able and qualified to work on these high voltage batteries. The fact is, from that real life example, you should ask the question. Don't just blindly accept anything. Ask these questions as they come along. How attractive is our market still on taxes? And that's perhaps the example. Here is an iPace, Jaguar iPace charging at that same Caledon charge point, coincidentally. And the number I want to put forward is to say, if you, and everyone speaks about the effect of these taxes. I did the numbers, and the fact is, if you buy an iPace in California, you pay $70,000. The government then gives you a rebate on the car of $7,500, which brings your purchase price to $62,500. Times 15 to the rand brings us to around 950,000 rand. And I'm speaking at the time the Jaguar I-Pace launched in South Africa. The launch price of the Jaguar in South Africa was 1.8 million rand, just short of twice the price. For the same car, same wheels, same air conditioning, same features, that's the number. And I mean, I've tested it with clients in October last year when we had an event. And I said, if this I-Pace cost 950,000 rand instead of 1.8, would you have bought it? And everyone there would have bought it. Because of that big disparity, no one actually bought one. And that's the question. So yes, the effect will be real. If we get on board and get our sleeves rolled up and get the principles of making these cars more attractive in the sense of finances, it will really, the volume will really become mainstream. Yeah. So the network, I think you all have seen this. Many have shared this. My thing about jobs is to explain the following to you. As you've seen earlier, the manufacturing jobs were created in Gauteng, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. However, if we look at the network, this network is national and it's going to extend. It will be extending up on the routes that aren't filled yet. And on those routes, you will need maintenance on these systems and you will need installation on these systems. So the jobs are where we have, call it centralized the jobs into the commercial hubs. And as I always say, our kids had to come from the rural areas to the big cities to work and sometimes live in harsh circumstances away from their parents. The future is that our kids are going to be able to almost stay at home and be employed locally. So we are decentralizing our employment and jobs as well. That's something that the network will do. And it won't only stop here, as Greg has also presented earlier. It's going to involve the economy and the infrastructure behind these charge points relating to the solar and storage of energy to support a network such as this. So what's the future of a fuel station attendant? I've regularly come across fuel station attendants on my travels on the road. By the way, I think I'm one of the most highly traveled persons on these highways. As I've done, I think the standard is that about 80% of charging is done at home and only 20% in public space internationally. My mixture, is, if I go onto my apps, is that I've done 50-50. So I've done quite a lot of highways, and having done that, I've spoken to a lot of fuel attendants and so on. And they're all very excited when the EVs come along, but just think that in future you would hardly need them to put the fuel in your vehicle and collect the money. Because as we know, the RFIDs and all those handle all of that. The future for them will be also to rethink how they are going to work, to assist with other services to the car. Yes, the window still needs cleaning and all those type of things that we could still use for the benefit of the consumer driving these highways. I think Gideon spoke earlier, and this is perhaps the example comparing Kenya to us. I'm so glad that the Golden Arrow actually sees this opportunity and seizes this opportunity. That really we should not miss the bus, literally, on having our current economy on vehicles, our motor vehicle economy, being lost to the rest of the world, like we have done with some other industries, as I've said, on the solar side. So let's try and retain these jobs around. And this is just a quote of myself of 2 years ago, coincidentally very similar to the Steve Jobs quote, but it says disruption is only disruptive to those that are slow to embrace change. I think the pandemic has shown us that if you want to go sit in your ashes, it won't bring about the future. And I think really all of us should get up, build these factories, think how we're going to get EVs here and get the regulation sorted to bring them along for us. I had a short story today. Hopefully I'm within my time now. Thanks, Rob.
Absolutely perfect, De Villiers. Spot on timing. You are an educated and well-rehearsed presenter, so thank you very much for that. So, De Villiers, we've got a couple of questions here, which I want to try and put to you. I think the first one is, in your opinion, what is the most needed thing to develop a skilled workforce for local EV manufacturing in South Africa?
Yeah, I think training would first of all have to be there. So there's that migration from a mechanical skill set into an electrical skill set. And as we know, many of those components are already assembled out elsewhere, so we could buy in those components initially. But as I think Greg has also pointed out earlier, it's not about only assembling the vehicles. It is about manufacturing all these support aspects that also, and support aspects, the parts that go into these vehicles. As we know, it's not only the large OEMs that build these cars. There are many suppliers sitting behind them, supplying the seats, supplying the alternators, supplying fuel tanks for the moment, spark plugs for that matter, that sits in other factories. And it is really getting those skills migrated into whatever the electrical vehicles would need.
Fantastic. I think that's a great answer, and yeah, really helps us understand it. Now, obviously, from your side in grid cars, what do you believe is the one localization opportunity? Dare I say, what's the most lowest hanging fruit that you believe we could get?
Yeah, if we think of grid cars, if we can get volumes of vehicles into the country. So I think, under correction, the cheapest vehicle is currently the Mini at around 620,000 Rand. If we can get our consumer vehicles here on a similar price point, like, let's use a brand name, a Toyota Corolla or VW Polo, we know those are some of the highest volume cars in our market. The moment we can get an EV into that price range, it's going to naturally drive the additional adding of charge points, which is going to naturally drive the jobs created to procure and install and maintain these charge points.
Fantastic.
And it's organic. We don't need a subsidy. And remember, that's the important part, perhaps, which I haven't touched on. Industry is not asking a subsidy. Remember, California gives a subsidy. What industry seeks is just reduce the tax, make it sensible, bring the car into the real value, and the rest will come organic. And I think that's a beautiful example we had in the energy industry, the solar industry, where the European market, Germany and England, both built their renewable energy industries based on rebates and subsidies. South Africa, we did not. And I think we've got much more of a sustainable renewable energy space in that sense. And similarly, if we just build our vehicles in that, it's an organic uptake of these vehicles, which will then naturally flow into the jobs.
Fantastic. And well, while you were talking, De Villiers, we were running a quick poll on local manufacturing. My apologies for the spelling mistake there, typing it while I was thinking of other things. What's interesting is that 100% of people who've answered our poll so far feel that local manufacturing and of EVs and components is a reality in South Africa. So everyone feels that it can happen. But the overwhelming response to say what single element do they believe will ensure that this actually is realized is a combination of government involvement and private sector investment. Would you kind of mirror that sentiment? Would you believe that there has to be a marriage of both government and private sector? Private sector can't do it just on the law on its own, and government, obviously also can't just do it on its own. There has to be a marriage of the two.
Yeah, I think it's something we discussed across industries again. Sorry for me cross-referencing these industries, but technically they are related because it's all electrical. But the principle is that we said government should facilitate through regulation, make that enabling, and private sector will bring the factories and the jobs and the market there. So it is not for government to go and create these jobs in that sense, being employed by government like it might have been in the 20th century. We just need government to make us attractive, make our country attractive through the regulation, through the tax regimes and the private sector will come.
So what you're saying, and I think that's to mirror what's been said as well, is that government has to act first, and then the private sector will follow suit and take up the baton and run the relay race.
Yeah. We've seen that with the recent moves in the energy space, the Schedule 2, the move from 1 to 100 megawatt, and the same in this instance. I think if we could say that a Mini, using my Jaguar example of earlier, if a Mini, which is a 4-seater, 5-seater vehicle, could come in at 400,000 Rand instead of 620, there's a lot more people that will be able to afford it simply, and the volume will be created.
Fantastic. And I think that
the government creating that.
And that ties in with what our earlier speakers, people like George Minnie from Auto Trader, were saying, is that we need to get somehow below that price point to start getting mass adoption to really kick in.
Yeah, true.
Fantastic. De Villiers, well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you online with us, sir. As always, as you mentioned, a little bit of we love a controversial speaker, and it's always great to hear your very kind of stark or sometimes very, very poignant assessments, and giving us the facts as they were. So thank you very much for that, sir. Really, really appreciate that.
Pleasure, and I hope I lit up the graveyard afternoon shift, although there's one colleague still left, so good luck to him.
No, good luck to him, and thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate it. Thank you, De Villiers.
Thank you.
Fantastic. That was De Villiers Botha, the director of Good Cars and a co-founder of SolarF, giving us some of the stark realities of why EV manufacturing in South Africa can't just be a dream, and how we can actually make sure that it isn't just a dream, and we can, as he says, roll up our sleeves and really get on with it. We're going to take a quick, short comfort break to get our last speaker, Duarte Ferreira, who's joining us all the way from Portugal, from a company called EMCSA on board. So give us a few moments to get him on board while we cross over to him. We're going to play a quick video from one of our sponsors, and we will be back very shortly. Thank you very much, and stick with us for the last session of EMCSA 2022.
Being an EV driver, I was actually quite inspired by the technology and to see how far one could push it, because in those very early days of EVs, a lot of people would tell you that you would get stuck on the side of the road and it wouldn't be possible. So what we decided as a family with our 94 amp hour BMW i3, that we were actually going to go from Durban to Cape Town, return, just to prove a point, and also to have a lot of fun along the way as well, because I mean family time is great. And yeah, so that was one of the reasons for going. And then while we were busy doing a bit of research, I tried to find out if anybody else had actually gone as a family, because I knew that there were potentially some individual dealers shuttling cars in between A and B. But it turned out that there wasn't a family that I could find that had actually gone from Durban to Cape Town return. So, you know, we would have been the first to do it. So we also branded the car at the same time, just for a bit of fun. I never had a Twitter feed. Or a Twitter account, should I say, and I had one friend that wanted to follow me, and he wanted to watch me fail. That's what he wanted to do. As we were about to leave, depart for our journey, South Africa had announced that they were on stage 4 load shedding. My wife and my family, they were all wondering, you know, if we're actually still going to go, because it's an electric car. People really weren't too sure exactly what the prognosis would be, not having electricity along the way. That one friend of mine had shared the Twitter feed with a couple of other friends, and they also now wanted to watch this family fail on the way down to Cape Town. We literally just kept on charging, and we just kept on going, and we kept on charging, and the days went by. And then what Eskom did is they upped the ante pretty much halfway down the trip from Jeffreys Bay onwards. They had increased the load shedding for the first time, as far as I can understand, in South Africa to stage 6 load shedding. And by that time, we had professors following us from the university. We had the media following us. And from having one follower on Twitter, we had hundreds wanting to watch this family fail. As far as load shedding goes, you know, when you're on stage 4, stage 6, you're probably without about 4 hours of electricity at the very most during the day. And quite often 2 hours, depending on the suburb that you're in. You know, if it's 4 hours, you're actually still left with 20 hours to charge the vehicle. And what happened with us, you know, we had planned the trip 3 months in advance, and we had planned which days we'll be in certain towns. And we obviously had Airbnb bookings for that. And every single one of them just fell into place. There was no issue whatsoever with our charging all the way down to Cape Town over all of those days that Eskom had been running load shedding. As far as the GridCars network goes, I mean, what we did is we put our full faith and trust in that one single network that was the most extensive network in South Africa, quite young and new at the time, being December 2019. We just literally found such good reliability. You rocked up at the charging station, you plugged the vehicle in, the card swiped every time, the RFID every time, the car charged in the correct amount of time. And one of the stations, which was Buffels Jachtsrivier, when we actually had got there while there was still electricity being powered from the municipality, actually did drop as far as load shedding goes. And what happened is that site actually had a generator backup as well. So we were still able to continue with our charging. It's an incredible network. We put our full faith and trust in it, and all of the charges down to Cape Town, all of the charges back. We were just incredibly happy with the service and the reliability. My general take on EVs right now, after having 2 BMW i3s and been driving for 5 years, is that they can be treated and trusted just like any regular vehicle. You can travel almost anywhere in South Africa and seamlessly and effortlessly, just like you would with a normal vehicle. The same vehicle I've got now, we went to Cape Town and back 4,800 Ks. This December, we went on holiday from Durban to Sun City and back. Literally, there's no inhibitions. You're not held back whatsoever. People can trust them. The technology is ready for today, and the network is ready for today. EVs, I mean, not only are they exciting, it's a green way from getting from A to B, but what EVs do and what the Grid Cars network does, it actually gives your family an incredible amount of excitement. It's something new as far as technology goes, and it takes you to destinations so you can actually see this beautiful country that we live in. It takes you to fancy restaurants, it takes you to farmlands, it takes you to the ocean side, and it actually builds incredibly good, strong memories with your family. This trip that we went on, it was absolutely incredible. And I'm convinced that if I had done it in a non-EV, it wouldn't have been as exciting, that's for sure.
My navigation's broken, and by that I mean Nicholas.
It's about distance, not speed. So, because the objective is range, we must not get sucked into the pettiness of competition. True. Who's talking now? Who's saying anything now? Getting over myself. I'm not thinking about this battle life.
Yes.
Just want to put this thing back in economy mode.
We could basically drive to Clarence. We've got 18% left.
Yeah, the range anxiety is real.
What's going on there?
They are dead.
And welcome back to our final session of EMCSA 2022. Proudly broadcast by Grid Cars and brought to you by our presenting media sponsor, Auto Trader, and our supporting sponsor, Katia Automotive. Our final presenter of day 2 and to close us off for EMCSA 2022 is Duarte Ferreira, who is the Global Business Development Director from EFASEC, and he is going to be speaking to us about the EV war. It's a very bold title, and he's going to be mentioning about the development perspectives in electric mobility. And I think this is a great talk to finish off day 2 with us to look at and what can we do in the development opportunities available within electric mobility as we close off EMCSA 2022. Duarte, are you with us, sir?
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. We're going to hand straight over to you so we don't eat into any more of your time, and you can take it away for us, sir.
Okay, if somebody can share the presentation that I have prepared. Is it on? Okay, there you go. All right, so my name is Duarte Ferreira. I am calling in from Lisbon, beautiful city, capital of Portugal. And thank you for the invitation to the EMCSA 2022. I actually know South Africa and the e-mobility sector. I've been there, visited several times. I'm going to be speaking about the EV combat. It's actually, the perspectives on how this sector is developing. It's developing in Europe, it's developing in USA, it's developing in Africa, and where South Africa within the African region is actually one of the pioneer countries in terms of electric mobility development. If you can scroll the page, please. I'm not seeing the presentation itself, so okay, there you go. Next one, please. Next one. All right. So the perspective on investment that you see lining up for the the e-mobility sector, both in the vehicle side as well as the charging manufacturing side, is unquestionable. Even yesterday, in his speech to the nation, President Biden has already reaffirmed his willingness to place in the US more than 500,000 charging points for the network. That means that the development is underway, and there is no question that electric mobility is here to stay. Same thing goes for governments across pretty much all of the country regions. So Europe, with the package that is running for that, with countries banning the ICE cars up to between 2030, 2035, and that's also becoming true for the African region. I don't think that in this sector there is a big difference between the developments and the status of developments between the big blocks, being it Europe, North America, Latin America, or even Africa, or even Asia. So I think that the pace that the revolution is steady, and it's actually lining up with not much differences between the countries and between the economic blocks. Next slide, please. If you look into this, you see that there are several companies, big oil majors, utilities, and even automakers building their networks, building their plans to invest. And these numbers that are showing from the Bloomberg New Energy Finance polls, which actually are now have been updated with the 2022 figures, show that companies like Engie from France, Shell from the Netherlands, BP, Vattenfall, Allego, or others, are actually climbing up their investment pace by having a lot of charging points, charging connectors in the field. And we are talking about only public infrastructure. If we speak even about home charging, then the numbers would be double or even triple. So that means that the EV combat is here to stay, and let's try to have a look at how it is being done. Next slide, please. So from our point of view, and again, we look at this from being a charging hardware manufacturer, you see that the playfield and the combat arena for e-mobility is actually being driven between three pillars. The oil and gas majors that own the points and want to migrate their carbon model or carbon footprint into a non-carbon footprint, to be carbon zero. And that means that you see big plans from oil majors, so BP, Total, Repsol, even Galp from Portugal, or even other companies within Africa, starting to decarbonize and starting to becoming an energy company, which means a clash with utility drivers. So utility companies that are already in this sector now see the other playfield combating for this. And that means combating the net zero growth, combating in electric mobility, among other fields. And so obviously this will have a big playing role and a very large new way of looking at this model, and this means that utilities, oil and gas, and then finally the folks that produce the automotive, so being it automotive, not so much, the vehicle. So because we can talk about electric mobility for boats, we can talk about last mile, we can talk about cars, or we can even talk about planes, because there are already some inception even in electric mobility for airplanes. And that means new business models, that means a new sector coming in into the networks of the cities, into the networks of the that are already installed. So do we have powering enough or not? And then again, the regulatory powering. So municipalities, mainly the cities, will have a role to play as well. Next slide, please. I'm not seeing again the presentation, please. There you go. So next slide, please. Okay, all right, that's fine. What I want now to do is to try to see how the sector is organized currently. And you see that in the charging side, you have actually 4 blocks of where the companies are moving themselves in terms of the ecosystem, looking at the charging pillar. So one is clearly the people producing the hardware. Okay. The other one is the charging network providers, so the CPOs, the charge point operators, companies like Allego, Unity, or even in South Africa, others that I know well. Then you have a lot of innovation around this on the software side, on the way to deliver charging, on the pricing models also arriving. And then finally, you have new incumbents arriving into play with different ways of investing. So what I'm now going to do is to try to make a trip over some of the largest investment players in the field to show how they are playing in terms of the EV networks and the EV mobility from a charging point of view. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay. So there are several business models that we can look into. Next one. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you. So there are several business models by which several companies that are known for everybody are actually trying to manage themselves. One of them is clearly the CPO, charge point operated direct revenue. So people that want to get monetizing the act of charging a car by operating then the public networks. That's the case of now today what's called BP Pulse in the UK. It used to be ChargeMaster. They are now refurbishing and rebranding their networks. Or you can actually look into indirect way of being a CPO, but by managing the network, but not owning the infrastructure. That's the case of IKEA. If you look into IKEA and their compromise in terms of sustainability, they actually have their last mile delivery becoming electric, pretty much. And what they are now doing is they are committing their supply chain to electrify, being on a transport side or by making available at the stores charging points. And that's something that's also interesting to see. So direct revenue model, indirect revenue model by being a CPO. Also, smart platform development in terms of aggregating CPOs into a certain platform, and by being able to advertise, like to charge your car, what's the best price for a certain consumer to charge their car at a certain time. And that's the case of the synergies of the smart platform development that you see in several companies. So this is Charge Your Car is an example. I could give others, and they basically give the EV driver the best price at a certain time that they can use in the networks available for their own territory or for their own geography. Then you have the smart charging. Smart charging is arriving to be able to balance the load balance between the network, the car, by using and introducing V2G into the scene, and that companies like Enervalis or others are actually also doing that. And then you have other players, CPO players like Octopus Energy that I find very interesting from the UK. They are now starting to internationalize their business model, which turn all of this fully digital. So they do not own the network, they do not own the software, they just own a CRM platform where the customer can opt in and opt out on a daily basis or a monthly basis for a fee to have all of it together. So they have the service of the car, they have the charging, and they have an adaptable pricing model daily, monthly, bi-weekly, so that the EV driver can benefit from the best rates. So they do an all-in strategy, which is very interesting, and it's growing very steadily in the UK and elsewhere. Next slide, please. Other business models that can also come into play. The one typically from an end-to-end energy player like EDP from Portugal or Repsol. We could even nominate other utility companies from other countries where they just look into serving the home charging market, the public charging market, by offering different price ranges into that. But they rely on the fact that they have and they own the customer on the residential or the commercial distribution of energy, or even other disciplines of renewables, and they come into play by creating another pillar within themselves by organically growing into electric mobility. Or then you have Tesla, which offers a bundled charging and vehicle possibility, so that they create spaces within the territories where they sell their cars, as you know very well, where you can charge. Right now, Tesla and the supercharging Tesla network, which is very good as well, they are now looking into, again, I don't see my chart, they're looking into opening up their networks into other brands, and that's a debate that is going on right now. Finally, you have some other models that are not so common to see, but you also see them. One of them clearly is just being a solutions provider, a hardware provider like EMCSA or other players in the field. But then you have some other countries where Portugal is a very distinguished place, whereby the network is managed by a public company. So that means that all the chargers need to be connected to a platform, and from there they offer the service. That has been done to assure capacity for all the players to be inside the market, to all the players to coordinate pricing on the charging model. So Mobier is a platform that is there to stay, and is actually an agnostic player to regulate the charging network that goes into the country. And then finally, you have players like EV Connect or Object that offer you all of the models, the IT models that you need to build all of this infrastructure. So several business models that we see now consolidating. We see now acquisitions in the field. We see now acquisitions in e-mobility, and that's what we are now going to try to show you by showing some of the latest moves from companies like Shell or BP or others. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So Shell has a very interesting setup. They have created their own charging point operator called New Motion or Shell Recharge, depending on where you operate. They also bought, as you know, Greenlots in the US so that they can have a very good reach into the USA market, right? Same thing goes for partnerships that they develop with competing ultra-fast charging networks like Ionity. Or then, if you look into Shell, also they have created the possibility to integrate a hardware supplier like Ubitricity that they bought last year to be able to offer home charging products into their own customers. So that in this case, they have decided to integrate a hardware platform for AC only, not so much DC. And currently they have frame agreements also for DC, including other players. Finally, they are also looking through the Shell Ventures always into innovation into how to drive, in this case, driverless cars like Aurora, a platform that is being invested, an AV platform that is being invested by Shell, or other investments that they have done of companies that are delivering a service in terms of energy, in terms of storage. And if you look into their play field and track record of investments, it's pretty interesting. Next slide, please. So Shell is a good example. Next one could be, next slide, please. Thank you. BP, so another player with a very interesting play field that they are looking into. And again, they have followed a very similar strategy to the one of Shell. So they have their own product developed within the UK with ChargeMaster, now called Pulse. As you know, they are now developing a network in Europe and also elsewhere to invest, right? They also even have investments now in the States with Ample. They have also created a 20 million investment in StoreDot, which is a battery pack startup that they are now doing very well. And then finally, FreeWire Technologies with their mobile charging capacity that they are doing. In terms of partnerships, they have also obviously done a big agreement, a large agreement with Renault Nissan, an OEM that everybody knows, or by recently signing an MOU with NIO. BP again has a very ambitious plan to have charging available everywhere, given their new purpose strategy installed a year ago. And again, is another player playing in several fields of the mobility value chain. Just like Shell, as you can see, it's a very interesting business model as well. Next chart, please. Let's look into another oil and gas major, Total, from France. Again, they have interesting, possibilities to share. They have invested and co-invested with their own French players like Schneider, okay, that everybody knows well. They have invested in terms of having their mobility now called Total EV Charge, with more than 10,000 public charge available in France, and they are also now investing in the territories where they have good presence through their own networks in other markets, especially in Latin America. Also interesting to see that Total is not leaving anything to chance, because they are investing in Formula E, which is the alternative to Formula One or Formula E racing, with the Aztec Cheetah, the team there that has been champions a year ago, and they are now keep progressing on that sponsorship to mark a point that e-mobility is here to stay, and that their new motto is coming towards electric mobility. And then finally, they have several investments in terms of startups that they keep following with their Total Ventures arm. Okay, with that, let's move now into other players, not so much in the field of. Again, here you can see Repsol from Spain. I will not lose too much time with Repsol. I would like you, please, can you share the next slide, please? Yes. So now let's look into a little bit into how are some electrical utility companies forging their or responding to the oil and gas majors. So clearly, what they are doing, the first thing they do is to make alignments with EVSE charging manufacturers, just like EFASEC and others, where EDP has agreements for their global operation in Portugal, Spain, Brazil, in African countries that speak Portuguese, as well as North America. And then they also have developed a very strong solution. They started by developing a very strong solution to AC for condominiums, for destination charging. And then finally, they do obviously their partnerships with several OEMs of automotive. However, the distinctiveness aspect of the utility companies is actually the services that they are trying to render, the services that they offer to the EV driver by capturing an all-in strategy to have one consumer that probably today is having a contract of residential distribution for energy, or with even green energy, by migrating them into e-mobility. And that's what companies like EDP and other utility majors are doing by responding to the incumbents that we see from oil and gas majors. And now, lately in 2021, and I don't have a chart analyzing that, you also see some telecom providers coming into play by also asking for or trying to have a snapshot of this e-mobility playfield. And you will see that the trend now will be oil and gas majors, utility companies, as well as the telecom players. Next slide, please. I don't have much more to show because I think that this gives you a very good aspect of how people are competing. But NLX from the NL Group, probably one of the largest utilities in the world, from Italy, with very good presence worldwide, as you know, has been following a very distinctive stand on how to develop their own charging. So the first thing they did was to design their own chargers, public and non-public, okay? Also, they have migrated and incorporated their own alignment in terms of producing partners. And with that, they have developed their own network. So they brand NLX or Endesa X in Spain or in some other markets, and they have been doing this for quite a while. It's probably one of the largest networks in terms of charge point operators that is available. And they have also been able to invest in companies like Smart Charge, where they are looking into the V2X possibility. So with that, I would have more to show, but for the sake of time, I would leave this up to questions as well. And I will close it here, and thanks for the time today.
Duarte, thank you very much for your presentation. I mean, it's very interesting to hear about, you say the combat between the old traditional oil companies, the new kids on the block, and kind of everyone in between. In your opinion, as somebody from the international players, what can an emerging e-mobility space like South Africa, what can we learn about what's happened overseas in other economies and other countries, and what learnings can we kind of take forward in South Africa in a South African context?
Right. I think there are probably 2 or 3 aspects that I don't want to give any counseling to anybody. The only thing that I can say is that, first of all, the first incumbent investment in charging has been probably something to learn, which means that a lot of people wanted to invest in AC and DC. Then they wanted to invest in speedy DC, so ultra-fast charging, which is probably the most powerful charger that you see today. But that has been done without looking into the other verticals that need to keep pace. And one of them is the OEMs and the battery sizes that can absorb the amount of charging that is available. So that's probably one of the counseling factors that I would give, is that always invest steadily and modularly. It's not needed sometimes, and I speak against the interest of someone like EFASEC, you do not need to invest in an ultra-fast charger sometimes when you just need a charger of 50 kilowatts. Why do you go to 100, 150, or 350? When sometimes 22 kilowatts, 50 kilowatts is more than enough for the current, today, 2022, March, when it's the amount of energy needed and the technology pace, it still needs to keep up. Maybe in a year's time it's going to be different, but you need to schedule investment steadily and wisely. Because the worst thing that can happen is to have a charger in the field working, but not having customers or not having charging acts to do because the cars are not there, simply. Okay, so that's the first lesson. The second one is to look always very carefully into whether the powering network in a certain city, neighborhood, little town, large town, is actually available to be able to absorb the needed energy to comply with the number of cars or fleets available. So that means that sometimes you need to do the powering up of the current infrastructure first before installing the chargers. I've seen a lot of countries and a lot of cities doing this mistake by forgetting that the needed network to power up the scale is actually sometimes forgotten. And this investment is what I call the hidden cost. And finally, always look into the new trends and the new technologies available. V2X is coming, which is possible in a country like South Africa, or a country like Portugal, or a country like the US. Wireless charging has been something that has been important, but currently I don't see it as an alternative, a real alternative for e-mobility charging possibility. So with that, I think that it's very important to keep, a very humble and very open viewpoint. And finally, the last thing that I always listen to from the agents of e-mobility complaining sometimes is the pace at which regulatory decisions to authorize a certain charger to a certain street, to a certain place, takes too much time. I see projects being decided in Europe that take more than 1 year in regulatory. 1 year is too much time sometimes also in terms of e-mobility, because the fleets change, the investments change, there has been an act that has been prejudicial to a certain point of charging, and that changes the project. And so we need to have, let's say, a green light, a speedier green light for projects from our town halls, from the approving boards that usually depend from the public state that is governing our countries.
Duarte, thank you very much for that. I mean, I think those are some valuable learnings that South Africa can definitely take from what you said. In your opinion, your presentation talks about EV combat or the EV war. Give us your opinion. What do you think the outcome of the EV combat, EV war is going to be?
Right, yeah, thank you. So first of all, I think that I didn't mention hydrogen yet, but people are starting to speak about hydrogen. I think electric mobility is here to stay for the numerous vehicle disciplines that you can see. Not so much for heavy traffic or heavy cargo. There, I think hydrogen will have a play, but it's not going to be happening in the next 2 to 3 years. We're going to see still a good growth of electric mobility charging, electric mobility vehicles, new vehicles coming to the play field, and that's going to be important. So that's one of the things. The other thing is that I think that there will be a lot of consolidation in the sector, at least in the value chain of charging, even on the OEM side, but on the OEM side I do not know as much as I know on the charging side, on the infrastructure side. You'll see a lot of companies buying others. You will see CPOs that are probably already regional being absorbed by larger playfields, larger operators. And then you will see also something which I think is very important, integration of, sorry? Okay, thank you. Integration of platforms for seamless servicing, for seamless payment systems. This integration will happen, it's needed, and it's going to happen sooner than later. In Europe, it's starting to happen already, and I would also assume that in other countries you will see that. Because the EV driver does not need to cope or to hassle with different networks, different pay method. What he wants is to have his EV car to be able to charge anywhere with one card, with one solution. And so that's something where I think operators still need to work in terms of the industrial platforms.
Fantastic, Duarte. I've got a question here, and I must be honest, I'm not quite sure I fully understand the question, but I'm going to ask it and see if you understand it. I have a gentleman asking, which platform or aggregators do the big petrol companies use to roam? Do you understand the question? I'm getting the question quite a few times. Do you understand that question?
Well, I mean, not totally, quite frankly, not totally. But, from the technology standpoint, there are several players in the payment terminals that try to normalize the charging way of payment. So that's technology viewpoint. From the not regulation, but from the standardization standpoint of the plug and share, plug and surf, the IEC norms. I think that these norms now, with the work that is being done in associations like Shut-in, is becoming more normalized, and that means that all the countries will tend to follow the norms of payment that are being addressed currently and being updated, as well as the norms for charging, the sockets that you use, etc. So let's say South Africa, the sockets that are being used over there are pretty much the same that are being used in the European Union, which is good, which means that, in principle, if you have a normalization of playfield in terms of payment cards, you can use, the same card that are used here in the European Union when I travel to South Africa for business or pleasure. That's probably, but I don't have one platform that will consolidate everything. I think that you see agreements between players, which means that, let's take an EV driver that coming from the US that is using Electrify America will probably arrive into Germany, rent a car, and with the same car, benefit from the roaming agreements that you might get between the players, and also charge in an Ionity, by giving an example, a Ionity charge point.
Fantastic. Well, Duarte, I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day. With that brings us to the conclusion of your session, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on the EV war and EV combat. Really, really insightful for us to get an international perspective on what's happening out there, as well as to apply some of those learnings to what we're seeing here in South Africa. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, and a very, very good day to everybody in South Africa.
Fantastic. And that brings us to the end of EMCSA 2022. What a fantastic 2 days of talks. If we take anything out from today, we take away the fact that it seems that 12 months ago when we launched this event and we started, the conversation on e-mobility was still if, when, maybe, and those adjectives, those have changed to verbs of now, today, soon, how, who, those kind of conversations. So the conversation has clearly moved forward. It's been a fantastic 2 days of talks, and I'd like to thank all our speakers for taking their time out of their day to not only speak to us, but also prepare their presentations and be ready for their sessions at EMCSA 2022. A massive thanks to our sponsors, without whom this event would never be able to happen. Obviously, proudly broadcast by Grid Cars, our media partner in Auto Trader, as well as our supporting sponsor in Katia Automotive. Without these companies supporting EMCSA, an event like this would never happen. Before we lose everyone and we say goodbye for 2022, we have an exciting announcement for 2023, and we are already in position where we can announce EMCSA 2023 from Tuesday the 21st to Wednesday the 22nd of March 2023 will be a hybrid event hosted at the CSIR ICC. Yes, we understand the last 2 years we have been virtual. EMCSA is now going to become a hybrid event where we will have a physical live event where delegates, people can network at a 2-day conference. We will have exhibitors, we will have a networking functions, we will have all sorts of great activations and opportunities for the industry to come together physically in one place at one time. Events are back, and we are going to ride that horse, and we're going to make sure that e-mobility is back together. However, we are not going to lose the opportunity for those people who can't make the event and physically attend in person. We will still be streaming the event live on all our platforms to allow anyone who wants to get information about e-mobility available to them at any point. So our overarching goal with EMCSA is to create an opportunity for people to get in touch and hear from industry experts about what is happening and have their voices heard, and then get access to the right information so that when they make that decision to buy an EV, because if we've heard anything in the last 2 days, is that more and more consumers are making that decision, not if, but when they buy an EV, they have access to the right information to ensure they understand all the terminology and to understand that they can also combat the naysayers, people who talk about things like range anxiety or the lack of infrastructure or all these other things that we hear people say. If anything we take away from the last 2 days is that those problems no longer exist in South Africa. And even the question of load shedding, that problem can be overcome. So e-mobility is here to stay, and in March we're going to see you in 2023 at the CSR ICC for a hybrid live event version of EMCSA. We look forward to welcoming all our exhibitors, we look forward to welcoming all our sponsors, and most importantly we look forward to welcoming all our delegates to see you in person, to be part of the event, and to have you there with us to network, engage, interact, and share the knowledge and share the excitement that is the passion for e-mobility. From myself, Rob Walker, and all the team here at EMCSA, I'd like to thank everyone for their time. Thank you for joining us over the 2 days. And once again, EMCSA 2022, proudly broadcast by Grid Cars and our presenting media sponsor in Auto Trader and supported by Katia Automotive. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and we'll see you next year at the CSR ICC. Goodbye.